1 minute and counting. Countdown.
You give me love.
Get up. We're going in.
Do I want to know? I know it's getting me by, but I don't want that this time. Not just your touch. I feel the space in between. You're drifting further from me, and boy, that sucks. Round and round we go. You only love me in half time, and it's just not enough. You have me between lines, but I need is full love. You only love me in half time, 'cause it's just not enough. You have me between lines, but I need is full love. You only love me in half time, and it's just not enough. You have me between lines, but I need is full love.
It's bright and early in the morning, but it's never too early for Counter-Strike. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Perfect World Oceanic League 2020, Day 3 of what is heating up to be one hell of a tournament. A couple of teams have already left us, unfortunately, yesterday getting eliminated, but we do have a number of teams who are still in the running, looking to claim that spot for the major taking place later this year, or maybe next. I don't know. Anyway, we're going to be cutting to a little bit of a recap package for you guys who probably missed out on the action yesterday, and we'll be seeing on the other side of that, first game of the day.
Licky, they are going to make it work. Noobster now left to do work on his own, 2 versus 1, and he is swung on. Licky somehow makes that work. Blaze is showing some decent support, takes 2 for his trouble.
The sneaky play still on the site. As he ran away, he was caught, but Lays able to trade it out. 35 HP between the two of them. It's so close, but Savage doesn't have any damage dealing utility. He can't lock them out. He can't smoke them off this bomb. He has to hope they peek him one at a time, and it's just not going to happen.
Mizzy makes work difficult here for Noobster. It's certainly winnable. The downfall, and there we go. They just keep popping up. Ground Zero in the wrong position. He couldn't find much there, the youngster. Now it's on Noobster. They know where he is. They're not going to take any chances here. Downfall. Are they going to take the map? Yes, they are. Savage by name and by nature. He finds the first pistol. Again in his sight. He's been forced to again. That is a huge round from him. They are being laid to waste here. Savage again. He's just having his way in Banana. Jesus. And he rounds it out. Ground Zero go down.
What is this? How players are trying to take 2 battles at once. That was just almost too easy for Danny G. Like, that is a big mistake coming out from Ground Zero.
Bomb down, and a push comes in. Burn sneaking in. 2 quick kills for him, but that was a very, very good recovery from Ground Zero.
Here we go. That is a massive gap in the smoke. That has not landed where it was supposed to. They've tried to use it to their advantage, and in the end, It has gone completely right. He got no-scoped? Okay.
Paradox just wait in position. They're holding for aggression, but they're getting shut down on the site. Even the change of pace isn't working. As Ekel gets shut down on the elevator, it's all down to Orbee's head. He's in a 1 versus 4. Oh no, Versa, he got away with murder. Bedonka was blind but kept spraying the corner. Versa in with another, and Long is open for business. An aggressive flash. Jimmy gets blinded by it though, so he can't answer back immediately. But K-Star eventually able to take one. He's just going to be overwhelmed though. There was literally no way he could kill all of those players.
Jimmy.
Oh my god.
The double bag, 7, the triple. Can't get the 4th, but I tell you what, he's earned some money for himself. Jimmy again. 1-2. Can he find a 3rd? And no, Ekel somehow holds on to things.
I don't know about you, but I want to see more of Mako Shark's Jimmy just pushing down ramp with the Max 7 and maybe sometime around in the future getting an ace. That was a fun package, but right now we got to get into the meat of things. We have a number of games lined up for you guys today. 3 best of 3s. The first couple of games are going to be the upper bracket matchups, and the lower bracket matchups again going to be an elimination game. And to take you guys through the journey alongside me are going to be 3 fresh-looking gentlemen. It's going to be Mitch, it's going to be Tom, it's going to be Jim, and there they are. Once again, I like how Mitch and Jim are almost matching. They're not quite there yet, but almost matching. And Tom, you kind of left me hanging here, man. I thought you'd be wearing a black t-shirt or something, but all right. How are you doing, Tom?
I'm not bad. I've got the all the items in the world that I currently want on my shirt. Maybe that sounds really bad. They're obviously non-alcoholic for anybody asking that question.
Sure,
but yeah, I'm feeling pretty good.
Mocktails.
We get into some of the matches that I think everybody wants to see within this region. Some teams that, well, I guess the Renegades game should be a little bit easier, but the first match we have coming up should be an absolute banger.
Yeah, and of course, Mitch, like yesterday was just some entertaining Counter-Strike. Let's put it that way, right?
Yeah, let's put it that way. There was some really interesting games, some plays that I was left scratching my head on, but hey, it definitely delivered a show, that's for sure. But today, I think we're going to be a little bit more grounded in reality, back to normality. Chiefs versus Order, especially coming up as the first game, is going to be unbelievable. But looking at the games we had yesterday, like Mako Shark versus Paradox, Dust 2, I said all tournament long, I hate the map. I didn't want to see it, and that just hammered home the point, because that was probably the messiest game that we've had to date.
Yeah, can't really argue with that. Although Nuke was pretty fun, Jim. It was a 12-3 from Mako Shark. We're like, all right, these guys are closing it out. And then it goes to overtime. Paradox fighting tooth and nail. But in the end, it was the Sharks who came out on top, right?
Oh, well, barely, but I mean, in terms
Barely,
of
yeah.
twists and turns, that match had it all. It had, as you highlighted earlier, some Mag 7 action, but then even in terms of some of the desperate strategies coming out from either of the two teams, you saw some pretty nutty clutch AWPing coming out from Ekel. It probably wasn't enough in the end, and I think it really matched up for me as the two battles, also the battle between the two AWPers, K-Star and Ekel. Those two players I'm quite familiar with. I've seen quite a lot of them, and in the end, it was some key players from them that opened up a lot of the rounds for the team. But yeah, all round there was some performances where we didn't actually think Mako Shark had it in them to to get themselves over the line compared to their first outings. The second day of outings for them was far more successful.
All right, let's take a look very quickly at the brackets, though. We did unfortunately have to say goodbye to a couple of teams yesterday, and these were the teams we weren't really expecting to say goodbye to be very honest. It was, of course, Ground Zero. They started off with the first game of the day against Downfall, and they got knocked down to the lower bracket, a surprising turn of affairs, where it could have been 2-0 for Ground Zero, Tom. But then somehow Downfall, they grinded back. Ground Zero kind of choked a little bit, and then Rooster kind of dumped on them. And of course, joining them was a Paradox, who also got knocked out yesterday.
Yeah, you said kind of choked a little bit, and I feel like they were choke slammed. Like it was one of those things where you kind of look at that match and go, how did you let that one slip away? Like that was I think they're going to have nightmares about that one for weeks to come. That was a pretty poor match from them. And then they played up against Rooster, and Rooster just looked like an all-out better team. Like, if we're talking about the invites to the event, I think if it was done purely off caliber, Rooster would have been up there. And that's the unfortunate truth for Rooster, is because of them obviously like playing through to get into this event, it means that seeding wise, they're a bit further down than some of the other teams. So they're going to have a very, very rough road. If you look at where they currently are, obviously a loss to Renegades to start, and then they're probably going to have to face off against Order or Chiefs, which either way, it's not going to be an easy game. Although I do think if they come up against Chiefs, I reckon they could take that game. I was quite impressed with them yesterday.
They probably could, and I feel like Rooster could be. If you flip the roles, if you flip the viewpoints, Rooster could be dangerous, right? Teams are going to be like, whichever team is going to drop in a lower bracket, they're going to be like, oh crap, you might be facing Rooster, who have that massive upset potential. But let's talk really quickly about the prize pool and the RMR points these teams are battling for right now. We do have quite an amount of money, Mitch, a lot of dollar reduce on the line. $12,500 for the winner, $10K, $7,500. Of course, way at the bottom there, Paradox and of course Ground Zero will have to bid us adieu, but at least they get 2,500. It's like some money, but they get 0 RMR points.
Yeah, look, at the end of the day, you got 2-0'd twice, and you get $2,500. I get 2-0'd a lot. I don't get $2,500, so I'm pretty happy with that, really.
You get shouted at.
Yeah, I get shouted at by Tom. It's not great. So no, yeah, looking at the placements as well, it means like coming into today's games in the upper bracket, at least there's going to be a decent hike in points whenever you're winning out your games, but also pretty much at this point guaranteeing yourself the top 4 place, which is ORMR points. And that's all important if we see Order or Renegades go through, because as we discussed, that means the other teams are pretty much out of it as long as one or both of those teams make it into the next stage.
Well, what are the teams are going to make it to the next stage? We're going to be finding out after the matchups of today, and we do have a schedule lineup for you guys. There's going to be some very, very tasty matchups. Order versus Chiefs, that's going to be the opening game. Then later on, we have Renegades, who are going to be facing off against Downfall, pretty much an unstoppable force of nature at this point in time. And I do believe the final one hasn't been updated yet, but it should be the loser of the Chiefs Order matchup facing off against a very dangerous looking Rooster, Jim.
It is a very dangerous looking Rooster, but I'm licking my lips at the prospect of Chiefs versus Order, as I'm sure a lot of followers of the region are, because these two teams, whilst Order, we know what they've got. We know that they're a very capable side. The Chiefs team recently restructured. They've got some newer players. They've got some older blood as well. And they're forming themselves to be quite a formidable lineup. The question is, can they get it together relatively early on in the picture? We know that they're a development roster. They brought in some younger blood. They brought in players like Vexite, who we only saw him for the first time in the earlier matches of PLL. So we were quite impressed by what we saw. He was putting up some decent numbers. Then, of course, you've got experienced players like Offner, who've only recently been brought into the side. When we got the chance to speak to Apoc Dud, also the IGL, he's only just figuring things out with the guidance of some of these players too. So he's only beginning to find out a lot of what he doesn't know in the IGL role. So watch his game continue to develop as he, I guess, just plays under the guidance of some of these more experienced players that are now around him.
All right, so I'm hearing a voice in my ear telling me that the games and the players are almost ready. So we have to make this real quick and snappy, Tom. Map vetoes. We're just going to jump straight into it. This one's going to be a little interesting. It feels like both the teams don't really like playing overpass, and we should probably have the map veto coming up for you guys over here. I like how both the teams float overpass and, kind of play a game of chicken. Right, Tom?
Yeah, I think that it is one where both teams know that it's not going to be coming up. And I think Chiefs have done relatively well here, because yesterday we saw them actually pick Nuke facing off against Mako. Didn't risk a Vertigo this time. They actually decided to ban it out, not wanting to play, even though it's a map that Order are not particularly good on. Like, you compare it to the rest of their map pool, it's a map that they don't do as well, but obviously that's against better opposition. I think they've done all right with the veto, but at the same time, if you're looking over at the camp of Order, they've got some of their strongest maps within the pool. So I don't think they're going to be worried about this at all.
All right, and on that note, I guess we are ready to jump straight into the map. We're starting smack on time. So Jim, Mitch, take a nap or have a cup of coffee. I don't care. You just have fun enjoying the game, and it's going to be once more you and me, Tom. It's going to be a wild ride, but this time I feel like it's going to be a much more higher caliber game, all things considered, at least
We've got
compared
leather
to the
seats.
opening matchups. We got leather seats, yes, we do. And Order Chiefs. Like, here's the thing. This Chiefs lineup, well, not maybe the full-fledged lineup without, I mean, they didn't have Vexite playing, but if you look at this particular team, they haven't won a single map against this Order lineup in the recent past, right? It's been 2-0s. They played each other in, I believe, EPL Season 12, and they also played in DreamHack Masters Spring 2020, and they haven't been able to take a single map off them.
I'll be honest, like, I think this is, in my eyes, the true test of the Chiefs, because, like, we've seen them play against Mako Shark, and I don't want to harp on Mako Shark. I think they themselves say that they're a roster who pretty much came into this just to see how they could do. In fact, one of their players literally went straight off to work the second they won the match. Like, they're a team that have not had anywhere near the level of practice of the likes of an Order, for example. So if you're considering Chiefs the favorite in this match, I would be quite surprised, because realistically, Order are the ones to beat. This is where we have to see what is going to come out for the Chiefs.
Well, one fact is sure, though, this particular lineup has not faced off against Order at all. Earlier, they had Humongous. Then, of course, they had Yam and the bomb trying to be sneakily planted in the smoke. But he's going to be forced back as Zeph's going to find Rick, and bomb finally getting planted. This is pretty nice coming in here from the side of Chiefs. They got the bomb down. It's a 3v3 as a quick trade going the way of the CTs. They have the kit in the hands of a Steelo as well, and it looks like he's just going to try and stick it as Jyra chimes in with a frag of his own. Valiance is there for the immediate trade. That was a fast and furious retake. I think it was a 5v3 at one point favoring Chiefs.
Yeah, no, just very effective trading. Valiance as well, being able to do some extra damage alongside Jyra. They did a really good job in that retake, and I have to say, like, Valiance was someone in the last match that we saw have a bit of a quieter start to Inferno, and it definitely showed. So if he now comes up with the rest of the roster, this is going to be a fairly scary prospect for the side of Order. As said, I think they're the favorites in this one. In fact, I do actually consider this a 2-0, unless Chiefs really do show up. They've invested into this round, but again, it's an early kill for them, and 2 right back in return.
At least AK has been retrieved by Apoc Dud. It's a nice kill. At least getting the trade, keeping things pretty even. He's going to be heading towards his B bomb site. And there's an interesting call from Order. They've just opted to leave B, all teaming up together. They have a player pushing down all the way from T-spawn as well. And they know it's a B hit. They know. And that nade is going to do not too much of damage, in fact. But Ricky just holding the line with the FAMAS is not going to get the kill, though. It's now a 3v2 favoring the T side. But look at the flank coming in. Both the players coming in from the apartments. However, they do just have the MP9s to work with.
Yeah, it's a bit of a rough one, but with no Kevlar for Apoc Dud, and, well, the same for Soju, it's not a bad position to be in at all. They've managed to get them low, and you can see that the T side are just going to try and sit back, stay passive, use their crossfires. It isn't working, though. It's left all onto one man, and it's not even going to be close in the end. The same as the last round. They just waltz their way back into the site. They're going to look to try and find some extra weaponry, delay the time a little bit. I wouldn't tap it again if I were you.
Oh, okay, that got too close.
He had a couple of seconds. It was fine. Like, we have the overlay player. I was staring at it when he tapped it again. I was like, okay.
But he doesn't have it. Okay, maybe he's got a music kit. Maybe.
That's true. Although I have noticed there are some music kits which you cannot rely on. Like, it will make the sound as if you have time, especially when it's a 10-second defuse, and then it will blow up. So I would say that the music kit strategy, be careful with that.
Yeah, I don't have any music kits.
I have all the music turned off because it annoys me.
Especially when someone else's MVP music just starts blaring out. And
yeah, exactly.
I feel like there was one point it was like 100, like at 100 volume or something. It's like it was bugged out. Anyway, right now, Stillo has been taken down, but not before Alistair got the opening pick onto Apoc Dud, and Alistair with a nade And they're just getting picked apart here. This is very discombobulated from the side of Chiefs.
And this is another force as well. This isn't even like that they decided to save. They did so much damage in the last round and got another bomb plant that they decided it's worth it. The difference is, I think Order had exactly the same thought. Like, okay, they're probably going to force this. Let's get rid of the MP9s. Let's bring in the AKs. Let's bring in the M4s, the AWP. And now it's a completely different ball game. You don't have those easy duels anymore. So they're in a bit of a tough spot, especially with 3 players already surrounding this site. They've got to try and clear the man from under Balkan. There's still an AWP and a tasty little crossfire available, trying to spot so many different players. They're not given a chance. Really nice setups at the moment from Order, and they are working the picks fairly well, or at least working the trades, I guess you could say.
Yeah, and for Chiefs, it's almost like they're not really... I know it's still early in the day, but that round was weird. You're going to be investing that much, and there was no real synergy in the way they were approaching it. You saw the player getting picked off at Connector, and his other 2 teammates, they were so far away from making hit towards ramp. At least if you could maybe distract with a hit at ramp, it could have given a tiny little window of opportunities. We do have a few nades. They might be tossing the nades into the gap, but Alistair finds off and just spots his feet. But still taking a lot of damage from the nades. What?
Okay.
He's
This has
popping
been
off.
an interesting round. APOC dud. Yeah, I respect the decision. Run as fast as you can. And, well, he doesn't have the bomb. So, realistically, this round is over. I think he's just hoping that somebody gets a little bit cheeky. You know, I'll be honest, I think Ricky is definitely within that bracket of player who wants to pad those stats, but he's not going to see anything. So, just going to try and reposition with the rest of the team. I feel like this is going to be one of those situations where we're going to sit here for about 35 seconds and then he's just going to die anyway.
Yeah, and this is such a far cry from the Rooster game yesterday where they gave a 1v3 away to their opponents and almost tilted the both of us off the face of our planet. But
What do you mean almost?
yeah, it did actually. It did completely
You were
tilt us.
very upset.
I was upset. It's a 1v3. You have the bomb side and you forget the bomb, and then you peek him one by one when you still have 50 seconds.
At
on
least
the
you're
clock.
over it, Blair. At least you're over it.
I'm not. I was trying to be nice because it's early in the morning. It's a new day. We have 2 good teams playing Counter-Strike here, but now that it reminded me of it, it's like PTSD kicking in. But anyway, 4-0 for Order, and the buy is going to be coming in for Chiefs. And so far, I gotta say, it has been a little underwhelming from the side of Chiefs.
Ooh, okay, you still Oh, you don't want to cook that lobster. It'd be tasty, that's for sure, but it's not going to go well for the lobster most of the time. 24 HP, someone we've considered the rock of this squad so far. Although, in this match, as you sort of said, it's not really been necessary. We've seen them play relatively aggressive and win a lot of the duels. This round, though, is a bit more interesting. We've seen them have heavy mid-presence. And this is a complete change in setup, which is something I think you need to see on Mirage. I don't want to see a team run the same setup all the way through the match. It's very easy to do that and fall into patterns. But when you have such a prominent AWPer, it can be quite nice to switch things up. And the way that they have, again, just this hold towards Connector could have worked out, but they've switched back up towards B. And with Ricky going down, it's a bit of a problem. Ali is in position, but realistically, how much more can he do to stop them getting to the site?
You don't have a smoke?
Oh!
What is that, Alistair? Soju gets completely wrecked. The Steelers gonna find Zeph, and now APOC. Oh my god, the timing.
no!
Oh no! Oh no! I mean, that was incredible from Alistair, but that was just a punch in the guts. And now Offnu left alone in a 1v3, 23 seconds on the clock. He's got to pick up the bomb as well. He knows where one player is. He doesn't know where the other 2 are. And now Alistair will be picked off.
Okay.
Offnu giving away his position. 15 seconds left. He's not going to get the second, though. Alistair he's a pretty boy, and he is very good with the AWP as well.
That sounded so sinister. He's a
Look
pretty
at that hair.
boy.
That is some fantastic hair.
You're talking to me about hair. Of course I'm jealous of his damn hair.
Of anyone, right?
Yeah, of anyone's hair.
Look-
2D's hair was
look at the
amazing to me. You should share.
Dude, no, I need to see the shot again. Sorry. No, not this one. The previous one. When we have a chance for a replay. We do have a chance for a replay because players dropped out. PGL, come on, slow-mo. Let's go. Okay. All right.
This is all.
What?
I still didn't see anything.
Can we get X-ray on? Because we're too old and we're too blind.
How rubbish are my eyes?
It's
You
not
can
just
slow
you. I
it
can't see
down
it.
like 100 times, and I still can't see anything.
I'm trying to see him.
Oh, oh my God! Did you see that? It's like a frame. It's like a frame. It's
I
like
still can't see anything. It's frozen.
right there, right there, right there, right there with the dust.
Oh yeah, okay. He's cheating. I've worked it out now. There's no way. There's no way that if he must have the bet. Like they say, 20/20 vision. Like he must be in 30/30 at that point, because that's ridiculous.
That is, yeah.
This is the thing that worries me though, Black, because although we've sort of hyped up some of the Chiefs players like were in their game yesterday, the problem I have is obviously you've got some young talent. I think we've seen Ofnu perform to a high standard with some very aggressive plays. The problem I'm sort of questioning is, do they have anyone as good as Alistair? Because yesterday he was nuts. Today, so far, he's been nuts.
He's cheating
and he's definitely been the most impactful AWPer. And I would say even so far this tournament above Sicko, because I think Sicko played very, very well. He was incredible, in fact. But I just think for order, Alistair has more impact. Like maybe he needs to, because there's a hell of a lot of heavy hitters on the Renegades, but here's someone I just don't think they're going to be able to match up against.
I agree, and I feel I want to talk more about the downside of that, right? Like Alistair, I mean, make no mistake, the guy is an absolute beast. But it's also like I think it just touched upon it for the side of for Renegades. There's so many like high fraggers. Dexter himself just being just an absolute beast, right? And you look at his team again. I'm not saying anything bad about Jar or Valiance or Ustila or Ricky for that matter, but Alistair is clearly kind of like the star player, and they've set him up to be that. Ustila's still a rock. Yeah. Valence can do his job. Jara is a very solid player as well, and Ricky obviously just being this thorn, everyone just pushing in, gathering information. I like that style. So they kind of have the roles, and Alistair, they're like, all right, here's the AWP, make it work. We're going to set you up for it, set you up for success, and he's delivering. What worries me, Tom, is when they face off against, let's say, an Avant, or not this tournament at least, but or Renegades for that matter. What if you have a bad day? Because even Simple has a bad day, right? What if you have a bad day? Then what happens for Order? Can the rest of them really elevate their level of play to kind of make up for Alistair having a bad day, especially when it's a must-win game, a finals, a semifinals against a team like a Renegades? That's my worry for this lineup.
Well, I would agree. And even in the sense of, like, if you look at, say, Renegades, for example, if you exclude them, then I would say that Alistair is going to have a relatively easy time in comparison to other AWPers. Like, he is the best of the rest, I guess you could say. But you then add Sicko in, and I would say that's a fairly even, if not maybe even favor Sicko in that battle. So it's one of those things where for his team, he's definitely the most important player. There's no question. It's just, if they rely too much on that one individual and then there's someone on the other side who is just as good, you kind of nullify what is the main selling point of this squad. So it's going to be one of those things where I think versus Chiefs, as said, I think they're the favorite. So far, that's what we've seen. Very early days of the series, so I don't want to count out the Chiefs just yet. And it is still worth mentioning that I think to come into this match and say that Chiefs should be winning it, Chiefs should be like dominating, whatever, would be very, very unfair to a roster that is very, very new and has some very young players who, hey, I'm sure mechanically are fantastic, but still have an awful lot to learn. So it's going to be a rough one. It's going to be a grind. But if they can even put up like some decent numbers or take a map, then I think we're going to be looking at this Chiefs roster as something that will be very good in the future.
Oh yeah, 100%. And I think that's that was the investment into this roster, right? They made a big, they shook up this roster. They got some of these young players like Vexite, for example, just turned 16, and they're kind of planning for the future. And that's something I'm not gonna really knock against. I like that. I like when teams look far into the future. And you're like, you know what? We can develop a team who can be a champion team in the region, not in the next couple of months, but maybe in about 6 months, a year's time. And I like that long-term investment in the youth, and so just recycling the same bunch of players over and over again, as we do see this B bomb site, getting bombarded by a number of players. And Ricky, he is, well, just mowed down. The Tech 9s, the P250s, up close and personal, making life miserable. And once again, it's going to come down to Alistair and Valiants, who are going to get a couple of kills, making it a little bit more doable. But an AWP, I'm not really feeling it here. They got the smokes down. Of course, the bomb just getting planted means they have time to work with here. Still 34 seconds on the clock for Valiant and Alistair to go for this retake. But with the two rifles retrieved, 4 Vex and an off-new, it's going to get a little tricky.
The third time they've been down a man in the retake. Are they finally going to be able to convert one? It looks like they will. So Chiefs, it's taken them a bit of time. I think they could have had a couple of rounds on the board by now with how things were going. You take the pistol round where they got lost to 5-on-3 not too long ago with the retake as well, coming in with the MP9s. They lost a 3v2. So it's good to finally see them get onto the board. The problem is, in that break of rounds in between, there was a pretty clean one. So you can see the money's still going to be fine for Order. Alistair can afford his AWP. The rest of the players can get rifles, utility, whatever they like. But this is a big boost because Chiefs, obviously, that wasn't a full investment. So they themselves have actually built up a buffer just by winning that round.
Yeah, and but Chiefs are going to be, like you said, very, very happy with the way that one played out. Maybe the tactical pause, not tactical, that technical timeout with Ricky getting dropped off. They were talking about what they're going to do here. And yeah, I wasn't a big fan of that hold from Order. I'm personally not a big fan of just like, especially when you know your opponents just have maybe Tech 9s and pistols, allowing them onto the B bomb site, because then you are that advantage you have with the rifles, it's been nullified, right? The pistol's going to be in your face, they're going to one tap you, and it's always going to be dangerous. As we do have another tactical timeout, I feel like maybe technical. We do see another player dropping out. And Alistair, he's a utility file. He also has 8 kills with the AWP, 10 kills in total. He's just just mowing players down and being very, very impactful with the AWP. And they're a team who, I don't know, I don't want to pick on anyone in particular. They have veterans like Castillo. We have like Ricky in that lineup, and the rest of them, Gyra, Valiant's really solid players as well. I feel like they've kind of seemed to have hit like a wall, or rather a plateau, if you ask me, Tom. When it comes to results, like they're there. And it's the same thing could be said of Avant as well. They're like the second, third best team in the region, like without a doubt. But they're just not able to get over that big-ass hump, which is called Renegades.
Yeah, but I guess it's easier said than done. The thing is, like, Renegades are obviously the biggest organization within the region anyway, so to, like, even if you were able to beat them, it'd probably just take your players. So it's a bit of an awkward position to be in with that sort of case. Very fast push out though. Vexite is going to get the open here. You still are actually caught on the edge of the smoke. A bit of an awkward spot for them, and considering how good their retakes have been, I would have almost liked to see them just like take a bit of a more passive response and then try and play this as a squad. Instead, wow, very quick round. It's over.
It's over. This is I'm getting some vibes from that game yesterday, Tom. It was on Dust 2. It was I believe Mako Shark versus was it Paradox? Yeah, it was Mako Shark versus Paradox. And Paradox had a great lead initially on the CD side, and then what happens, right? They start over-aggressing a tad bit, little too much, allowing Mako Shark back into the game. And that's something I wouldn't want to see here. And Order are obviously a level above the likes of Paradox or Mako Shark and Vexite. Let's see where. Oh, that's some patience from Ricky. Finds Vexite, but yeah, round will be won. And Chiefs, more importantly, they won that round with Tech 9s earlier, and they kept 3 players alive here, and that was obviously kind of like a bonus round, right? They get extra money. This round, they get the bomb down, they get a couple of kills, and they lose just 1 player, so the money's starting to look very, very good, very, very quickly for the Chiefs side.
Well, Blair, I'll have you know that from a 5-2 position, there's a 69.69% chance of Order actually winning this map.
Oh, wow. Okay, Mitch.
Accurate stats, by the way. They're made up by the Tom Association that have a 0% accuracy in statistics. Zeph, though, very sneaky, managing to get around behind you still. This round, of course, a couple of pistols in the mix of all the rifles, but they can do some damage. And continue in this regard. Maybe they can even steal the round.
Yeah, I mean, they did just lose Yustilo, who didn't have any rifle. The only problem here being Jaira is down to just 25 points of health, and he wouldn't be wanting to drop his gun over to Valiance because he doesn't have any Kevlar. The aim punch could be a problem. We do see the remaining players, 4 Chiefs, 3 of them gathering up for this A hit. They have a look in the form of Vexa just holding towards the underpass, but now the off in the hands of Alistair. What can he possibly do? He's going to walk on out through the smoke. The guy is a madman. He's going to find off, but that's a huge pick. And Rick is going to strike on his Soju, not able to cross on over, and now it's a 2v4 suddenly favoring Order.
Okay, well, Vexite's going to get one for free. Ricky maybe a little bit too aggressive from his initial position, and you have to bear in mind that one of these players is low, the other one only has a USP, so there's still real potential here, especially if Vexite continues his run of form. The remaining 2 players stuck in towards CT. The only worry is the time. 20 seconds up and coming on the clock. Apoc Dud is going to be able to rotate in, and the Molotov is so perfect. The spam coming through isn't going to land. It looks spot on, but the box was too strong. Now Apoc is in prime position. Valiant's though almost just acting as bait. He's the man with the USP. So just trying to almost utilize his nothingness to try and set up his teammate. But it isn't going to happen. The Chiefs will hold on. They'll win the 2 versus 4. And Vexite played a pretty big part in it.
I would bet my card though those wallbangs should have landed. That was just weird. But yeah, good recovery, especially if Vexite, the youngster, playing in, I do believe, his first official against Order, with this lineup at the very least. Really showing up. That looked very, very scary indeed. And again, Ricky, right? Like, I know he goes for these plays, and most of the times it does work out. But it's been against some of the lower tier caliber teams. And against Order, like, for example, if he just held on to that angle towards jungle, I believe they should have potentially just won this one. Because he should have known. He's got a rifle. Alistair just has an AWP. He's holding towards all the way towards Troll Booth. His other teammate, I think Valiance, was very low in health. So that's Ricky just trying. He should have just tried to stay alive. Anyway, round will be won, 5-3. The buy will be coming out for Order again, of course. AWP for Alistair. It's a glass cannon. And if you look at the utility they have, it's not much, Tom. Still a minute and 15 seconds on the clock, and they have 2 smokes and Molotov, and just a handful of HEs and flashbangs to work with.
Yeah, and then, like, well, Alistair doesn't even have armor in this case, so they really do have some pretty big pieces missing. To even get any utility, they had to buy in with an MP9 onto Ustilo, so this definitely isn't the perfect buy as we saw in the earlier rounds coming out from Order. The thing is, though, I feel like they're one of those squads that can just make these work in a sort of annoying fashion, especially with the caliber of players they have on the other side. It's going to be a push towards this B site, though, and Ricky needs to be cleared. This is a very common angle. It's not going to be checked. That's the bomb already on the ground. They need to trade this, or they will. Ofnu not going to allow that one to get out of control. He bought them a bit of time, but even still, an after-plant position will ensue. 2 versus 3. After Ustilo manages to find one with the MP9, making this look possible. And as I've already said, they've lost a couple of positions like this now. Alistair, however, getting out of the market's going to be very difficult, but here comes Ustilo again, the king of the MP9. He's retrieved an AWP, which might be a bit of a surprise. Gets the spot, but after the shot is rattled, I'm sure no one's going to peek. With the amount of time he tried to retreat, and Zeph will put him down. 5-4. 4 rounds in a row for the Chiefs now, but...
Yeah, and got to bear in mind, it's their map pick. It's 5-0 up for Order. It was looking quite scary, and now I think they finally managed to force Order to go for an eco here, which you haven't really seen, because most of the times, even if they do just go for pistols, they have a few rifles to saved over to work with. And this is something we did touch upon yesterday as well, that almost every one of these teams have struggled on the CT side. The T sides have looked good, but the CT sides have always been a problem, and I know that's not something you're going to be talking about when it comes to Order and Renegades at the very least, but at least for all the underdogs, let's put it that way, they have struggled on their CD sides, even on maps which would traditionally be favoring the CD side. And for Chiefs, I feel like this is kind of a litmus test, right? They aren't quite at the level of an Order, of a Avant, of a Renegades quite yet. But at the same time, I guess we can be forgiven for saying that they are a level above many of the other teams, like maybe a Downfall or a Paradox or even a Mako Shark. And I don't know. I'm still not very convinced. I don't think they've been challenged enough yet, this particular lineup, to see what they can do on the CD side. But what I'm trying to get to over here is the fact that if they don't get enough T rounds, if they get, let's say, 6 or 7, I still don't know if that's going to be enough, because Order, they can play Mirage.
Yeah, I think that's the problem with facing off against some of the better teams in the region is there's only 1 or 2 maps they don't want to play, and unfortunately in most cases from what we witnessed in this tournament, the 1 or 2 maps they don't want to play also seem to be the 1 or 2 maps that you don't want to play either. There hasn't been too many like punish picks that we've witnessed so far, especially considering when you look at like the map statistics here, like Order's weakest map statistically is Vertigo. It was instantly banned by Chiefs. And then the other map they don't play is Overpass, which is also the permaban of Chiefs. So it was a position where I feel like there's definite opportunities for someone like Chiefs to maybe put the work in on a Vertigo or put the work in on an Overpass. The only problem is that still doesn't get you to the level of a Renegades who basically only don't play one map. They've got time. And that is a very like Danish coach thing to do. So, you know, I wouldn't be overly surprised if they had a Mytha just coming and going, oh, well, yeah, we're going to learn this map. Oh, I don't like it. You'll learn to like it. That's how I imagine he sounds. Although he looks very, very friendly, so probably not.
And I
Yeah.
was muted on vMixalt as well, Tom. So no one heard
Oh,
that
damn.
incredible analysis from my end.
Oh, it blew me away. That might have been the best analysis you've ever done.
Thanks, man. But, well, it's just you who's going to know it. But, yeah, I mean, just to quickly summarize what I said there, I was trying to say how the aggression from Order, that was much better than from what we've seen the past 3 or 4 rounds.
And I preferred the way you said it the first time.
I know, it's just for the audience.
Well, 6-5. They have managed to get themselves back onto the board, but obviously with a 5-round streak, Chiefs have built up quite the bank, so it's not going to get any easier from here. And if the Chiefs can win this round, it's going to put Order in a bit of an awkward spot. Of course, they do still have a decent loss bonus. It's not like that their money's been reset back to 0, like the good old days. I used to enjoy the punish. Nice shot from Soju. Speaking of a punish, Alistair's already gone. We said he's the danger man, currently 13-6 in the server, but unfortunately, things have just got a little bit worse for him and his squad.
I do like the re-aggression with Stilla, although I'm not a fan of him doing this all by his lonesome. But yeah, he could potentially catch a player off guard. Zeph, right above. Spotted out. Nastula gets the kill. Now he's got to commit to this fight, and Apog Dud's going to find him. Quick trade coming in. So man advantage will be maintained by the side of Order. Where are they going to go, though? All 3 players are lying in wait. Still a minute on the clock. They have a lot of options available. And for the CTs, they need to find something. A timing could be big. Oh, off new. He spins around and finds Gyra. That is so unfortunate for the side of Order. And this is the call for the save. I don't see them bringing this one back.
Yeah, I don't really know how they would. And unfortunately, even retrieving an AWP is going to be very, very difficult because of its positioning. Ricky does get a kill quite quickly, though, and Valiance is going to find another. This has turned into a doable position. The bomb's not even been planted yet, so there's still the full 40 seconds left for them to give this one a go. Now, if they lose both these guns, It could be catastrophic, but of course, you're not going to pull out of a 2 versus 2 situation. The AWP homed in on the angle. Apoc died. Unless he misses, there's no real chance for Ricky. And now Valiant's left. 1 versus 2, 20 seconds to play with. He has the information of where one player is, but the second could be anywhere. And eventually he's going to save. And this is the issue, because we talk about damage, right? If this was a normal scenario where we hadn't just seen Chiefs win 5 in a row, that would have been quite a damaging round. Like getting those extra couple of kills, you have some loss bonus, extra gun, not too bad. The problem is Order are in a far worse position right now than the Chiefs when it comes to money.
Oh yeah, indeed. Chiefs, they can pretty much buy for days now. 3 rounds remaining anyway. I wasn't a big fan of that peek from Alistair. Like, especially from that angle, it's going to be walk peeking out with AWP. It's going to be the A-Kid that's going to win that duel at least 9 times out of 10, as long as the T doesn't mess it up. So, first time we've seen a little bit of a mistake from Alistair, and we do have a double up setup coming out. This is the first time we're seeing this, and Ricky with the AWP, but Apoc dot. Oh, he's faster. But still with a quick trade, finds a double. That is huge. Can he make his escape, though, is a question, and yes, he will. The great Houdini of our times. He finds 2, and with that, man advantage for Order. And that was very unlikely. He doesn't take any damage at all, Tom.
Yeah, not really sure how, but those are just used Stillo things. It's hard to damage a rock. I don't know if you've tried, but... well, probably a bit weird if you have. But nonetheless, they are going to try and make their way through the connector. Valiance does a lot of damage before eventually falling back. And again, these are the positions that I think we normally see Chiefs play quite well in. Although that's very aggressive. They could have just played for the retake, and they've done so well in them as well. I'm quite disappointed in that decision. 2 players who couldn't help at all, now being left out to dry by the rest of the team. And I think that Order might have just thrown this one away.
Well, if they can isolate Soju, if they can isolate this man, it could be big. There's a player nearby, though, and Jara jumps up. Worst timing ever. And there's nothing Ricky can do. And I agree with you. Order making they're making life harder for themselves. Again, taking nothing away from Chiefs. They've been able to bounce back quite convincingly, but I feel like some weird decisions being made here. Like, especially when you have the man advantage. Like, a lot of things went wrong there, but Chiefs, they capitalize on it. Gotta give them credit for it, and here we go. They are in the lead, Tom. 76. They were 5-0 down at one point in the map pick, and we were like already almost calling it 2-0. Like, this one's pretty much done, but Chiefs, they bounce back.
Yeah, that really tilts me, though, especially because we saw in the early rounds they didn't do this. In the early rounds, we saw them go for a retake as a full squad. And it worked. It worked really well. They didn't need these hero plays. They didn't need somebody to be pot flashed through and take a risky peek. And as already mentioned, it's not about economy anymore, Blair, because Chiefs have got lots of money. So realistically, even if you denied them the bomb plant and killed them off early, it didn't really matter. They would have still been buying. So instead, all you've done is throw away a round because, what? You wanted to try and win it a bit quicker? That seems mental to me. And 2 players on their squad, as said, there was nothing they could do in that situation to actually help the team. So I think that's a big oversight from Order, and that's something that I would expect from some of the smaller teams in this tournament, not for a team that... well, as said, there's basically 2 teams in this tournament that can win the RMR event. Order are one of them. If they're making mistakes like that, they're not going to.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, 100%. They're one of the favorites, and again, bear in mind, I don't want to, like... talk back any of the other teams, but everyone's expecting an Order Renegades finals.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, right? And whichever team wins that final matchup is going to make it RMR. It could still be Order. And the way the mistakes they're making here right now against a team like Chiefs, that's a problem. The Chiefs are nowhere close to being the level of a Renegades, or for that matter, even a Van. And you can't afford to have these sort of like brain fart moments and lose rounds like this. And yeah, it's a worrying sign. It's a worrying sign, Tom. But you still do have the AWP in the hands of Ricky, who managed to save it. And he is right now posted over the B bomb site. His A bomb site. It is getting bullied a little bit. And the 2 players there, they just have the Deagles to work with. It is, of course, Alistair and his good friend Valiant.
Alistair's definitely had a bit of a slowdown from what was his early, I think, 9 odd kills he had in the first few rounds. Zeph, though, he's been a madman on the entry kills. He does still manage to find one, and Ricky is here with the AWP. How is this the round that they're managing to take home? It's the pistols at AWP. Yustilla again. I'll be honest, Blair. I think Yustilla has been better when he doesn't have a gun.
Doesn't have any
He's had
gun?
MP9s and pistols. He's been phenomenal.
Okay, still he's a monster, Tom.
Is he? I've not heard that before.
No? All right. Well, there you go.
Well done. You came up with that.
Yeah. Thanks. I'll
Just
take
Harry
it.
who?
Harry? Like, who's that? Isn't he like...
I only know Hugo. He's my favorite.
Isn't he like a prince or something? We do... Ooh.
Not anymore.
Apoc. He clips Astillo down at 36. Astillo, is he going to regress? Because that is ballsy. Does have Valence as well nearby. He's holding pretty aggressively. Alistair with the op towards Toll Booth, and now he's going to reposition himself, smoking off. Ooh, that's a nade, actually. A little too deep to do too much of damage on his Zeph. But Order just giving up this mid control is leaving a lot of options available for Chiefs. They can somewhat cut off the rotation, get control of jungle, go for this A hit. He could isolate the 3 players over here. Now Alistair, his spider sense tingles. He spots 3 players. Oh crap! I'm gonna peek around that corner, but it's conveyed information. Valiance with the spray. Alistair finds one, and this hit has just got completely obliterated.
These are the sort of rounds that I expect from Order. This was beautifully executed. They started off with a bit of aggression. They then hold on to the positions. Nobody overpeaks. Alistair literally just spots the players. Could have gone for a shot there, Blair. Could have maybe even got 2 for his money if he did. Instead, he falls back, repositions into a place where he can defend his teammates on ramp, and then the players on ramp have very easy kills. This was a perfect A defense. It doesn't get better than this.
Yeah, more than him hitting all the shots, like you just pointed out right now, his decision making there, that was, in my opinion, a hallmark of a very good player, right? Like, why do you want to just go for the hero play? Conveyed information, and Valiance was ready. Right there. 2 kills for him. Then he peeks out, like some safe angles. That is exactly what we want to see, and I feel like that's why he does shine, right? Like if you look at some of the players in the Australia New Zealand region, a few players stick out. Like, there are a lot of potential young stars coming up. But you have Alistair, you have Dexter, for example. Like, these are the players who make these right decisions. They play the percentage game, percentage Counter-Strike. And that is what I personally favor. That's what gave Astralis that extra edge they had in that reign of theirs, which could be happening again with Glaive coming back. But here we go, 8-7, Order on the T side, and it's going to be aggression from the CDs. Jyra is dead. But at least the information has been conveyed that the 2 players coming in from behind, and they are getting slaughtered here, are Order.
Offnude does a fantastic job. 2 kills, stays alive for a long time, and now the remaining 2 are surrounded. I like the idea. There's not much really that Order can do in this situation, so they're going to try and get aggressive and go back towards the A side. Do they expect Apoc in the corner? No. An easy double for him. 8-8, Chiefs are going to equalize the scoreline and get themselves off to a strong start on the CT side.
I love that from Chiefs, though. I like how they're like, all right, it's 8-7. Now the 1-run lead, pistol run's important. Let's just aggress, and the aggression was brilliantly done. That was a mistake. No one checked off his position there. That's a little bit of a mistake, and of course, it's not like Order played that bad. It's just the Chiefs were a step ahead of them. And Order will go for the full eco. That's something you don't see that often, Tom. I wish they went the Rooster route. 2 guys just go for the full eco. They buy the AKs.
You need to get a bomb plant, though. You need a bomb plant, otherwise it doesn't work.
That's true. But if they'd gone for that play, they got the B bomb site. They could have planted it.
That's true. That is true. I would say that with Roosters, see, I like the idea, but at the same time, as I said yesterday, I kind of hate it that it works. Like it's one of those things where I'm like, I'm not gonna harp on someone for abusing like a mechanic in the game. Like it's something that, like for example, if you talk about like Chris J and MBK, where there have been dodgy weapons within Counter-Strike, pretty much every iteration of the game. It just took time for players to find them. And I will always remember MBK, like people asking him, "Oh, so do you like the jumping scout?" And he goes, "No, but I'm gonna use it." It's like, I think it's dumb, but I'm not gonna be the one guy being like against it. And that was like one of FaZe's problems actually, was when the SG and Org were actually really strong. They were going, "We are not going to use it." It's like, well, you're gonna get wrecked then.
It's a matter of honor.
They ended up using it in the end.
Yeah, and they
then
were
it
very
got
good
nerfed.
with it, by the way.
Yeah, they were.
I mean, you talk about Nico, one of the best like raw aimers in the game
sure.
has ever seen, for that matter, and you don't want to use perhaps the the one gun which has the highest first bullet accuracy in the game. I mean,
I kind of wish Scream was still playing at like a high level when that happened, just to see like, because everybody else was getting one taps. I just can't imagine what Scream would have been doing. Like you see it when he plays Valorant now, because it's I would say it's easier to get headshots in Valorant, and it's just filth. Like you'll just see him doing, you're like, just buffed Scream. That's not fair.
well, early duels being taken. This is the buy from order. This is the. I feel like this is gonna be the real test for Chiefs, right? The CD side. Like, what can it do? Oh, the timing. Oh, he's dead. He's dead, and I see
Gonna get
to run
past.
for it.
Oh, I thought he dropped down just in time. I guess the bullets caught him and slowed him down, and Jara's too late. Thing is, though, that if they can isolate this duel on B, this is a very winnable 2 versus 2. But they're taking a very long time to actually rotate that bomb over, and I think the CT side might be aware of the potential of this push to come in. They're at least going to be close enough that they can get support in before the bomb will be planted. But I think Soju at least needs a kill here. If he goes down with nothing, I favor Order in this round. And even though this is somewhat of a bonus, it could be a rough situation. Oh, he's so close to getting a kill. Nade isn't going to be able to finish it off. And nice shot from Ustillo. He may be low, but he's still kicking. Vexite now the only one available to try and save them in this round. I think they're going to get some better afterplant positions before he can really do anything. Just a passive spot from Ustillo, and Gyro has managed to cross over to short. I don't know if people have expected him to move it yet, and the answer is a resounding no.
That's his. I love more than the first 3 kills from Ustillo. What I love is the repositioning from him. Right, he immediately vacates apartments, jumps straight down towards the fence, holds an angle. Jara moves over towards short. So whatever information was gleaned by that the final teammate who died, it's just all for null. Balance had no idea. Sorry, I think it was Vexite had no idea where the CDs would be, where the T's would be, and there we go, 9-9. A very close round. And for Chiefs, it is going to be Eco, and Alistair spots a lot of players out. They know what's happening here. They know there are a number of players out mid, and they're looking to take the fight. Sula takes a bit of damage, but he will get the kill. Often finds Valiance, and suddenly this is looking a little messy. Looking for the duels, and look at the player just running on up. Ustillo finds another one, but he will finally fall. Alistair just holding the line. There's no backup nearby. He's all by his lonesome, but doesn't matter. He's still going to hold the fort there. So a little expensive, but they're going to be happy with the win. For Chiefs, though, that was really an investment. And now the big guns come out, Tom. A lot of utility as well. And APOC dud with the AWP.
Yeah, they had a lot of extra cash. I think they could have even gone for a risky force in the last round, but decided to play it safe, which is something I can respect. Dropping a couple of players means that there wasn't really much money actually made. As you mentioned, now they have that tasty orb. Oh, that is rough. Alistair didn't even have his AWP here. It's on Gyro instead. And he still manages to find the entry anyway. That is filth. I imagine they might make the trade back now.
Yeah, and I think it was Jara had the better spawn, obviously, but there we go. Lockdown's lockdown with the play. Oh, no one's checked. Oh, that is a mistake. That is a mistake. You can't afford to mess that up. Ricky at least does reply, but look at the amount of damage Vexite is. Oh no, Ricky's still alive. The nade. Well, they said Valve fixed it, but there we go. Finally, finally, it's going to be found out. But that's massive from Vexite, and that was a huge mistake from Order. You should have a player coming up ramp if you're going to be just all 3 barreling out from apps with no one checking there. Alice is going to be the bait for his teammate. Actually, never mind. He's alone. What am I even saying?
Yeah.
He's been great, but this could be Two. What?
What?
No way. No way he hits that. And he spots the second one is out, but Zeph will be a little bit quicker on the trigger, but damn.
He was
Damn,
faster
what a
than my
shot.
feed. Like, on my end, the guy was gone. He'd already gone and wandered back behind the stairs. That was a ridiculous shot, but meaningless.
It was a wall
This
bang,
was sick as well. True, but even still, it looked like he was long gone by the time it actually went through. I want to see it again.
He's fast. He's very fast. But Chiefs, they strike back. The problem being they do lose 3 of their players, and that means their money is still in a tricky spot. The good thing is Order's money's not that great either, and Order might just go for a light investment. I think it's just a hero AK.
Hero AK, yeah.
Yeah. Deagle, some utility. Rick has gone for the Kevlar, so I'm assuming he's going to upgrade his pistol as well. But so far, yeah, it's been a very, very even matchup, if you ask me. And I feel like it was kind of expected, right? You look at Mirage, you look at the win rate these two teams have had. It's 67% for Chiefs and 60% for Order. The difference being Chiefs have only played it 6 times in the past 3 months, while Order have played it 10 times. So yeah, both the teams feeling pretty comfortable. Not too many mistakes being made as well. So yeah, pretty close game. Could go either way.
Oh, we've got a different utility file. Actually, I feel like it should be utilifile. Rolls off the tongue a little better. But you know, I'm not gonna tell people how to do their jobs.
Aren't you, Tom?
They've designed everything else. Like maybe I could do the wordplay. This is sick though. I do love the drones like flying around and bringing us extra information. Like we've fired the stats man, which is Mitch man, and got someone who's actually competent at bringing us important data. So it's wonderful. Thank you, PGL.
Yeah, it's not just a random, like, a 71% chance of winning the round. Like, you know, this is actual data. We can work with this. Oh. Anyway. 10-10. This is, if I'm Chiefs right now, like, I'm feeling the nerves. And this is where you kind of, like, mature as a player, right? Like, Vexat hasn't really played at a high level quite yet, at least at a, you know, high-stakes event like this one. And he's going to be feeling the pressure, because the next map coming up is going to be heavily favoring the side of Order. So if they lose this map, it's almost a foregone conclusion. They're going to get knocked down to lower brackets. So they have the advantage. They have the weaponry. They know they're facing with just some pistols right now. Scores are close, but that's where I want to see some of these younger players really shine. As Apoc Dutt, he's going to be making contact. Spots a player out. Spots his head. Good trigger finger.
No. The one thing I will say about this Hero AK is it does deny the possibility of an AWP in the next round, which I think it's obviously viable to still just run rifles on the T side. But realistically, I'm a big fan of Alistair at this point, and him not having his AWP is something I think will be dearly missed going forward. So their loss bonus isn't high. It's only at 1900 for the next round. So there's very, very slim chance of them getting one here. Although that's a bit of a whiff from Ofnu. That gives a lot of space for them to try and pressure on towards short. Although there goes that solo AK. And I think from here on out, it should be easy pickings for the remaining members of the Chiefs. So 1 kill, that's not really worth the investment. They needed a bit more than that. Maybe Ustillo can do the damage with the Deagle instead. As said, he's been very good with the pistols and the SMGs so far.
So you're saying it's a 1v4 clutch?
I think he'll get one. I was wrong.
Well, I found it really funny the way Ricky just came running around the corner and gets shot in the hip with the AWP from all the way from the A-bomb site. But yeah, you're right. That AK buy means no AWP possible for Mr. Alistair. And even when they go for the AKs or the rifles, there's not going to be a lot of utility, meaning they have to give up on some of the firepower that AK-47 would have afforded, the one-tap potential, and they'll have to go with 3 Galils. It's not a great buy. And this was the case. I mean, I might as well just gone for the full Glock buy in the previous round if they knew this could be a potential. The fact that they have to deal with Galils, and yeah, the Galils were being buffed up and all of that. Come on, someone check, for crying out loud. All right. A little bit of a whiff from Zeph allows Valens to go for the trade. But now they know this B hit is definitely on. And Soju, he's alone. There is a flank coming in from behind from underpass, but it might be a little too late. It's going to be APOC with the AWP. There's another player all the way towards T-spawn. APOC's going to find Alistair. So the jig is up. They know exactly where he's going to be coming in from. They know off his position. They don't know the third. These post plans aren't the best, but there is a flank coming in, Tom.
Yeah, I'm looking at Ricky. He's taking a very long time, but I guess he still expects somebody to be rotating through mid. Luckily, Ustilo has already managed to give them a man advantage, and I think from this point onwards, we are going to see CT side just opt to choose to save. Now, with the money that they'll get into the next round, they will still have enough to at least juggle some weaponry around. It's not going to be perfect, but it will still be a pretty damn good buy. Could even opt for a double AWP setup if they really wanted to, which we have seen Zeph like run once or twice throughout this match, so it's something that's possible. But realistically, that was a pretty good round. And again, I feel like at the moment, Alice has definitely slowed down. But when they need a round, it seems like Ustilo steps up. And he's currently 20 and 14, just slowly been chugging along. I don't think we've seen rounds where it's like, oh, he's got a crazy triple or quad kill. It's just he gets a couple of impact frags, and that's enough to put Chiefs out of the round.
Yeah, and also, I know I almost got tilted there when no one was checking towards the ladder room, but we saw that yesterday on Mirage as well, where I forget who it was who got 3 kills because no one cleared that angle. Can't afford to do those, lads. Please don't do that. Please don't hurt me like this. Still no AWP out for order yet, but you know what? The rifles are working out, so there's no need to really go for it. But this round is so crucial for Chiefs. Look at the cash. Not a single player over $1,000. It closes Sojo at 950. Apart from that, 3 of them are below. 2 of them are below $200. So it's looking grim. They'll lose this one, and even to save like 1 or 2 rifles, they can't afford to buy. And that could just, spiral out of control. It could be kind of almost like a domino effect, allowing Chiefs to kind of build up some momentum, win those anti-eco rounds, and all of a sudden blink, and it's going to be 14-11 for Order. So this round is so very crucial. And I do at least appreciate how they're playing towards the A bomb site. It is pretty aggressive. They're not just playing turtled up on the bomb site.
Same could be said for Order, though. They don't have any loss bonus, really, because of how the rounds have actually been going. They've been quite back and forth, and for sure, they've got more money, but it's not really anything too impressive. Soju, again, though, they've left him as this solo man. It has not been working. He's been having a rough day at the office, and because of that, it's left them in another position where the bomb goes down. I think Order might have spotted the weakness that they need, and Ustilo, he had 11 HP. So you're going to keep shooting at me? You're going to keep shooting at me? Okay, fine. This is what you get. I gave you the chance. And while now the remaining players, well, you mentioned it. If they don't save even multiple weapons, they're not going to have a chance to buy in the next round. I still don't think they're going to have much in the next round, if anything, unless they're going to juggle over some MP9s, which I'll be honest, I think I'd rather them just save the extra cash and have an extra buy in the next round if it all goes wrong. Ricky, though, he's looking to try and farm up some extra. Not going to get anything. A free kill for APOC Garden. In fact, that's a tasty upgrade for the CT side.
It is. And 2 AKs, AWP. Yeah, the money grim, but at least the fact that they saved 3 rifles, that's big. If they were just like 2 guns, it would have been a problem. But that's just a smackdown from Ustilo and Zeph. So unfortunate. 12-11. And for Order, it's about just trying to build up some momentum and trying to kind of eventually break the bank for Chiefs. And I like this from Chiefs. I really respect this. They haven't gone for the force. They could have. A FAMAS could have been dropped by APOC onto Zeph. Yeah. Often could have dropped a FAMAS or a UMP, whatever, onto Soju as well. They could have gone for the force buy here. Instead, they opt to just go for the eco. So if they lose this round, even if they lose all the 5 rifles, they can afford to buy into the next one. So this is a smart economic decision, Tom. Something which I personally struggle with in my life.
Maybe we should have a conversation about what you've been investing into, Blair. I think that would be something very exciting and maybe not safe for the stream.
No, I recently bought a new fridge because my old fridge, I couldn't fit in the beers. Just bought a new one, and then I realized it's for a family of 4, and but I live alone, so I now have now I have a small fridge like packed with beer and alcohol, and the big one it's almost empty because I have no food at home.
God's sake. Well, 3v3. Now Zeph doesn't have a gun, but he still managed to find himself a kill, and Soju's actually retrieved an AK. So it's the players that didn't have anything saved that have actually managed to come up with the majority of the guns at this point. Order cannot afford to let this round slip. They've won a couple of these rounds themselves, and I think that's really the reason they're in the lead, is that they've managed to keep their anti-eco slightly stronger than what we've seen from Chief so far. The time is ticking, though. 20 seconds on the clock. Soju's rotation is going to be a little bit further behind than maybe it was needed to be. Offnu, though, he is the man that we look to in these sort of situations. He's not going to be able to deny the plant, however. So it is just going to have to be the retake, trying to take this one as a squad. He goes for the timing peak, and he does manage to get one. He's got his teammate alongside him. As said, Soju, no armor, so it's going to be a bit of a rough situation, but he does have a kit. So they're going to have to try and get in to try and deny him if he is going to stick this defuse. Flash over the top to try and leave him blind, and the peek from Alistair isn't going to find anything. They're just trying to use the small pieces of utility to get this one through. They're sticking it. They're just holding this bomb. He's actually going to get it. What? They've not been able to deny it. And Chiefs have stolen this round away. It was 3 weapons, but mainly the men who had null. And while 12-12, Order have got to be kicking themselves.
That is that's a robbery. That is a robbery indeed. Bomb is planted for them, and I guess they didn't. I mean, they should have seen a kit by then, right? I just don't understand. Like, why wouldn't you peek at that point in time? Just hold me, Tom.
12-12. With the bomb plant, we're at least going to see enough money for Order to actually get back into this one. We're back on a crunch round, though, Blur. Both teams, again, with not much in the bank to break them out. And the problem is that was Order's chance. That was basically their chance to, as you said, get to like 14-11, have a run for the map. And instead, they've let it slip. And again, it was mostly pistols that did the damage. A CZ picking up a kit as well. And then even a USP kill coming in. These are mistakes that, as I said, we didn't really expect from Order. If it was Chiefs, it's more forgivable. New roster, new team, changing things up. For Order, they're supposed to be the safe pick.
You know what the scary thing is, and what the really unfair thing is about Counter-Strike? Ooh, Alistair misses a sitter. Often, this is where you fall back, but. This is where you fall back. There's no need to over-aggress. There's no need to risk it. I was just looking at the money for Order. You know, you win the round, and then suddenly, if you lose this, you're broken. You are just completely broken. But Zeph. Okay, OCEANIA finds another one. But they seem to be completely unaware of the fact that someone might be able to sneak his way up from behind, and Zeph's going to find his way, but it's a little too late, and they've come across each other, and Estillo not fast enough to snap his crosshair, but it's now a 2v2, and this is very winnable for either team.
Walking out into the open, he sees the man in the corner. That is going to be the kill. Should know that the last one is somewhere on site. There's only 6 seconds. He needs the kill to win this round. He's going to get it as well. Order, you are getting by the skin of your teeth. And that is heartbreaking for Chiefs. This is the thing, though. Like, I want to, obviously, we have to give credit to Jara in the clutch. But I'm still calling that a Ustillo round again. Like one of those rounds where, sure, we're not looking at him necessarily as the hero, but at the same time, he still ran into that A site and got a double entry. That never should have been allowed. He did it all on his own. There was no support, no flashbangs, no nothing. Just pure individual skill. He's currently the top fragger in the whole server. He's overtaken Alistair, who got off to a flying start. But that clutch from Jaira, I think when he started that clutch, he had about 10 seconds. A 1v2.
Tom, just look at the money.
Yep.
Look at the money. They're going for it. They're going for it. I
can understand it.
I don't know about this one, Chief.
No. The problem is, even in the next round, they'd be going in with what, like some FAMASes?
I know, but that's the thing. If you're gonna go for double eco, I'd rather go for a full-fledged double eco and then just have everything to work with to bring it back, because they know how. I mean, they're able to work with the full buys, but this one, fair. Let's see how it works out. I mean, as long as that AWP in the hands of APOC clicks,
Oh,
it
the
could
timing.
work in their favor. This could be huge. Oh, that is brilliant from Zeph.
Okay.
That's another upgrade. That's another upgrade. Okay.
Seem to be better with the pistols over the last few rounds. Look at the damage that's already been done, but still. A flurry of frags coming back in the favor of Order. They are clinging on to most of these rounds. Zeph, he's got a rifle, though. He's been pretty good so far. 21 kills to his name. He's going to need a couple more. The bomb dropped in the open in a pretty awkward spot. Clearing him out from this angle is going to be a bit of a surprise. The peek from Valiance is not going to find anything, but Ricky has dropped his teammate. It's left all onto Zeph, and he himself is low. Ricky will drag them through another round. A triple kill for him. 14 now for Order. And well, this is the true punish. Do you buy here, Blair, and just go all in? Or do you save? Probably save, right? And at least get a buy into the next round.
Well, I mean, they gone for the right decision. And honestly, I think it's fair to fight for overtime. I think it's fair because it's just 3 rounds, right? 3 rounds is very, very winnable. Like, if they were trailing by, like, let's say 14-8, then I can kind of understand why we would go for the force buy at that point. At that point, you need to try and play for the win instead of playing for overtime, because it's going to be like 0 margin for error. Here, it's like 3 rounds back to back. It's Mirage, CD side. You're going to have the weapons, you're going to have the weaponry, you're going to have the utility, and it's a map you're comfortable on. It's your map pick after all. So yeah, go for the full eco. Makes sense. My thing being, I would rather they had gone for that full eco in the previous round. And here, at least they would have an inkling as to like, okay, what can we buy? What can't we buy? Because right now, from what I see of the money, they still can't afford an AWP for APOC. Right? And they invested in the previous round. If they had not invested full-fledged in that previous round, they could have had an AWP for APOC. But and bear in mind, he has been pretty impactful with that AWP so far on the CD side.
This round, unfortunately, there's going to be no more pistol magic. They might have expended the amount have for this match. Well, a completely clean round for the side of Order. Exactly what they were looking for. This has definitely not been a perfect map for them by any stretch of the imagination. There's been some sloppy mistakes, but they've managed to almost pad it with some huge individual plays. We've seen Alistair perform at the beginning, and Ustillo has been, well, on catch-up the majority of the game, but now sits at the top of the server. As said, like, he has been the man when they need a round to get them around. And he did Gyro as well alongside him. That 1v2 was absolute filth. Here goes Alistair, though. Looking to try and end it quickly. Not quite going to find anything off the AWP. And in fact, this aggression from the CT side. They've taken things into their own hands. They didn't have an AWP. They didn't have utility. But they did have raw firepower as they've just put the pressure onto Order and left it all onto Alistair. We've seen this a few times. Don't believe in this clutch. And he's not going to be able to achieve it either. A free AWP will be a welcome piece to their arsenal. And now the difference is just 2.
Like, if they can like somehow like string 2 back to back, which I won't lie, it's been kind of weird so far, because these teams, they don't seem to be able to string 2 rounds together on the second half. But if they can do that, they're going to break the money for Order, and that is Chiefs taking it to overtime as long as they don't get eco'd. So everything lies in this, but APOC done already down to 23 points of health, AWP in hand, 1 HP, 1 HP, Tom. Oh.
Oh, no, and that's, it's just going from bad to worse. A few spam shots combining with the HE. They did so well in the last round, a proactive, aggressive strategy. Now they fall back into more of a default, and things are slipping. They've spotted the connector's been taken. And in the back corner of the site, Vexite's going to have an awful lot to do. I do not know how he's going to get out of this. They know he's there as well. It is all but over. Soju, he's been having a rough game. 8 to 20 at the moment. He's going to need to get to a magical number 13. And well, just like him in this round, I think he's going to be unlucky.
Yep, the aggression from Chiefs, man. If they had that round, that would have been overtime if you ask me. But what a game from Order. Yes, it was a sloppy CD side, a lot of mistakes being made, but the individual brilliance from someone like Alistair, we saw Ricky, we saw Stilo as well. Just some brilliant stuff coming out in the end there. And there you have it. I mean, it was a fun game. I think it delivered on a lot of fronts, right? If it comes down to just the pure individual skills, the high level of skill we're seeing from both the sides as well. And I do believe we have a couple of guys who is going to be joining us and probably trying to break this game down because there are a lot of talking points, if you ask me. Jim, Mitch, hope you guys are there.
Oh, we are here.
That was loud.
Was it? How loud was it?
It was pretty loud. But let's start with you, Mitch. I mean, what do you make of that one? Well, it was a little closer comfort for the Order.
Yeah. Look, that was a real scrap battle. There was no point in which Order really took, with the exception of those first 5 rounds, right? They were never really massively in the lead. I think we stayed around the 50-50 mark the whole way through. It was really exciting to see Chiefs put up such a good fight. Now, obviously, that's their map pick, and so a little bit upsetting that they're not able to pick that up. But the reality is they pulled themselves into the lead in a lot of these rounds. They found a lot of the opening duels, but Order, they just had that individual ability on Estilo in this game, on Alistair, to keep pulling themselves right back on into rounds. You saw it again and again. Zeph, though, this guy had a banger of a first half. I mean, he was dominating. After those first couple of rounds got out of the way and Chiefs warmed up into the series, they looked a whole lot better, and it's just a massive shame that we didn't see them turned on from the get-go, because if that opening pistol round goes their way, there's a real chance they could have closed this game out.
Yeah, Jim, and it's kind of unfortunate, right? Like small little mistakes being made here and there, and then again some decisions not really going their way. But I honestly felt like Order made more mistakes than Chiefs did, Jim. I know it sounds weird considering they won the game, but it was just the individual brilliance from some of these players, like Ostilla, like Ricky, like even Jara as well in that clutch in the end that kind of saved them.
Yeah, there was a few moments of individual brilliance here, and I think, Jara's round there just sort of encapsulated things. But I think even then on the hero buy round for Chiefs on their CT side, where they had APOC dud with the AWP, there was just so much going wrong in that round at the wrong moments for them. They just didn't seem to have it in them in this match. And I think, even Ali getting off to a blistering start, I thought, oh, goodness, here we go again. Ali's just getting away with Ali things. And if you allow him to get away playing in that style, you're not going to be in for a good time. So I thought things were going to go much faster the way of Order. And it was credit to Chiefs for actually bringing things back. And on the back of one of the youngsters, a former member of Order, Zeph, was putting up numbers. And I think a lot of people would agree that maybe he didn't get the full run that he deserved in this Order roster. He was only brought in as a development player, just like Valiance was. And I think his time in Order may have been cut a little bit short for his liking. So he's out there for redemption and trying to prove something too. So I think it's the youngsters from Chiefs that they're going to be relying on in a lot of these next encounters on Nuke, which is one of Order's better maps. Let's just face it. I think things are going to get a little bit rough here for Chiefs. You got to remember too, these guys are scrim partners, so they're going to be familiar with what Chiefs have got and have prepared on this map in what little time they've had together.
Yeah, it can potentially get rough, right? But before that, we're going to talk about the MVP. I think there were a couple of players who could have potentially got the MVP. Still, especially was beasting at the end there. But it is going to be our boy Ali, who has been hitting some pretty sick shots, Tom. He made me open my mouth a few times to collect my jaw off the ground. This guy, he's got fabulous hair, and he's got fabulous skills with the AWP.
Yeah, I think that he was the one that gave them that hot start. Because you have to remember, even in the pistol, it was like, I think like a 5-on-3, then they won the 2v3 as well with a couple of nice shots coming out from him. He got 13 of his kills within like the first few rounds of the game. So He got them off to the start. I do think towards the end, though, it was other players that were bringing it through. I still stand by the fact that I think if it wasn't for a few really high impact rounds from Ustillo, they lose that game. Because there was some like silly mistakes. They had to win around with Deagles like once or twice to actually give them some rounds back into it. So I don't think that was anywhere near as clean cut as even the scoreline suggests. And it doesn't even look clean cut from the scoreline. So I think Chiefs did well. I think the Order, if they're going to actually challenge for this tournament, have to play a lot better than that. Because they play like that versus Renegades, they've lost.
Well, heading into map number 2, which is going to be a new, we're going to be finding out if Chiefs are going to be able to potentially take in map number 3, or is it going to be Order who's going to maybe wake up on their map and can close it out. We're going to be finding out after a very quick break. Don't go anywhere. We have map 2 coming up. Welcome back, everyone, to what is kind of turning up to be a very interesting matchup so far. Chiefs versus Order. It's an upper bracket matchup where right now, Order coming out on top, Tom, winning the map pick off Chiefs, albeit it was a very, very close affair.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that that was a comfortable victory. I think if it wasn't for like a few pistol rounds, a few big individual plays, that easily could have gone the other way. So I'm not feeling as confident in Order as I was at the very beginning. But at the same time, they now go on to their map choice, a map that has been weak for this side of Chiefs with, granted, a couple of different players, but even still, I don't think they will have revolutionized their nuke over the last like couple of weeks. And I think one of the last time they played it, they got 16-1 by Renegade. So I'm not feeling totally confident in this map for them. I think that's something that they've probably had to work on. At the same time, though, normally one of the first things you fix are the bad maps within your pool. So hopefully they at least have something that they've been able to work on. The other side of things, one of the best maps for Order. So yeah, I think this one should be more comfortable. And if it's not, and it's as much of a struggle as we saw in the last map, then I'm impressed with Chiefs, but at the same time, a bit worried for Order because they basically have to beat everyone in this tournament. Like, unless Renegades finish 3rd to 4th and they get to the final, or the same sort of moving down as it would be, they have to beat them in the final, which is likely to be the storyline we're going for here. I don't think there's anybody else in this tournament who even have a shot at beating Renegade. So they have to be on the best of form. And in the last map, I think it's safe to say they weren't.
Yeah, they weren't. And maybe, they're just not really showing much right now. I'm not a big proponent
Possible.
of the idea of hiding strats and whatnot. But yeah, against a team like Chiefs, you would kind of be forgiven for not really showing too much. The worrying thing for me for Chiefs is if you look at the map pool for both the teams, like Chiefs are trying to gunning for that's rather trying to solidify themselves as like the 4th best team in Australia right now, potentially 2nd or 3rd best in down the line. I look at the map pool and look, here's the thing. Chiefs and Order, they don't play overpass, right? Neither of these two teams do play that. And you look at other maps, you look at their nuke, haven't played much either, and even the 4 maps I've played, they've only won one out of 4. You look at Dust 2, 33% win rate on that. You look at, for example, Vertigo, again, 33% win rate. Train, again, they haven't really played much, so maybe that's why it's a small, sample size to work with. But again, it's not looking very promising, right? They can play Mirage, they can play Inferno, and the Train isn't bad. That's it. 3 maps? I don't think it's good enough.
Yeah, I guess it's early days within the roster, so you can give them that benefit of the doubt that that's going to be something that they work on throughout. But this is always going to be the thing. Like, when you're playing against someone like Mako, like they did yesterday, they looked better on Vertigo than they did on Nuke, that's for sure. And then the first ban they had today was a Vertigo ban. So that one was quite surprising to me. Like, something that they clearly didn't want to play against Order, even though I don't particularly think Order would have wanted to play it either. Like, they have a 20% win rate, which is their lowest by far of the maps they play. Granted, the only teams they've lost to are Rooster and Renegades, but even still, I feel like maybe floating that would have been a better idea and taking out a map that they actually like to play, especially when you have one that seems to be as weak in the form of Nuke. The only thing that pushes me to believe is this is a map they've worked on a lot, because I don't think that you're going to pick it in your first series and then also have it like ban out the other map that you won more dominantly if you don't think that you can play them on Nuke.
Yeah, indeed. And I do hear a little voice in my ear telling me that we should be starting very, very quickly in the next couple of minutes. We do have a player who is struggling with the internet. And one thing we've heard from Jim and also some of our Aussie friends like Elfish Guy and Pilsky is like the internet down under isn't very conducive for online gaming, Tom, which is a far cry from Ukraine, where you're in, where I believe you said you get free internet, like free 1 Gbps upload and download, right?
It's not free. It's cheap.
It's close to being free.
It's cheap. It's like 10 euros or something. So yeah, and my phone data I think is 3 euros and is unlimited. Like I very much enjoy the ability to get internet here. Like, it was funny because obviously, being as cheap as it was, I went for the maximum package. And when I first went to use it, it was 100 down, 100 up. So I was like, call them. I want it to be 800. I want it to be the maximum it can be. And my girlfriend called them up, and they went, oh, yeah, we actually had a limit on the building because no one has actually bought that package yet other than you. And I was like, take the limit off.
So did they for you?
Yeah, they took the limit off. They just had to. It's just because not one person had bought that. Mainly because there is no need for it. There is no need for it at all.
Unless you
but
like streaming or
it
like
is fun.
doing what we do. Like, I guess you don't really need that much of a speed. It's nice though. It's nice to download stuff real quickly. You know, watch 4K YouTube videos like this stream, which you could be watching on YouTube right now because
nice
PGL
transition.
are pushing. I'm trying. I try, Tom. At moments, I have my small little moments of brilliance, but we do have this stream. You can watch it on Twitch, obviously. You can also watch it on 4K on YouTube. If you've got a 4K monitor or 4K TV, you should check it out because it's brilliant, Tom. I love it.
Beautiful.
It is
Just
beautiful.
don't watch it when my face is on stream
Our
because I
face is
don't
on,
want
yeah.
people seeing my face in 4K. Like that sounds like a terrifying prospect. It's like when I don't know if you've ever used like the HD like BBC channels, like on like a Skybox or something.
Oh yeah,
like, if you go on them, like you kind of realize how ugly some of the presenters actually are. Like you get there and you go, wow, yeah, that I don't want to watch this in 4K because it's always the weirdest shows. Like it's like watching football in 4K. You're kind of like, yay, the grass is nicer. It's like it's completely pointless. Or just like the news. The news was always the funny one for me because it's like you're just looking at a dude in a studio in like hyper HD, and you're like, great, now I can see every single pore within your face. Like it's terrifying. So
it's worse.
yeah.
It's worse in real life if you think about it. But in Counter-Strike, the good thing is you're watching in 4K. You're not watching real people. You're watching the skins of those guns. You can see every beautiful little pixels on this M4A4 Howls or that butterfly knife.
Ugh.
Did I tell you about a butterfly knife recently?
How much?
Like a real life butterfly knife.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, no, I saw on your stories. And I made a comment, didn't I? And
Yes,
the
you
comment
did,
you
yes,
can't
you
repeat.
It was it cost me $5, Tom, which is a little cheaper than the one in game. But anyway, fast hit coming in towards the lower bomb side. It is going to be Soju holding the line. Ricky making his way inside the control room. It's going to be a very easy bomb plan. My problem here is the post plans. As Jara's going to find Zeph, that's going to make things life a little bit more easier. And this retake, it's looking very separated. And Vexet's alone. The other three cities haven't gathered up together yet. They have a kid to work with, but now Vexet, he needs to win this duel, and that's a beautiful kill. He's going to find two. Ricky replies back of finding Offnu. Now it's a 3v2.
Problem is the time's already ticking. It's down to that 15-second marker, and they've got someone on the diffuser. They're actually just going to stick it. Surely this isn't going to happen again. Oh, just about bomb defused. They get it. That is rough. That's now twice we've seen them defuse right in front of the faces of Order. Balls of Steel once again, and Chiefs, they're up in the lead.
At that point, you just kind of like peak, right? Like you look at the time, you're like, all right. Oh, Order. But yeah, credit to Excite. I mean, the lad is young, but he's got balls of steel. 1-0. I still don't
want to give credit to
Tom.
Soju.
Protecting
Soju
him, yeah.
just takes the bullet to the face. Like he is the. It's like protecting the president, just diving in front of all of those shots.
Oh,
That's a nice nade. Look at the buy though. This makes me very upset. They all have rifles, Blair.
Tom,
all of them.
The game. Let's do the game. Let's play the game of who won the pistol round. Ooh, that's a nice hold. That's a very nice hold from Offnu and Soju.
Free upgrades. Although they only actually managed to retrieve Galil, so it's not really that much, but still, that's from SMGs. If anything, this has now just set Chiefs up nicely, because that's sort of the bonus round now, I guess you could say, is if you manage to win your second round against their four spy, the bonus isn't so much that you make a load of cash. The bonus is you get to take the rifles that they bought instead. So, yeah, that works out wonderfully for the Chiefs. They've got off to a flying start, build up some money, free rifles, and now we're seeing Order come in with just some lone pistols.
And some grenades. And they find Offnu. That's not bad at all. I deal some damage here. Zeph, aware of the possibility there could be a T right above the roof of Mini. And, okay. Maybe Soju spotted out Jara's gun there. As Zeph striking on Alistair and Valiant should be an easy mop up here. Just the Glocks remaining in the hands of Still and Ricky, the veterans of this side. But yeah, for Chiefs, off the back of a Hail Mary defuse, and they've managed to convert the next 2 rounds pretty convincingly as well. So this is a pretty good start for a team who traditionally have struggled on Nuke.
Yeah, I like the fact that this is clearly a map that they put a lot of work into, but we'll have to wait until we see the proper buy rounds and maybe a few extra strategies thrown in by the side of Order. Of course, this round is it's a nothing round. The fact they've got a kill is probably more than they would have expected. Zeph off to a good start once again. Oh dear, APOC is not going to be happy with that. And oh dear lord, if you still have got a second one, I think I would have been out already.
That shouldn't have happened, honestly. Well, small little victories. That's what Order are going for in that round. And now comes the guns. No AWP for Alistair yet. He could have gone for it, but yeah, it's better. You know, it's not worth just going for a glass cannon, especially against the M4s, the Galils. You want to have everything to work with. And it's going to be 5 AKs. Opt out for Mr. APOC Dud. And we're just floating around towards the outer yard. He's got his teammate, that is Zeph, playing from secret. Backside on top of hut. A pretty default setup, you know. You got 2 turrets upper, 2 outside, and they have Soju with the M4. And Soju had a very quiet game on Mirage. Hopefully, this time around it's going to be a little bit more different. You know, it's going to be holding ramp, a crucial part of the map. And he's going to be playing it all by his lonesome.
I think that's always the rough thing for him is he's put in those horrible roles, like the site anchor roles. Like it's always going to be rough for you to basically get good statistics because you almost need to be multi-fragging different players if that's ever going to happen. Like you talk about like the B site of Train. Like if your B site player has like 20-30 kills, you've won. Like that's it. That means they didn't get onto B. Like other than that, most of the time you're trying to delay and you're trying to get yourself a pick and buy time for rotation. So that's the same with him on the ramp here. Good start though for Zeph once again. As said, like he had a very good first map. Probably one of the players a bit hard done by when it comes to the loss. Molotov going to force him back, but now they are going to start putting the pressure on towards this round. They're quite late in the round though, 30 seconds, and they've gained basically nothing. They don't expect Soju to be here. And what, those 3 kills have just come in with all of the players blind. I don't know how that's managed to happen. I've not seen that before. And now Jaira, well, his clutch is about the same amount of time. 5 seconds a kill, I think, Blair, for him to clean this one up. He's not going to expect Zeph to be there. And Chiefs, this is a fantastic start. They're looking great.
They're looking very, very good. And yeah, they've lost a couple of players here and there, but it's going to be fine 4-0 up. Considering that the pistol round should, in all probability, go on the way of Order. And again, Zeph, great opening on his silo. This is just great work for me. But he was completely blinded. He times the shot to perfection. Soju as well is doing great work holding the line. And that's the thing with holding the ramp position. Like you mentioned, like you touched upon, it's not just about getting the kills, it's about survivability. And that's something I've noticed. The younger players who play towards ramp, they struggle with that. They tend to, more inexperienced players, right? They tend to go for the highlight rounds. They go with re-peek and getting a couple of kills. And even if you get a kill, or maybe even 2 kills, just giving up ramp, especially when you're playing a forward position, it is so risky. And this is risky from Offley. They're going to come jumping straight on in, and he's going to just find 1 kill, gets taken down. That's an M4 retrieved in the hands of Jaira. And bear in mind, 3 of the players, they have kits to work with. Soju prevents the bomb from getting planted, but Jaira with the quick trade Vexite strikes as well. Now Jaira alone, and he can't do much here. It's all in the hands of Stillo. He's got a kill, but he's got an M4 as well. So this is almost winnable, but Zeph with the wide, weird off angle ensures that Order get up to nothing else but 3 kills on a light investment. They're keeping the money very honest for Chiefs.
Yeah, they need that break round though, and even still, like with what they've managed to achieve so far, there's still a couple of players with some extra money available. But if they never win a round, then it doesn't really matter too much. Of course, this is the same situation we saw for Chiefs in the last map, where they were 5-0 down, and this is where the match truly began. So we've got that up for Alistair, who's yet to have anywhere near the impact we saw of the previous map. Valiance and Ustillo as well, all with respectively 1 and 2 kills. So there's definitely more to come from this order roster, but it does need to start soon, Blair. Otherwise, this could very easily get out of control.
Is this a classic Australian Counter-Strike tradition of losing your map pick and winning on your opponents? Because I've seen it too many times. It's ludicrous how much it happens, especially the higher tiers of AUCS. It could happen again. Never know. 5-0.
I think you coming from Asian Counter-Strike as well, I think you probably just accepted the fact that anything is possible nowadays.
Oh yeah,
except beating Tyloo.
Tyloo did lose to a team recently called Envision.
I don't believe you.
Fair.
If you search that up while being in China, that doesn't exist.
Jesus Christ. Just blocks it out. It's like, Tyloo losing? No.
No. Never happened.
Never happened. Well, right now, it's a bit of a standoff. Minute and 15 seconds on the clock, and a bit of damage being dealt on both sides. Afternoon Zeph, sub 50 HP. Is still over 19, barely alive, limping along. But, Order slow things down again. I'd like to see Order go for a little bit more of a fast-paced play. Like, it's their map pick. I'm sure they have a number of like set strats lined up, especially for maybe an upper take, perhaps, like a fast upper split, something. And they've just been going about it very, very slowly, which I'm not saying it's wrong, but it's been what they've been doing time and time again. So a little bit of a switch up might potentially work in their favor. As Gyro finds Offnu, but Zeph with a quick reply, but Alistair ensures that a man advantage will be maintained by Order. Bomb spotted out, and a problem right now for Order is 25 seconds on the clock, Tom.
They're going to go pressuring into this A site. There's a decent crossfire here. They've got to check what Jim would call Mustang, and they haven't done so. What a hold from the side of Chiefs. They made that look easy with a man disadvantage, and they're going to take a 6-0 start. Now, this is a Seblev. If Order didn't get on the board then, I'm now starting to worry for them. 6-0 down. Sure, this is Nuke. Sure, you can put up big numbers on the CT side, but it's not what we expect from a team on their map choice, and it definitely isn't as CT-sided as it used to be.
Oh yeah, 100%. This is very, very different from what we've expected, to be very honest. And honestly, like, I feel like for Chiefs, their CT side has been... It wasn't bad in Mirage, honestly. I don't feel it was bad. Just the individual brilliance. And now Order, that's a little bit better. But again, one by one, they go in. You know, you flash on in. It'd be best of two if you just pounced instead of one by one, just going for these duels and having to take a battle on two fronts. Alistair walks in through the smoke, often is ready for it. And again, they're going to fall. This time it's a little bit faster approach. But again, just going for these individual duels. Yes, you're being flashed in, but I'd rather them kind of like pounce on like a pack. Because look at the number of CTs waiting. You have two waiting towards the Hell CT spawn area. You have one towards Mini. And now Jaros's spotted out. Everyone's going to pounce on his position. And the nade and the AK combo, nothing he can do. And this is starting to look not a little, but quite worrying for Order. Look at the money for Chiefs. They're looking pretty solid right now.
The question I've got to ask, but so I agree. I like the fact that it's a faster round, but what was the plan? Like this round was ridiculously disjointed. It seemed like everybody was reading from a different hymn sheet. Like they were all trying to sing different songs all at once, because you had one man try and push Garage, another man try and push Ramp, then one ran down Secret, then another one peeked towards Mini. Like, you're all fighting different battles. Like, that there was no synergy in that whatsoever, other than the fact that some of the players were in a relative area. That they never actually did anything at the same time in the same place. That for me was an atrocious round. Like, I don't know what we've just witnessed. That looked almost like desperation. Like, okay, nothing's worked. Let's just pure YOLO out in yard. And I don't know. That has put me right off their T side, if that's a genuine plan that they had.
It is. Yeah. I don't think I can. It's just. I think desperation is the right word to use there, Tom. At the same time, like, it's not too late. It's just like 6-0, fine. Like, Chiefs have had a good start, but it's still like more than half of this first half remaining to be played. There's so many things they could have done. How many times have they tried taking this upper bomb site? I wonder. Because they clearly are struggling to do this outer take. Sure, they might get control of Secret, but this lower bomb site is not working out. Even this one, like one by one, just going in. You've invested like a smoke and a flashbang in the hands of Valiants. You have those 3 Deagles at least. Peek together, maybe something. This is just a very far cry from the order we saw on Mirage. We were talking about how they were making a few weird mistakes here and there. This is way worse. And it's a map pick.
Yeah, I think that the difference is I like the thing is I think that Mirage was definitely better, but at the same time I think they had players bailing them out of positions. I still think that it was a bit of a rough map for them, and well, now we're seeing what happens when the individuals just aren't there anymore. Like we don't have Alistair, we don't have Ustillo. Gyro's still been putting up some reasonable numbers, but that's been the only rounds that have even come close or off the back of him attempting something. Where we're seeing none of those stars, and there's seemingly no backup plan, and that's terrifying. As I said, they're supposed to be second, third best team in the region. It's a bit of a mashup of who's going to be there at the moment. Chiefs are making them look like they may not even be top 10.
Yeah, that is worrying, and I feel like... Alright, there we go. There's an opening going the way, but again, trades are fast and furious. Gyra wasting no time, heading straight towards lower. He's got control of his balance and going to find Soja. This is much better. This is much better from Order, but again, it does come down to individuals, right? It's like they're just taking the fight individually, winning it. Vexite doesn't give a damn. He is the Prince of Dragons. He's going to walk in through the flames, gets a kill, and Apogdot's going to be left alone in a 1v3 for the very first time in 9 rounds. Going to be seeing Order winning a round. And that too, again, it's not about some incredible team play or some incredible strat. It's just the players popping off individually, and that might even lull them into this false sense of security, like, all right, we're hitting shots, we can win these duels, and they do the same thing again, and this time around they're gonna get shut down again. I'm still not impressed yet.
No. I think especially, like, you have to consider this round as well, I think was very aggressive from the CT side.
True. Look at this.
Like, this is the first round where we've seen them, like, try something a little bit spicy, and I don't mind it. I think that going for these sort of rounds occasionally to try and disbalance your opponent is absolutely fine, but they haven't needed to do this. So if they just fall back into the static default, they've won this round every single time. So unless, like, we're going to start to see a complete change in who's hitting their shots and maybe a few heroes starting to arise from the side of Order, we might just fall back into the exact same pattern. And I'll be honest, from what we're seeing so far in this round, Blair, we are falling into the same pattern. The same set of smokes, pushing outside, disjointed individual plays being attempted.
Take a look here, still up. Oh, they are just getting picked apart. Toyed with Apog, not expecting Stiller to be up close. Zeph, though, is still going to find Valiant. And again, like, stop going outside. Stop going outside. You don't know what to do. You clearly don't know what to do.
It's not, the thing is, right? They actually just gone secret.
They could have. They just stick around the smoke.
Yeah, because that's the plan every time. It's just to lurk around outside and take fights. Ustillo's somehow bringing this one back, and I'll be a little bit upset if they do manage to win this round, because it's not been a good one. It's just that they seem to have the talent sometimes to be able to bring them back. Ustillo again. He's been quiet so far, but these are the rounds he was winning for his team. It's left on to Vexite, though. He's been good so far. He gets the first and tries to retreat, but Ustillo's going to get a quad kill. He has just padded this team. He has saved them from a position that they never should have been winning from. Props to him for the individual brilliance, but even still, Chiefs, you got to look at them and go, how did you let that one slip?
They honestly didn't deserve to win that round. I mean, again, Ustillo's a lobster. He's a monster. He's a rock. He's phenomenal, but still, like, this should not have been won by Order. And even though they won it, again, I'm going to repeat, the previous round they won, it was because, like you mentioned, Chiefs were being over-aggressive, right? And they just got slaughtered. Here it was Ustillo basically winning virtually a 1v4 all on his lonesome. It's not going to happen again and again. It's just not sustainable. It's not viable. And now Stilo, once again, they're going to take matters in his own hands. They know someone's potentially down vents, but they're going to be expecting him to be pushing up this fast. They are. Soju is lying in wait.
And the thing is, this is their round, pretty much. This is what they're basing their whole play off of. The timing's going to be everything, though. I like the Molotov is going to try and shroud the vision of these remaining players, and now Yustilo's been given extra space. They're trying their best to set him up, and I don't really blame them. He was the be-all and end-all of their previous round. Are they going to expect a player on the boost spot, though? Yustilo has not checked around that angle just yet. APOC is managing to just survive, and look at the damage that's already been done. He only gets one, though. The bomb escapes. Does he expect the second player to be around this position? Alistair trying to maybe hold off some rotations as Gyro does make his way down. Bit of an awkward fight for them, and Yustilo's going to fall. There is the bomb dropped, and Alistair, good luck, my friend. A 1 versus 4 situation, 30 seconds, and I think he's just going to have to save his AWP.
It's just been just a weird half of Counter-Strike, if you ask me. Either Order have an incredible CD side, and that's where they're going to be relying on for their the wins, for the win rate, the good win rate they have on this map, or they're just having an atrocious day on the T side, which is just it doesn't make sense to me. Like it's almost like no one's really calling, right? It's almost like everyone's like, all right, guys, just gonna throw the outside wall smokes and just go for picks. We'll just work with picks. No, that's not gonna work. Again, I mean, credit to Chiefs, though. Like, they're really shutting it down. Even the 2 rounds that they did lose, again, it came down to them maybe getting a little too over-eager in that first round, which they lost. And the second one is, of course, Stilo just doing Stilo things. But apart from that, they've looked flawless. It could have easily been 11-0 for Chiefs, Tom. In fact, I'm a little disappointed it isn't 11-0, because Order have done almost nothing.
It should be 11-0, if anything. With the way they've been playing, APOC, this is aggressive. The thing is, though, this trade is actually fine for the side of Order. They'll get themselves an extra rifle. They'll retrieve an AWP. Sure, they don't have much in terms of Kevlar, but Yustilo does. So he picks up the AK. Someone else grabs the AWP. If anything, they're in a better position than before. And while Ricky has been raving about his AWP talents in the past, let's see what he can do.
Ooh, the timing on that. Great repeat from Zeph as he's slaughtering everyone outside, and still is going to be left alone. Well, nothing he can do this time. Zeph will end him, doesn't get up to any of his shenanigans. 10-2 for Chiefs. Okay, then. What is going on, Tom? I just don't understand. It's like, are they muted in TeamSpeak? Because this is not about them whiffing shots or like not winning duels, which they aren't anyway. Like you mentioned earlier in that one round where you're like, well, what's the game plan? I think we can ask that of this entire half. Like, what is the game plan? They haven't gone for a single hit towards the upper bomb site. Correct me if I'm wrong, but 12 rounds in, I don't think we've seen a single hit. Not once.
No, I think that
like
only one was when they were pushed, which I don't count.
That's not really a hit towards upper bomb side, right? Like, not once have you seen like a Molotov take towards on top of hut. You know, you Molotov off the bomb site, smoke off towards heavens, just try and kind of like pincer it. You know, maybe send up, I don't know, like send up Astillo because he seems to have wings on his feet. Send him straight up from Red Rock, drop towards Mini. He drops onto its Mini. His teammates come out from Squeaky, whatever. Like, not once have you seen that. And they just keep going for the same thing. And I remember, what's the name of the game? I think it was Far Cry, where it was the legend Voss, who said, you know, the definition of insanity is you doing the same thing over and over and over and over and over and over again, thinking things will change. And that's exactly what's happening right now. They're just banging their heads against the wall, hoping at one point something's going to change. And look at APOC, dud. What a stud. What a stud. That is brilliant. I love it. They lose a man, and they immediately ensure they're able to try and get a trade.
Probably setting up smokes outside, right?
He's got to get another one, isn't he?
Oh,
that is
a
brilliant.
lovely shot. Wonderful stuff from him. Looking for a gap within the smokes. We have seen the same wall of smokes. Now, don't get me wrong. It's a lovely wall of smokes. But it has not worked at all, other than you still are getting a 4K. So I am very much bemused by this being a constant within their play. Timing's going to be everything here as Ustilo is still lurking outside, and a nice shot from APOC. He has brought this round to its knees. Order left with 30 seconds to try and turn this back. The CT side has been impeccable, and he's in the right place again. This man is in the heads of his opposition. He is reading their minds, and it's going to be Vexite to steal the ace, but honestly, that round was all APOC.
Look at his face. He's just smiling. And that's the sort of face that's probably how it looks like right now. Just like grinning ear to ear. It's like, yeah, this is easy. And you're right. Like, what else would Chiefs be up to? Sorry, Order be up to apart from going for the wall of smokes? That's the thing. When you work wall of smokes, like there are multiple ways to use it. Right? You can use it as a fake. You can use it to cover your footsteps. You can use it to, send one of your players down.
You had to go outside and push through your own smokes. Is that not the rule?
But you know what? Sometimes it works out. Oh, this is a slaughter. I thought I'd get at least 3 there, but they get ramp control, Tom.
They found the ramp.
Oh Lord.
Even still, it's not a good position. And again, that still seems like more of a Hail Mary play. This is a risky fight for Ofnu. It's one they don't need. You have the man advantage. Because they've been doing so well, I can see why you'd be feeling confident in these sort of positions, but I'm glad he eventually falls back and waits for the rest of the squad. Still Order in one of the better positions we've seen in this half, which is a little bit depressing. Nice shot from Gyra, though. Takes down Zeph, who's been the danger man. They now look to try and push back in. It's Ustilo as well alongside him, leaving just 2 remaining. Make that just 1. APOC third again with his AWP. He's found the first, but he doesn't have much time, and he's not going to be expecting Gyra to be in this corner. It's a 3rd round for Order, and, well, again, like, we're still looking at this and going, they have won basically 0 rounds off their default strategy. The second they try something else, it seems to work.
You can't call that a strategy. You can't call that a strategy.
It's not a strategy, but it is something different.
It is. And hey, surprise, surprise, they go towards Ram, head for just a classic take of the lower bomb side. Boom, they win a round. It just took them a while, Tom. Final round of the first half. Money still still good for Chiefs. They have the offer for APOC. 3 M4s and often with the MP9. However, losing Zeph very early, man advantage. Can they convert? Because they've used it a wall of smokes again, Tom. But this time, they're just going to leave it as it is, and they're going to be falling back in towards lobby. I am shocked.
Maybe this is a fake to then fake back to the wall of smokes again. Either way. It's going to be expended. Again, one of the first times we've seen a disadvantage, and it's Zeph to go down a couple of times in a row now. He's been the danger man. A superb performance. Oju, good position, but he's going to be forced off the angle as well. This is, again, looking a lot better for Order. Decent utility usage, an opening pick. Gain control of the ramp. As we sort of mentioned before, Soju was someone over the last map especially that was having a bit of a rough game. I'm surprised they haven't put more pressure on him, because he is someone that seems to, a lot of the time, crumble under the pressure of some of these matches. Vexite, however, normally seems to rise to the occasion. He spotted the push. First kill goes his way. There's still multiple enemies, and he does come up with a double. And Ofnu's in prime position. That's the bomb down. 15 seconds left for Ustilo and Alistair to try and bring this back, and they're being flanked by Soju. The perfect timing, the perfect flash. And now Alistair has to get both kills, and he won't be able to. A 12-3 domination, Blair. And I'll be honest, looking at this scoreboard, I can almost imagine that the side of Order are going to start DMing their ex, because Zeph has been smashing them into the ground.
Yeah. Yeah. That was a good one. I really don't know what to really say there. Like, okay, let's break down the previous round, right? They use up the smokes. They posture towards ramp. They have a man advantage, right? It's a 5v4. They start walking out towards hut. They have 3 flashbangs remaining. They don't even use it. They instead slowly walk out, giving just free kills, man. Free kills to the players up above. And now, here we go. Fast hit coming in. And it's going to be Stillo and Alistair. They're shutting it down. Suddenly, looking much better here on the CT side. And Stillo looking for more. And he's going to find it. Quad kill for the Lobster. And that's going to be 12-4. Zorda, they win a very, very crucial round. And we did say this earlier, Tom. Maybe they're really good on the CT side. The problem here being with 3 rounds to work with, the margin for error, it's minuscule. It's tiny.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that this is still one of those maps, although it's a lot more common to see like decent amount of T-side rounds. I put it in a similar bracket to Train, where if things start going wrong on this map, it feels like it's one where it can be very, very difficult to get out of that ruckus, because a lot of the time you are gambling on some entry kills. Like there's good opportunities to find picks outside. If it ends up in 5v5 takes of a site, it can be very, very difficult if the momentum's in your opponent's favor. So I think it's fairly important that Chiefs break this, like any sort of trend that Order create very early. Otherwise, it could definitely get out of control.
Okay, good discipline. Waiting to spot out Soji before he goes for that duel. Now, Alistair's already been whittled down to 17 HP, playing outside. There's no need to peek. Gyro's going to find Zeph, and there we go. They're still up. Comes charging out, helping his teammate. And this should be just an easy mob up. No investment at all from the T's. Didn't get bombed down, didn't get much done to pistol round. So, just about farming up that cash, padding the stats a little bit. And Offner is going to be left alone. Come on, Offner, let's not waste much time here. Coming around, Tom, and he's dead. 12-5. We saw a game yesterday, final game of the day, where it was 12-3 for a team, and it did go all the way to overtime. So I'm just saying, it has happened.
Yeah, but at the same time, I don't really want to insult Chiefs by putting them in the same bracket as Ground Zero, who look like really sort of... Was it them?
No, I think it was Mako. It was Mako who almost choked, yeah.
Yeah, I would put, like... Oof. Well, we saw actually them smash Mako on this map, so I'm not going to put them in the same bracket. Lots of damage already done. Alistair as well with the scout, but he does eventually fall. And the rest of the team... mostly without rifles. You've still got the SMGs, you've got Ustillo as well, which in a lot of rounds seemingly so far has actually been enough. Well, a lot of the rounds they've won, which is still a fairly small sample size. This is the ground being taken. This is a position, I'm going to say, Order managed to get to 0% of the time. I hope you enjoyed that statistic, Mitch.
It is true, though. It is true. Order did not get a chance to make their way towards heavens. Ever. And I'm going to call it. Chief's going to win this. Unless something truly magical happens.
Unless Ustillo happens. That's pretty much the be-all and end-all. True, Valiant's currently on 3 kills. Definitely having a bit of a rough one. He's got a very good position in this round. Apoc has managed to survive a little bit longer. Now it's left all onto Offnu, but he's had a little bit of help from his friend beyond the grave. I'm going to take a very audacious position. I like this, though. It's one that's relatively difficult to clear. Ricky, someone, again, who also hasn't been having the best of games so far, and the clock is ticking. He has to get going. He does not expect the angle. Offnu, I feel like, again, like if we make comparisons in the teams, I feel like he's the sort of level head. The person that is the calm within the storm. Like, you've got these aggressive players like Zeph and Vexite who are going to basically cause havoc. Apoc, you can even put in that bracket. He's the one man who is just going to almost stay sane and just be like, okay, I'm in a clutch. Let me just get into a good angle. I'm going to chill here. And that's it. Like, no wide peaks, no jiggle peaks, just holding the angle he knows his opponent to be in.
Indeed. And I think for for Ofnu in that position. Like when he said he's holding a very audacious angle. At times like that in a 1v1, the most audacious angle is the best angle. It's the safest angle. Because Ricky, he was completely clueless. He was like, there's no way he's going to be holding that particular angle out in the open like that. And I will never get tired of this little camera switch. I love it. 13-5. Yeah, it's looking grim.
Yeah, and then the problem is as well for the CT side, if they lose this round, that's pretty much it. Like, excluding a few big Deagle plays or maybe a fight back to overtime, like this is pretty much done. You can see the nade to blow out the door. They want to try and give Zeph some of these individual fights. He's been winning so many of them, although he's had a bit of a slower start to the second half, but well, you know, we can forgive that. Funny thing is, Ustilo, I believe, unless someone overtook Zeph, is actually the top fragger in the whole server, which is ludicrous considering they have 5 rounds.
And many of the rounds is him getting multi-kills, right? The quad kill in a 2v4, for example, that comes to mind. Multiple rounds. Even a pistol round, he got a 3k or a 4k, I forget. He's just been a beast, but... Alistair. Bogdad. The timing of that nade could be big from Ricky. Does a bit of damage, held up by Jyra. Ricky's going to do a smart thing. Falls all the way back down towards bottom of ramp. Soju, blocking a few bullets, just trying to maybe catch something. This is good from Order. They've got the opening picks. It's a 5v3. There is no need to reaggress. And Jyra with the very passive angle. There's no need to face here, but he's getting hunted down. There's no one nearby. He's done for here. Unless he gets a kill. He does, in fact, find backside right before it gets taken down. And what?
Yeah, all right. That's a pretty tasty kill with the MP9.
At that rate. Why does it never happen to me when I'm wielding the MP9, Tom?
For the sake of our friendship, I'm not going to answer that.
Okay, fair. 13-6 though, a very solid hold coming out from Order. They're just losing one player, and that was Jyra, who did get a 2k as well before he got taken down. And now Chiefs is going to be echoing days once more. But you know what? 13-6, you're allowed to go for some Hail Mary plays. You're allowed to go for some of those whack plays where you're like, why have they done that? But that might actually catch Chiefs Order off guard, or at the very least, you deal some economic damage. So when your guns do come out, and if you potentially win the round, that is pretty much a final nail, because Order's money is going to be crushed and it can close it out very comfortably. But it's just Glock this time around. Just a couple of P50s. Should be an easy round here for Order.
Oh, okay, Ricky. A little bit of stat padding. Ultimately, if they get a bomb down here, I would still consider that to be a successful round. Ofnu maybe trying to delay some of the players pushing through ramp. And yeah, although that looked quite nice for Ricky, like the triple spray down, this is absolutely fine. That extra money and even dropping a second player, this is starting to become a bit too costly. And thankfully, Valiance is going to clean things up. Does it with an MP9 as well. Retrieves the extra rifle. And they survive with 3. That's not too bad for Order. At the same time, that's still going to have hurt their economy a little bit. And considering that they are so far down, you kind of need to make sure you at least have a buffer of a couple of rounds.
Indeed. It's not just about... You could be like, oh, they just lost an MP9 and a FAMAS. It's not bad. It's not just that, right? It's the extra utility. It's a Kevlar and a helmet. That itself is like $2,000 worth between Jyra and Ricky. Then you have the FAMAS added in, the MP9. So that's like $6,000 worth. And like you said, you want to have this buffer. You don't want to be in a position where Chiefs gets to 14 and you have nothing to work with. You have no money in the bank. So right now, it's not looking terrible yet for Order. It's pretty bad, but it's not looking terrible yet. Ricky doesn't really have much cash to work with, apart from the rest of them have a little bit of a slight buffer. Aggression from Alistair. And giving Chiefs a taste of their own medicine. Taking a leaf out of Apoc Dodd's book.
These are the sort of plays that I think have been missing from him so far in this match. Like, he's not playing bad, but we know what this man really can do when he gets going. I think they're going to need him to here if they're going to at least bring this map back. Tries to hang around. And that's a risky peek to take. I'm surprised that that's something you try and face on your own with no utility. Jyra as well. This is the second time we've seen that. Ricky baits them in, and then Jyra gets a free kill. Like that, they've fallen for that twice. This time, they will at least get the entry onto Ricky, but by this point, we've seen the rotation from Alistair, who just seems to be everywhere they want to try and challenge. And, well, he's definitely feeling confident, just making noise so that Valiants can come in from behind. Really nice round from Order, but we're starting to see maybe the cracks show a little bit for Chiefs.
Yeah, we have been very critical of Order's T side, but right now, Chiefs, that round, that was a buy. And sure, Alistair pushes in aggressively, gets the first kill. And Apoc Dud, I'm very confused what he was thinking there. Firstly, he exposed himself. It was a missed shot from Alistair. So it's like, all right, you've been given a second chance, a second life. And then, well, he re-peeks out into Alistair's off. I mean, you got to give this guy some respect. Tech 9s, pistols. This is a round they win, Tom. This is where they're going to win. They're just going to run up, get the kill to the Tech 9s. Oh, there we go.
Oh,
well,
they get a couple. Again, they're making these Antico rounds costly. Soju will eventually get the bomb down. Something a little bit extra. Again, they're keeping the finances strong, but winning this round seems almost impossible. Flashbang out, and Jara is too quick to allow for anything else. It's just Soju left. Had a better game than the first, that's for sure, but this would be a huge oversight if they don't manage to win it. It'll be a simplistic defusal in the end for Ricky. So there you go, 13-9. CT side definitely looking much, much better. And while Mitch has been putting stats in our chat because he can't quite let things go, saying that this is currently the most CT-sided map within the pool. But even still, like I think that this would be a very extreme case. He's put in that it is 45.9% T-side rounds. So if it was both teams... I thought it would be Train, and the difference is 0.4%.
I guess if you just like whittle it down to like the top 20, top 30 teams, I'm 100% sure it's gonna be. Actually, no, sorry, I take that back. I feel like Train's more T-sided for higher tier teams, not for like lower tier. Oh, the flashback is brilliant, Alistair! You can't do them like that. That is dirty. He's looking for more, tapping away. Steeler's gonna find Apoc Dud, and Offnu's left alone. That was an absolute slaughter. Now, Offnu snuck his way through all the bodies, the corpses of his teammates, but what's he going to do from this position? They might not expect his position, but the moment he gets a kill, it shows himself the jig is up.
Yeah, they've got the bomb. They have absolutely no reason to go down this vent. He might be able to kill off Gyra, but that is... Well, considering that Jara stands still from this point onwards, and I'm not going to say that I'm much of a believer in this. He's already pushing all the way around to try and find someone in spawn. Has he been seen? Yeah, I don't think he's seen anything. No one on his team going to shout that one out for him? You know, free kill? I guess not.
I feel like, I don't see often winning this, so you can just like probably theorize a little bit more. But yeah, like I feel like Train's more T-sided when it comes to just the top 20 teams, or like, you know, high levels of Counter-Strike. When it comes to more some of the more amateurish levels, I'm talking like, you know, like below, outside of the top 20, top 30, I feel like Train is still very heavily CD-sided, like you and I said.
Yeah.
It's just the fact that once you take in the majority of the top tier games, you add that in, it kind of skews it the way off the T side.
I think you have to consider as well, though, that also you're going to have the opposite in some cases in like other regions. Because I always remember old school like Asian teams, it would be like heavily T-sided because they just sucked at Train. Like I remember watching MVP get like 10 rounds on the T side. I was like, oh damn, they've just smashed it. And then you'd see 10 rounds or 11 rounds or 12 rounds go the other way, and you're like, okay, I get this. You just don't know how to play Train. I think that's the other thing. Like, you can always argue that when it gets down to, like, lesser teams, I guess you could say, a lot of the time, they just suck at playing Train. Like, it's one of those maps that a lot of people just veto.
Oh, yeah, 100%. It makes a lot of sense. Ricky, you need to get this kill, bud. And he's going to find one. Zeph pushing up further. Ricky's going to get the second one as well, looking for more. But Backside will trade. But Estillo and Alistair actually replies back. Still down at 22 points of health. Soju coming in from behind. He's going to find the man, and a minute and 10 seconds on the clock. Tom, we're down to 1v2 as Offnu executes Valiant, and Alistair is opted to swap out his AWP for the AK-47. What is he going to do here?
he's got the potential to win this. He's definitely had a rise back over the last few rounds. The CT side is normally where you're going to see the prominence of your AWPer, but the fact that he's already up to 22 kills. He was 14 and 14, by the way, Blair. He's now 22 and 14, so this would be his first death in a while. Unfortunately, in terms of his read, he's got this wrong. He's expected them to rotate back. In fact, they actually had to go and retrieve the bomb from the lower bomb site, and because of that, they are now going to go plant in that direction. Oh, no.
Oh,
no
way.
way. No way! This might be the biggest IQ play we've ever seen! No, he doesn't get the final kill! That was so smart in the end from Alistair. I don't know how he was that far into their heads, but damn, that is a shame, because he couldn't have put himself in a better position.
Imagine if Alistair just... The moment he saw the C4 planet coming up, imagine he waited a second for the second player out. And he sprayed them both down and won the round because of that. Oh. He got a little lucky, I won't lie, but my god, that's just a gut punch. For Order, well, they've got to 10 rounds, Tom. It was, I think, 9-2 at one point for Chiefs. And Order have managed to kind of grind it back, but that little buffer they had, it's slowly dissipating. Chiefs need 2 more rounds. 1 round to secure overtime, 2 rounds to take it to map number 3. And for Order, well, they need to win 6 in a row to close this out in regulation. It's doable. They have the money, they have the weaponry. It's very doable, but it's...
This was 11-2, by the way.
11-2. Okay, there we go. Even more skewed. But you see what Chiefs are doing? This is something Chiefs Order never did. Like, they use the smokes, and they know exactly what they're going to do with it. They're going to cross into secret. Simple as that. Oh.
Are they going to drop into his crosshair? Oh, I wonder if that's the plan, or just wait to see if he aggresses. It does seem to be a more patient play now that they've actually gained secret control. Alistair seems to have some sort of sixth sense that they are going to be around this angle. If he goes pushing any further, probably going to meet his demise. The rest of the team just trying to hold outside. You can see Gyra as well, just having a few battles as he goes, and this might be the temptation for Alistair to push. You've also got the secondary AWP in for Ricky as well. As said, someone who was a fairly prominent AWPer before he made the move to North America, and then pretty much had to take a bit more of a backseat. Gyra, well, speaking of a backseat, currently sat in towards the spawn, just trying to hold this position. It can be powerful, but Ofnu is there to put him down and start the round off strong for the Chiefs.
I like how they took the sweet time to take him down, but I'm a little surprised none of his teammates came in to help him out as well. And this is done. This is map point. Chiefs. And that's I mean, it's textbook Counter-Strike. You use your smokes towards towards yard area. You make use of it. Either it could be a fake, it could be pushing down secret, or it could just be getting your players in favorable positions. That's what they did. They had control of the secret. They didn't come down towards Alice's AWP when it was holding towards the secret stairs because they heard the scope. Instead, they held on. The smoke dissipated. That's fine. Then they slowly snuck up towards Hell, isolated Gyra, who couldn't do anything from CD spawn. And it worked out wonderfully. And the problem here for the side of Order, they weren't able to adapt. The moment they weren't finding any information, they just totaled up in the bomb sites, hoping that something's going to work out. Nice work from Alistair there, holding onto his AWP, ensuring that nothing else happens. But they saved the guns, Tom. But now they need to win 5 in a row. Not just to win, I mean, they can't even win the map right now. They need to take it to overtime.
I think Zeph has got 1 kill in this half. I'm fairly sure he had 18 in the first half. I wonder if Statsman Mitch can confirm that one. Go and do some counting. I know how much he loves numbers. He can go count how many kills he had in the first half. But here we go. Much faster play. Again, something we didn't really see too much from Order, and I like it. There he is. Bring him up, and he comes up.
GG.
Trumps. 2 kills in already. Gyra at least. Maybe the saving grace, as he has managed to get 1 back, and Vexite is very low on HP. They have to go for this retake, but, oh, Blair, a double AWP setup going into a retake is not something that you really want And with now the clock already ticking and 10 seconds already gone, they have so much left to do. More utility being expended. That's the thing of a fast push. You have so many nades to try and counter them as they look to make their way back in. They have to make a play through the smoke, and they've got lost in it, almost confused. And the time is still ticking away. As you said, this looks like it's done. 10 seconds on the clock to clear out every remaining player, and instead it's a stronghold from the Chiefs. A fantastic performance on Nuke, a stellar CT side, and even showing that there's depth to their T side as well.
Yeah, even though they kind of allowed Order back into the game, honestly, the final couple of rounds, great stuff. The way to mix things up, the fast hit towards upper bombs, so just catching them off guard, fast and furious. I love it. And Mitch, the numbers guy, is going to be joining us alongside Jim to break this one down. And it was surprising, Jim. It was surprising where Order just seemed extremely flat on that first half. They were doing nothing on the T side.
It begs the question, though, I think, that what are they holding back? Why are they holding back from showing anything on Nuke? Is it because they maybe have something to show a little bit later on in the competition if they predict that they might be playing Renegades? Or is it just the fact that Chiefs just looked really comfortable the entire time? I think Zeph had a stellar first half. The fact that, I don't know, I was scratching my head at this 1 versus 4 because they all just took individual peeks at you still and seemingly just forgot that he was sitting in warehouse the entire time. I don't know what was going on there, but it was a clinical performance here on CT from Chiefs. So I think at least they'll be taking some confidence out of this. Keep in mind, these guys have been regular prac partners, so at least from Order's perspective, I think they held back a little bit, I think, at least in terms of some strategy, because they just seem to be running default tactics, not really anything too out of the box.
All right, and of course, like Mitch, I mean, it's really hard to like pinpoint one thing which went wrong, but one thing Tom and I kept touching upon time and time again was those outer smokes which were being used by Order on the T side. And it's like, sure, you throw the smokes, but not doing anything with it. They're just sticking around and getting picked apart by the Chiefs CT side.
Yeah, so this is one of the things, right? You can throw those smokes down, but you need to do something every now and then, or eventually they're just going to stop worrying about it. It's not going to cause the over rotations that you want or instill any chaos in the lineup. Tom asked a question actually in the middle of that game. It was 17 kills that Zeph got in the first half, and he finished on 22. So a very rough second half, definitely for not just him, but the entire Chiefs lineup. And I think a massive problem that they had was running into Ali every round. On that CT side, Alistair opened up, I don't know exactly how many, but the vast majority of rounds he found at least 1 kill to start it off. And the rounds that he didn't, it was one of his teammates. So yeah, okay, you win the majority of those opening duels, but when you're so far behind, Chiefs are eventually going to find that, stand-up performance from one player to pull it back. This is a really rough map from Order, and I can't help but feel, okay, first of all, Chiefs did play insanely well. This is definitely one of the best nukes they've had. And the last time they played Order, albeit not with the exact same lineup, it was 16-13. So they've shown that they're definitely a team capable of challenging Order on this map before. But this really didn't feel like Order on 100%. Something was going on there, whether it was them concealing strats or just not fully focused. Maybe they thought they already had the series. I don't know. But I'm going to hope that they can remedy this coming into the next, because I'm very worried about them now.
You are indeed, and heading into Dust 2, I mean, it is a map, again, where Order do have a very, very big, win percentage on, and compared to, Chiefs, who've only played it 3 times in the past 3 months, have a 33% win rate. Again, very similar to what the stats are on Nuke as well. But Dust 2, we don't know how that's going to play out. But before we cut to a break, we do have the MVP of this matchup, and it's going to be, drumroll, please. Boom, it is going to be Zeph himself. Yes, he had a comparatively little quiet second half, although he did finish up that final round. I think he got 2 or 3 kills at the end over there. But 99 ADR, being an absolute beast indeed on that CD side, shutting down, just being everywhere, just picking them apart, which is kind of impressive considering everyone on his team were having a very comfortable time, Tom. Like, everyone is just popping off. You saw Apog Dud, for example, just picking apart Order, but Zeph, he did stand out a little bit extra.
Well, yeah, I think as well that that might be the best map we've seen so far from Soju in this tournament. Like, he's had some rough ones. Like, in the first map, I think he played fairly poor. In this one, because they didn't really pressure in on ramp too much, I think he did a very good job of actually being that rotational player, like getting out of there, supporting the rest of the team. And yeah, they were by far the better team. And although I like maybe I don't even want to say they were saving strats. Like I kind of get what Jim means because it was so one dimensional. But like, let's put it this way, Blair. Is pushing the A site saving a strat? Because in my eyes, it's not. Is pushing secret saving a strat? No. Is going ramp saving a strat? No, they just did the same thing. Like, what? If their strats that they're saving are an A upper take, what are they saving it for? Because I'm going to go ahead and say everybody's seen that one before.
Well, you know what? If Tom could mold, he would be molding right now. But that is what it is. I'm starting to mold at the very least. And we're going to be going to a very quick break, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be back with Dust 2 to decide which team is going to move on in the upper bracket and which team is going to be knocked down to maybe face up against Rooster later on today. We'll see you on the other side of this break. It's turning out to be a very, very close series indeed, as Chiefs take the map pick of orders in a very convincing fashion on Nuke. And heading into map number 3, Tom, it's your favorite map. It's Dust 2. And the two teams, well, we're seeing some players pop off for sure, like at least on both the sides, especially the opposite, Apoc Dud as well as Alistair. So one thing's for sure, we might see some messy rounds, we might see some messy halves. We're going to be seeing some pretty cool kills at the very least.
Yeah, bring back Cobblestone. It's a much better map. Like, it's got better cases. Maybe they should revert it back to what it used to be, because the new version of it kind of sucked. But yeah, I miss Cobblestone. I don't want them to bring back Cash though. I really suck at playing Cash, and not that I'd be playing anyway. I suppose there were some pretty sexy Nico clips every once in a while, which were enjoyable, so I can give them that at least. But yeah, Dust 2. We've been there. We've seen it all. We've got the T-shirt. It's going to be the same thing again. Alistair's probably going to get some AWP kills. You know, Apoc Dud probably did the same. We might even see a couple of AWPs sometimes, because that's the spiciest this map gets. I love Dust 2.
Wow, it sounds like someone's got a gun to your head while he's saying that. But I wouldn't mind seeing Tuscan coming back, honestly, like or CPL Mill, like some classic old school maps. But you know what?
Season.
Talk about it later on. Season? I don't know. I felt like the rotation time for Season just was too much for like a high level of competition. I know it's like
some
a thing
teleporters.
All right. Okay. Let's not get there. That's another game, Tom. Vexite, Young Gun. Pushed a pretty aggressive hold here coming out from the side of Chiefs. And it's a pretty standard setup, but it's interesting. There's no one towards long, and here they come running out. 3 players charging out backside, looking to take the fight. He's got backup as well, but he's going to miss all his shots, and it's going to be Offnu tapping away. Great hold from Offnu. It should have been done for, but somehow he comes out on top, gets 2 kills, makes his escape, and deals a ton of damage onto Alistair. He's down to 5 HP, and he comes looking for more, and they're getting completely, utterly obliterated. And Rick is probably wondering at this point, Tom, what is going on?
Yeah, I think even the surprise factor of his late flank is probably gone as well. And now they have all the information of where he is. This should be very, very easy for the side of Chiefs, unless they line up for him, but they don't.
I love the commitment to that fight from Chiefs. It was very ballsy though. Like, they had no eyes towards long. Even the player at mid wasn't really spotting towards long. And it just went for the commit, but Offnu, the savior of the round. I guess they weren't expecting 2 players there. Alistair was fighting the players at mid, but just a great work from them. And even just re-peeking down up towards Cat, trying to find Alistair. It was held up with the flashbang. So good stuff from Chiefs. And once again, a good start for them. Continuing their form, which we saw new.
Yeah, and I think it's so much more important on a map like Dust 2. This is probably, if not definitely, the most momentum-based map in the game. Like, you get rolling, you start taking those individual peaks, a couple of good spawns go your way, it can completely change your map. So I'm interested to see how this one goes. Of course, for Apoc Dud as well, this is probably one of the most important maps for his calling. Like, you're going to have a lot of mid-round rotations, a lot of gamble plays, some stacks that you're going to be put into place, even just in generic rounds. So if his calling's on point, well, they have a chance here. If not, then, well, someone like Alistair might just get in their way. They've actually forced this round, Blair, as well. Relatively uncommon. A lot of the times you're going to be waiting for those second round purchases, or third round purchases, sorry, with the AKs, or if you get a bomb plant, then you buy. With the pistols, it's something that used to be very fashionable, but not as common.
Indeed, yeah, especially when a lot of Tech 9s as well, meaning these duels Offnu. Oh, waiting for the flash from his teammates, and it's perfection. 2 kills for him. Well, he does lose the FAMAS, which will or should be retrieved by Alistair, but he's going to be walking straight into Apoc Dud. But Jyra dropping down. That smoke is huge. It's going to block off the vision of Vexite, who is still going to sneak around the corner. Bomb is going to be planted. It's a 2v3, but the health is very low, and Alistair is stuck in the corner. No one to help him out as Rookie comes in all the way from long. They don't expect his position, but that shot, that's a giveaway. Bomb's not planted for him. There's nothing he can do except maybe go for a consolation kill. So they lose a couple of players. For Order, if they'd got the bomb down without an investment, it's a big win. But
They buy again.
They had gone for the force buy, so yeah, it doesn't really matter.
Question, Blair. Do you bet on them buying again?
Well, yes.
You can't hesitate. That's cheating.
I'm not too surprised because we did
No, me
see
neither.
Gyro. He had over like $4,000, right? So you have the AK and the Kevlar. He's got a smoke as well. They win this. They're not gonna break the money. I feel like if they win this, Chiefs are gonna buy as well. Oh, that nade could. I feel like I've done a little bit more damage.
Lose the
And they're
pistol, force buy, get the bomb down, force buy with a much better buy than opponents who just won 2 rounds in a row. I love this meta.
Yay! Well, at least there are no coach cams.
At least there's no SG. Well, nice shot from A-Pot. Lands the second one, but is far enough through the wall that it really doesn't do that much damage, and his teammate is royally screwed. It actually gets killed in middle, so bit of a problem there. Gonna get this bomb down, and the CT side, this is a really horrible retake because they have 2 rifles. They have the scout, but still with an SMG in play. Utility only in the form of smokes. I don't actually know how they get back into this round versus all of the rifles.
Yeah, this one seems very, very, very done. 23 seconds. That's I like that flash. Fake one, and then of course the proper flash, and somehow it's a 1v3. Tom, you're saying?
Yeah, this has gone drastically wrong. That flashbang ends up blinding 2 players, and I don't know if it was Ricky in the corner. I think it was. He was so blind that you sort of watch that from Ricky's point of view, and if you ignored the kill feed, you're like, oh, someone was spraying, Ricky killed him. Vexite killed 2 players past Ricky there, and then goes down. Like, it's just absolute filth. So this went very, very badly wrong, and well,
The flash.
do they force again?
I
think they do. I think they've got enough money. They
can buy. Yeah. They can buy. 2 AKs, 3 Galils.
I felt like this is going to be like the Force and the Furious, where there's like 9 iterations of the films.
It's like Force Wars.
It's just going to suck.
Honestly, I like the Fast and Furious movies over the more recent Star Wars movies, honestly.
That is just blasphemy.
No! Come on, Star
You've just
Wars,
watched the same film 9 times.
Yeah, but at least they know...
there's a thing that I can only solve by driving really fast. Oh, wow.
Yeah, they know exactly what they want. Like, they know
Next,
exactly
you're going to be telling me your
about.
favorite superhero is the Flash.
No, you're the one who likes flashing, Tom.
Or Aquaman.
All right. Or, hey, you can talk. Ooh. Sit down, son. Still out. Is wondering, all right, I gotta do everything on my own, do I? Like, what do you guys want? A 1v4 ace clutch?
Don't worry,
Fine,
Blair.
I'll do it.
All they need is a bomb planter and they can force buy again. And they're gonna get it. If they go short, they've got a bomb plant.
I'm just, I can't believe you like the new Star Wars movies over the incredible franchise that is Fast and Furious.
I just think that's like, I liked the original few, like Tokyo Drift stuff.
Listen,
like that.
listen.
That's cool.
Don't get me wrong. Like, don't think, oh, it's gonna be an ace for Afnu though. Hold on, let's give him that first. Ace, do it. You deserve it. There we go.
I feel like the clip of this is going to be dreadful, just us arguing about films.
Well, it was a very spread out.
Put some hype music
he's
over
11-1. He's 11-1, mind you.
Or just really elongate that ooh that we did midway through.
You just like stretch it out.
Ooh.
Oh, he gets the ace. He didn't take a single point of damage, and this was a buy again. That's so well done by Afnu. He's just popping up. 11 kills for the man, and quick math. I think he's got more kills than the entirety of his team combined.
Nice. Oh,
But yeah, like just get. I need to finish this one because it's bugging me that you think that Star Wars is the latest Star Wars is better than the Fast and Furious. Because the thing with Fast and Furious, I don't think it's like some Oscar-winning movie. Don't get me wrong. It's a very memeable, stupid movie series. It's ridiculous. It makes no sense. It's a movie started out with like people stealing cars out there, like racing tanks through skyscrapers, right? It is stupid.
Jumping off a building.
Yes,
and not
absolutely.
dying.
It makes no sense. It's mental. However, it is fun. It is funny. It is very memeable. It is very, like, they're very aware. It's a very
I
self-aware
will say
movie.
you are trying to argue this point against one of the biggest Star Wars fanboys ever. So it's not going to work, but I appreciate the effort.
Look, listen, I love the original Star Wars. Don't get me wrong. I love it. I love the animated series. I love the lore and everything.
I just like the universe. I like the universe of that, and I
it's great.
really don't care about Fast Car Man.
But the second movie was so bad. In the latest sequel, prequel. I
They
don't
were
even
not
know.
as good, but I would still rather watch that than watch fast car
Dude,
drive through a building.
You don't want to watch The Rock like flex a plaster cast off his arm.
Just
like,
watch
literally.
any other film with The Rock in it.
The Rock in Fast and Furious is different. He's more superhuman than usual. Anyway, let's get back to the game. Chiefs are right
I'd rather
now.
watch him in Jumanji.
Jumanji. I haven't watched the second part. I heard it's a really, really good movie. But let's we can get back. You know what? We should do like a podcast, like Blair and Tom talk movies and shit on stuff. But 5-0, 5-0 for Chiefs here. Order have yet to wake up, and
Again.
the thing again. But the thing right now, what I'm really enjoying from Chiefs is like it's in your face now. Earlier, Order weren't doing anything. Here's like Chiefs like, you know what? We're just gonna close this one out. We're better. Offnu just popping off. Apoc's looking good. Everyone's looking fantastic right now. And again, they posture aggressively, and then when they fall back, they
one
make
through the
sure they
smoke.
get a kill. Yeah, and it gets balanced through the smoke, which is unreasonable. But this is big. Again, Ustillo, the man of the hour, the guy who somehow seems to be keeping this team in the game. He's going to find a B bomb set, and this is, this might be done, unless Apoc finds Ricky. Now we have something here.
Now the game is afoot. We're going to have the smoke going over to the door. Couple going to be thrown in to try and section off the tunnels. Nobody in there, so it's actually just caused issues for Ofnu, if anything, but they couldn't have known. The remaining players are all within the site. They do have a little bit of extra utility remaining in the form of Molotovs, but clearing these angles are going to be tough, and as you can see, the B site is a rough one. Ofnu, though, that is a damn good effort. He runs through the smoke, 2 kills, he makes things very costly, and considering this is the first round on the board for for Order, this is a position that you didn't want to be in. If you keep 3, you have a chance of a rebuy. Instead, their money is in the dirt.
Yeah, this is not good at all. Especially that kill, that kill on that B bomb side. That's what just pretty much sealed them the round. 5-1. Still early days. How this one plays out. Oh, timing is atrocious. But come on, man. Come on. You can't keep doing this to them. How many multi-kill rounds does this man have? It's just been 7 rounds so far. But at least, well, man advantage for the T's. And Zeph.
Oh, he just about gets it. The man was low already.
Oh my god, no way!
What? Oh, there's nothing Order could do. Call them a taxi. They're on their way home. This is unreal. That is now multi-kills on multi-kills. That is so rough. And like this last thing as well is just them all lining up to give him the final 2 frags. That was the stars aligning for Zeph. But yeah, Ofnu has been the star. But you got to remember, Zeph in that last map in the first half was phenomenal. Momentum is what we spoke about, and the momentum is only in one direction. Money is not going to be there. Even with pretty much the maximum loss bonus, it's not going to be enough for the finances of Order in this round. Excuse me? How are they on B?
What is like? Oh crap!
Are you kidding me? Are you
no.
actually kidding me that that's just happened?
Why is he alone with a bomb still floating around? Why is this happening? They have to check backside, right? Okay, Ofnu, sir.
I'm speechless.
Well, it is your job to cast a game, Tom, so...
I thought I was here to do a movie review, but either way, Vexite is going to get a double. This is... John, I'd really like Mitch to break this round down, because I feel like you need that sort of Irish... Like that, the sort of like Mitch losing his mind clips. There's quite a lot of them online. I'm sure you can find them. But, this those rounds. It is completely atrocious. It's unreasonable. And, I always like to sort of try and give teams the benefit of the doubt, right? Like you go, okay, maybe they were doing this, maybe they were doing this. If you have 4 players on B and 1 man with the bomb, either you're going for the worst possible matchmaking strat that ever existed, where that dude goes, you guys go B, I take bomb to A, which is the worst strat of all time, or they made a big mistake. Somehow, no, okay, thank you, Zeph. Thank you. If they brought that round back, that would have been me diving out my window. And unfortunately, I would have survived because I only live on the second floor.
So you've just been crippled for life.
I would have just... No, it would just hurt. I think I would have landed in a bush.
This game is delivered, man. But if I'm Order... Or rather, yeah, if I'm Order, I'm realizing, okay, this B bomb site seems to be a little weak, the defense. And I think Chiefs are aware of that as well, because this time they've set 2 players up early on. Got Soju with the UMP playing up close towards the Tons, and of course you have Apog Dud with the AWP, his in-game leader, Oppa, sitting in the window area. It's not like Order doing anything too wrong. It's just that Chiefs are just winning some insane duels, some just crazy multi-kill rounds from so many players. Especially Ofnu, it just seems like he's not gonna stop anytime soon.
Surely he's not going to push this.
Please don't.
I'm all for confidence, but I would say that this goes past confidence to cocky. He's got a flashbang behind him. It's actually a very good flash! And again, it's always 2. He can't just kill 1 man. It's not allowed. It has to be a double kill for Ofnu every single time. He's putting his team in such advantageous positions. An aggressive peek from Apog. It doesn't quite land. He's actually going to go back for the re-peek as well. In the meantime, his teammates have had the time to rotate in towards the A site. So Zeph is going to be ready and waiting. Alistair as well, someone I highlighted that needed to perform in this map, has been performing throughout the series, is missing. And he's dead. His AWP is in his teammates' hands. I don't think the cross was actually spotted by Zeph. He's going to have to be careful, but he hears the shot missed and now just has to sit there. There's 12 seconds. They have to go for the plant, but Gyrat does manage 1, but the flank is so quick. He has to let go. And Soju now comes up with a double of his own. It's multi-frag city for the Chiefs. And while it's out of order,
I'm gonna let that one just stew for a bit. How many? Okay, all right. I'm just gonna open up stats real quickly. Of course, it's gonna be a little delayed on HLTV, but I have to say, I think it's almost like he's got a kill. What the?
See ya. See you later.
Good night.
He's back. He's back. I called him out. That seems to happen quite a lot, actually. You name and shame, and then they rise back up, which I'm happy to see. I want to see Alistair performing. The B site has definitely been one where I am not a big fan of the way it's being defended by the Chiefs. They have abandoned it multiple times, and thankfully, Blair, this time, taken the bomb with them.
Did he just get shot through the smoke? Yeah, they're taking the bomb with them. That's a big plus right there. If I'm Chiefs, I call for the save. Your money's not really in a good place right now, and I love the call from Order though. The moment they got the kill onto Alistair, and they know it's been Soju. Sorry, they got a kill onto Zeph, and they know that it's been Soju alone towards B, and 1 player to back him up from that mid area. And the moment he gets taken down, they just walk up towards a B bomb site, and Soju just not ready for it. And this B bomb site is where they found the most success so far. Well, 2 rounds.
Yeah, I definitely think that Order are finally making the realization that the B site is definitely the weakness so far. Like, it's been questionable. I'm glad we've slow-moed this. This was so sick. Just tracks him through the door.
Oh,
This is the man that I think can make the difference, though. Like, although Yustilo's also been quite quiet, Valiance hasn't had a particularly good series, and Ricky, well, he's been tweeting about how he's been having some screen tearing problems. Alistair's the one that I think they miss the most. And on a map like Dust 2, your AWPer needs to be prominent, especially with how aggressive some of the peaks have actually been from Chiefs, like how far they're pushing forward. It's not like he hasn't had chances. It's not like one of those matches where they're sitting really passive and he has to go peeking into the angles. No, they're coming towards him. They're coming for fights. And they're just not being won.
oh, this is good. Oh, Offnu like a madman out, but Gyra and Ricky, they strike together. And Zeph good for just one. This is much better for Mortar. For the very first time, going for the fast mid to be split. And now, yeah, if you're not going to go for a retake in the 3v3, you don't really fancy your chances going in a 2v3. Vexat looking for anyone up close, but
Mortar just wrecked him.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I do hear a little bit of a pulse. I feel a little bit of a pulse on his Order side. It's not too late yet.
For sure.
It's still, round number 11 done. We still have 4 more rounds remaining in this first half, and they're going to get to round number 3, 8-3. It's still very doable. They can still end this half decently, considering the fact that for Chiefs, 3 of the players are kind of wrecked when it comes to the money. Although, Offner can buy for himself, and Apoc and Vexa can drop for Zeph and Soju. Will they, though? That is a question.
It would be a bit of a shoddy buy, especially considering that you could almost play this as a bit of a 2-for-1. Because Offnu has extra cash, he could realistically save enough money for the AWP, and then they would be fine for the next round. Interestingly, he's bought up a lot of nades to start, and actually will not have enough money now, I believe, to drop over that AWP, unless he gets a kill, and then it would be enough.
Yeah. I'm okay with this. And again, this B-bomb site. At this point, I'd rather go... No way, why is no one holding low tunnels? Why? Like, why wouldn't you? You have no one at mid spotting for the player pushing in as well. I mean, he is very lucky to stay alive, but Tom, like, what's going on?
If it wasn't for
Order?
Whiff City, he'd be dead. Let's
Yeah,
just put it
that should
way.
have been that should have been like a free kill. I mean, something is so very wrong with Order today.
Yeah, I think they're making a lot of, like, I guess the way that we call it in like other things is like unforced errors. Like it's not like they're like Chiefs are putting so much pressure on them in certain positions where you're going, oh yeah, that's why they made that mistake. It's like the mistake of leaving the bomb on the other side of the map, or the mistake of like not checking certain angles. When there's it's not even like if it was 1 or 2 of you, I could go, okay, fair enough, like. That's forgivable. You're lurking. Maybe you just forget. There's 5 people and not one of them check. Like, that's just silly. Like, that either that means they're so far in their own heads or so focused on whatever strat they're doing. Why did we need to replay this? This was not needed. Oh, no.
It's just...
That's like that Ali G scene where there's like all the bullets on the wall. Like, it's brutal.
Can you do an LG impression?
Anyway.
No.
No?
Alright.
Let's not go down that road.
Vexite knows where Astillo is, and Astillo will burn alive. That was it a nade?
Yeah, I
flame
think so.
combo? Yeah. But again, the mid to be play. Well, they're gonna run out dry. They're gonna run out dry! Oh, what are you doing?
That was interesting.
I mean,
they tried to set up Alistair. That seems to be the plan, at least, by giving him the chance to peek it. But yeah, to not smoke it after you got. Well, he did. He got 1 kill. He killed off.
Yeah,
it,
but
right?
Fair enough. But like
after that, they should have smoked it.
Yeah,
and they have
that
now.
Was 2 free kills for APOC.
Don't worry about it. Smoke. The smoke. They got there. Soju's kind of surrounded still, though. They do have a player in the form of Zeph holding with the AWP. But there's Gyra. That's such an important kill. The timing couldn't be better. They managed to pull this into a 2v2 situation. It's a round that went wrong, but if they can rectify it, it really doesn't matter. And already you look at Apoc's health, Excite a little bit further away, wrapping around the tunnels. He has managed to get there fairly quick. Oh no, the timing again. Can we see the fallback? They can, but Alistair's actually going to fall to the AWP instead. And now it's all onto Gyra. He's probably been the star of the show so far. Not going to expect him in such an aggressive position. The timing as well is off from the CT side. They don't push at the same time. And Gyra is going to clutch it out. A triple for him. 13 kills. An Order are climbing back. They are clawing their way up the mountain, which was that initial scoreline.
I feel that there was a little bit of a mistake there. Again, like incredibly played 2v4, but also a bit of a mistake coming in from Zeph. The moment Soji got taken down from outside, he was already holding an angle safe. Like, he was safe from window, he was safe from the door position. He could have just held on an angle, because I'm sure information would have been conveyed from Soji. There's one there, right? There's only one player there who got him. And he could have at least taken on Alistair. Instead, he doesn't get a trade. Dies, leaves it in a 2v2, and yeah, Order, they're kind of bouncing back here. Mistakes being made, and again they've left B. Come on, guys, like, they're struggling retaking the bomb site. It's one of the hardest bomb sites in the entirety of Counter-Strike to retake, and just letting it go.
Yeah, it is a bit odd. I think I can forgive it once or twice, but it's evident that Order have now fallen into that like old VP style of play, where they're just plowing into the B site. They just go, okay, we're going to do this every round until you stop us. And then there has been nothing to stop them. Even when rounds have gone catastrophically wrong at the beginning with like mistakes or missed smokes or whatever it may be, they're still managing to just enter into that B site, no problems at all. There needs to be a drastic change. And unfortunately, you've already let Order back into the match no matter what happens from here on out.
Well, things looking much better from Order, and yeah, it was 8-2. It was 8-2, Tom. Now Order, they are grinding back, and again, I don't get it from Chiefs, right? Like, you had such a big lead. What do you have to lose by, fortifying the B defense a little bit more? It's fine, switch it up. You have off new towards a bomb side. You don't need anyone else. The guy is just a turret. As we do head into the final round of this first half, Order, considering what a terrible start they've had here on this final map of theirs, they have managed to not just make things respectable, but actually put up a pretty good show. No one's checking, and off new with a 3K, and now it's a 2v3. Alistair replying back by finding off new, but it's still looking grim because there is a flank coming in from behind as well, and that is going to be Vexite sneaking in.
Oh, nice shot from Valiance. That's so important. The aggression being punished this time, and now there has been a rotation from Apoc. The flashbang's good. They're actually not going to go pushing in that direction. They make their way back onto Soju, who started to have a bit of a rough time over the last few stages of the round. The peak even comes in. It's another one from Valiance. And Alistair's going to steal his rifle along the way. It is all but done, it seems, in this round, as Apoc Dud is completely out of the action and now has to try and win this 1v2.
What a recovery. What an incredible recovery. And Apoc's not going to be expecting the position from this player right there up close. He's thinking about swapping weapons. Doesn't see the AK nearby. He's not going to check the corner. Is he? Yes, of course he is. And the second player close by in the window. And Apoc Dud, nade out. Molotov is going to check close left. That's the question. Alistair boarding alive, but he's still going to get the kill. And considering it was 8-1, excuse me, it was 8-1 for Chiefs. That is a hell of a comeback from Order. That B bomb site, they just abused it time and time and time again. And for some reason, Chiefs, they were not able to do anything about it. And again, another 2v4 going the way of Order. They dig in deep, the individuals shine, and they find that little chink in the armor in this CD side defense from Chiefs. Little? Okay, maybe bigger.
The B site.
trying to be nice, Tom.
we have a small weakness in our defense. Oh, what is it? Like short? Oh no, it's the whole B site. Like whenever they push in that direction, they win. Like they didn't win a single round on A. The A site of Dust 2. That's madness. I don't think I've ever seen that in a game of Counter-Strike. Like, the B site's supposed to be the toughest site. The reason it's tough to retake, guys, is because it's also tough to take. Like, it works both ways.
Mitch, well, I'm sure Mitch is watching right now. Mitch, our stats man, the designated stats guy for the Perfect World Oceanic League
for
2020.
the whole of PGL at this point.
For the whole PG at this point. Can we find out, like, out of the 15 rounds, like, exact stats? Like, how many rounds did Order plant or win from the B bomb site? And I'm sure you're correct, Tom. I just wanted to make sure, like, it's all the
Don't
rounds,
trust
you know?
my stats. You trust Mitch's stats.
Well, I mean, he can go back and rewind and watch stuff.
Wait,
can't,
you
'cause you're doing
didn't
this
believe
live.
in my 69.69% win percent rate ratio stat earlier from the
I
Tom
don't know,
Foundation?
there was something like fishy about that. I don't know. Can't really put my finger on it. But here we go. Second half. Order. They're going to be feeling a little bit more comfortable now, considering how Nuke went and how the initial few rounds of this map went as well. But now they're on the CD side. We have Ricky playing alongside Valiance, and it's going to be a little bit of posturing towards mid. Flash trying to find something, but it's going to be 5Ts making their way up short. They have 2 flashes. They have a smoke in the hands of APOC Dud, but they need to first cross over. And it's Alistair and Jyra holding the line.
Yeah, we've seen Alistair be pretty much the be-all and end-all of their CT side. At times, the flashbang's so good, though. Jyra couldn't see a thing, but Ustillo from the pit. A bit of a surprise in there behind as they've managed to find 2 kills back. Ricky with the kit. They're both trying to come through from CT, and look at the Ts. They've just planted for short and they've fallen back. They've cleared this angle. They don't. Nobody's coming from that position, and they've made the realization it's probably going to be coming in from below. The problem is they can now get towards these jewels, and the USPs are normally going to be favored. Even still, Zeph has managed to find one, at least make things a little bit more even. He's so low, though, and the tap coming out from Ustillo continues his reign of terror. 3 for him, but 3 back for Zeph. He peeks out wide, wanting that final kill, but it didn't matter anyway, Blair. The round was already done.
Did Valiance drop down from the bomb side?
I don't know.
Okay, I felt like it did because he was the one with the kit, and the moment he fell down, that was it. That was a round down. There was no time for him to get his butt up onto that bomb. And
Did
I
he
felt
have
like
it initially, though? Because Ricky had it when he was coming through CT. So maybe he went back and reclaimed it and then had to go back up.
Okay. All right, maybe. Maybe there's no time remaining anyway, but... Ooh, the scout dueled, and Ricky is going to get tagged down. APOC Dud. Still looking for the fights. Still looking for the fights. I have fond memories of me, like, whenever we play matchmaking game or a puck, right? There'll be this one guy on the other side who'll have an AWP or a scout, and I'll have mine. I just keep running across the door, trying to land those wall bangs. Of course, I keep dying every single time, Tom, but these are much better players than I am. Force buy for Order. A pretty motley assortment of weapons. You got a scout, a couple of MP9s, a Deeg, a 5.7. And I do like this, though. They're at least trying to force something instead of just playing default positions.
His teammates may have left, but this is a lot of information. They haven't actually pushed down long just yet, so there's a chance that they'll be pincered, but I would imagine they are going to be keeping an eye on this position. I would at least hope to God that there's going to be somebody watching, and they are checking it every once in a while, but they have turned their backs to Alistair, which is a fairly risky timing. Oh, he does actually manage to hit the tag onto him as well. The rest of the team in the meantime have gone pushing in, and although the majority of the CT side players are here, it doesn't matter. The bomb's going to make its way to the site, and after plant position will ensue. CT side have got a pretty tough retake on their hands.
Oh, okay. Alistair. Things a little bit more possible, but Offnu's there, Vexite's there, and MP9 at that range. Won't work out. Vexite's gonna get the kill. A nice, well, it could have been a little bit more expensive, and, well, it was actually. APOC just surviving with the scout, so they do lose at least 1 rifle, if I'm not mistaken. But for Order, it was the Force. So, not really getting much done there. And now they have to go for the eco. They have bought up a smoke. And Chiefs, man, like, yeah, they seem to be waking up a little bit here. They won the pistol round. They've managed to survive the following 4 spies. Well, this one should be easy. It's just 5 USPs. Apoc's landing everything at the moment.
The thing is, Blatt, I think if you win like both pistol rounds on Dust 2, you have to win the map. Like, you just have to. Like, if you lose this map on other maps, I can feel like that it's forgivable. But this map's so momentum based that if you lose this map after getting 2 strong starts, you could be absolutely kicking yourself. Like, they've given themselves the best possible opportunity here, even with the slip ups in the second half and the B site being a big problem. This round, of course, is all about damage. Now, there are a couple of low players, so you could try and reduce things slightly. I have noticed as well that Apoc Dud has 10 assists, and considering he's playing with like an AWP and a scout, that must be quite tilting. That's a hell of a lot of legs and wall bangs.
He's got more assists than his kills. Just mental.
I don't want to see him even it
10
up.
deaths.
I want him to get 1 more kill. That would make me very happy.
Oh, he has that's a problem. He got the scout, right? When he's going to get his hands on the AWP, that's when the shots are going to lead to a death, right? Anybody in the torso and above.
I mean, though, he wouldn't have got all of those assists, well, I hope not, in this half. So he must have been legging a lot of people with the AWP in the last one.
Oh! Ow! I felt that.
That's just not fair. That's just not fair. Why didn't he do that on the T side?
I like how they didn't face. I respect that. They have AKs. They have more to lose than him just saving that scout.
Get rid of the scout. Get rid of it. We don't need it anymore. Yes, we need this in slow-mo. I have to give huge amounts of credit to the PGL replay team because they miss nothing. Like they have missed absolutely nothing when it comes to the replays of like certain kills, certain positions. So big props. I'm loving the slow-mo. Awesome.
They actually do a lot. I remember when we are doing the PAL 2020, they will even like give ultra super slow-mo and they'll like change it to black and white.
The fact you called for it earlier, like for extra slow-mo like clips is fantastic.
No, it's not just that. Like, I even asked for, I forgot who it was when player got completely, like, domed and was just unfortunate and funny at the same time. And we asked for, like, funny clown music with black and white. And they did it.
Diva. Well, here we go.
Oh, look at the pace.
So much damage done, though, onto the T side. They've taken a hell of a lot of damage as they make their way into their side. Ricky's actually still got the scout. Oh. I don't know. Maybe it really is taking its toll. Like the tear he has on his screen. He's just gone, okay, I'm not even going to play with a rifle anymore. Can they make this after plant situation work? As said, they're low, but they're still kicking. There we go, though. Val, Gyro off new. Always good for 2, but not this time. Vexite, I don't know how he wins this one. He needs to try and kill off multiple players. Some coming in from behind. Needs to deny the defusal as well, and it isn't going to happen. It will be an 8th round onto the board. Things are still relatively close. Now, the bomb plant will help them out a bit, but it's still a bit of an awkward purchase for the Chiefs, especially if they want to try and get an AWP into this one. I do question how they're going to be able to do it.
I'm just going to go safe if I'm Chiefs. The thing with APOC is the guy can... Okay. All right. That works. Mac 10. APOC just which isn't scoped or not, you know. It's like I'm going for an SMG or a scout or an AWP. Like that's literally all he goes for, which is fantastic. All 5 players, Tom. All 5 players heading towards long. Nice flashbang. I don't think Asula got spotted out. It's going to do a smart thing. Immediately falls back. Couple of feet, calling for backup. They're gonna go for the flash and peek together. I would love that. I would love that if they go for it right now.
2 AWPs in here as well, which is going to make things just that much tougher as they do go pushing into this A site, getting some of the closer angles. He's still coming under pressure. He has the support of Alistair, though, who isn't going to miss his shot. An easy one to miss for sure, but he has started to come into his own. the bomb down, they really need to clear him from this angle, and I think they know that. They're still just patiently waiting. Actually going to try and go for the plant anyway. And with no one coming in from long, they could at least try and hold on to some of the angles, but it's going to be a lot easier said than done. Offnu knows he needs to try and make a play. Here's the shot. That's the first and a second again. The man who's always good for 2, and he's looking for more. A 3rd kill for Offnu, leaving just Ricky alone. He's not had a game to remember, but this would be a round they need if he can manage to steal it away. Both players tagged, but he doesn't even seem to know where the second is. And APOC is there to help out the man that is Offnu. 30 kills already, Blair. He's on 30 kills.
It's been 20 rounds. There's no one on 20. That's just ludicrous. Also, we have some stats. Of course, we have the replay from off. We have to see this one as well. This is just how does he just turn it around? How does it turn it around? 3 kills out of nowhere, just like that. So, Tom, we got stats from PGL, not from Mitch, because Mitch is useless. There were 7 attempts on the A bomb site and 8 attempts on the B bomb site. And out of the 7 attempts on the A bomb site, they got the bomb down twice, but they didn't win a single attempt. There were 8 attempts at the B bomb site. They planted the bomb 7 times, and they won 7 times.
So what you're saying is I should like PGL even more now because they've proved me to be right.
Yeah, you were right. But I just wanted to like get the exact numbers just to highlight how darn good
ridiculous
you are at this, Tom. Yeah, you're so good at this. But what's not good right now is Order's money. They have none.
Okay. He just wanted to set up the youngster, Vexite. That's all it is. He's getting his confidence up, I hope, because that was a bit rough, but they've got away with it. Alistair, at his moments, can't say I'm much of a believer. The nade could kill off Vexite, and in fact, it's going to be very, very close, but actually does nothing. And, well, Vexite's even going to get the last one while blind, so the youngster, 4 kills for him in this round, padding the stats a little bit. And now 13-8. Order, as said, they were the favorites in this series. Even with how Chiefs managed to play in their first match, we didn't know what to expect from this roster coming into this tournament. They are 3 rounds away from continuing into the upper bracket and basically ruining what we expected the bracket to be. Like, we were almost expecting to get the grand final of Order versus Renegades twice.
Yeah,
instead,
and,
maybe not.
It's a little disturbing. Alistair. Oh no! Oh, the flashback, the timing on that, and he gets nothing done. This B bomb side often finds another kill on the gyro as well towards long. This B bomb side's lost. It's over. 14-8. Chiefs need 2 more rounds to pull off. I guess we can be. I guess everyone can be forgiven for saying an upset. Because let's be real. Yeah. Coming into this tournament, Order and Renegades, everyone is waiting for that grand final to take place. And Chiefs coming in, the thing was, we were like, okay, these guys have been promising, but they've had to play without Vexite for a lot of their games because of his age. You know, he was 15 for the longest of times. And they had Yam actually subbing in for him. Again, Yam, a veteran in the scene, but he is a coach. And now they're making a point here. They're really making a point. Although, and this is the me putting on my analyst cap, Tom. Although, ooh! Nice save there, but I don't think it's going to be good enough. Sure, they saved the guns, but they're losing the rounds, Tom. But putting on my analyst hat, my cap, I have to say, it has been one of the more disappointing performances from Order. That nuke game, they were showing nothing on T side. It was abysmal. On Dust 2, it's been kind of weird for both the sides, because Chiefs, I mean, that B bomb side defense was non-existent, but individually, they're popping off. And right now, in the second half, though, they're just manhandling Order.
Oh, okay. Okay. Through flash, smoke, and stun. Timing. Back to the old Call of Duty days. Here we go. Offnu. He's always the man to watch so far in this one, but he actually gets tagged up by Alistair before going down. The push is going to continue, though. And Soju... Oh, he doesn't see him. The flames have shrouded his vision. It will mean that it is going to be another round for Order, and a relatively clean one at that. Still will be enough money to juggle around some weaponry to get Chiefs back on the board with a bye. And for Order, well, this is it, Blair. They can't afford to lose another round, really.
Yeah, there is no margin for error, as we spoke about it on Nuke earlier. The thing being, at least, Dust 2, again, we've seen so many comeback games happen in Dust 2, right? And I feel like it's a little bit more feasible, but the thing with Chiefs are, like, they're just unstoppable by the looks of things. Like, Apoc's been hitting some nutty shots, although he did miss that one. And Offnu, I mean, he's already 30+. Plus. And then Soju joins the party as well. He finds Valiant through the smoke, Tom. Through the smoke. And now Ricky's alone. There's no one nearby. There's no one even admit to. He needs to kill everyone. He needs to kill all 5 players. And he's blinded for days. He's gonna find 1. He's gonna find 2. He's looking for more, but he's finally gonna get taken down. That's all he could do. And he did quite a bit indeed. As Offnu will fall. I felt Offnu should have got that kill. And suddenly, due to the heroics of Ricky, there is a chance for Order to bring this one back and take round number 10.
Oh, this is aggressive from Vexite. They knew they needed a play and very close to making that one work. The flashbang from Apoc was flawless. If he can nail this first shot, then he has a good chance, and he does. Now just needs to try and close this out. Versus Gyro. Oh, he's not going to spot him initially, and he manages to get back round the corner. That might have just bought him enough time, as now the tap onto the bomb tries to bait him in, and it works. It will be the defusal coming through in the nick of time. And Order are clinging on. Ricky, well, I think he deserves a beer for that one because he did a fantastic job holding down that site.
I was shocked he stayed alive for that long, if you ask me. Like, great job from him, but there was no one actually checking him. I felt like it was a little bit of a team flash as well, or maybe, I think it was a team flash because the player had pushed up towards that box. He was blinded, and Ricky gets a free kill on him. And again, Offnu admit, I mean, it's surprising, you know, showing that he is mortal after all. I felt like he'd get a free kill there, but he gets taken down. Good retake. Valiant effort in the end there from Apoc Dud, but it wasn't good enough. And with that, yeah, money, not that great. Pistols around. Alistair. Playing a dangerous game. He's all alone.
Well, yeah, this looks like the classic pistol strat of get yourself onto the A site, get a bomb down. Something that we've pretty much seen in every single iteration of Dust 2 ever. They've got a decent amount of utility to potentially make it work. They're actually going to throw the nades into mid. Maybe a complete switch up, and Zev has managed to get an opener. Now, they've still got 2 players within the B site, and it definitely hasn't been as weak as we saw for the opposing side. But here comes the push. Offnu just domes one gyro. That's, again, a very nice attempt at holding onto this site. The pistols have managed to do the work. And now Alistair, alongside Ricky, have got a mountain to climb.
This ain't it, Chief. This ain't it. You can't lose this one. Apoc's position, he doesn't need to show anything. He can slowly time it, push him from behind, gather information. They have 2 rifles, and he's going to spot the first player out, taps away, gets the kill. That's it. That's the round. And that is how Chiefs are going to get to match point here, Tom. No one survives. Nothing saved. Money looking very grim indeed. And for Chiefs, they have 5 map points and match points to work with to pull off what I guess is going to be one of the biggest upsets we've seen so far.
Well, let's put it this way. I think PGO are going to have a very, very easy job of making a decision for MVP.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think it's even a toss-up in this one. Obviously, it's going to be Ricky. No, I'm kidding. Offnu has been insane. 34 kills. In that round again, a multi-frag with just a pistol. Like, it is... So sometimes you just see players have a game that it's one to remember, and this has definitely been one of them. He's been ridiculous. And there's been no one even close to matching up against him. Again, I don't want to harp on Alistair. It's not even like he's the worst on his team. It's just that we expect so much from him on an individual level. Ustillo as well. I can't remember the last time I mentioned him.
Yeah, he's been uncharacteristically very quiet, right? But that's the thing. It's like, I agree with you. Just you can't just blame a player. It's just that Chiefs have played an incredible game so far on the T side, especially. CD side, though, got to give credit to Order. They were able to kind of suss out the fact that the B bomb side was a weak point, and they were abusing it. Gyra pushing in, but Offnu, the man is a Terminator. There's no stopping him. He's cold-blooded. He's just mowing everyone down. I've lost track of how many multi-kill rounds he's got so far.
He's got to change his name to Onnu at this point.
What? Flashbang is good, Ricky. Oh, he's got a scout. And he's going to do a smart thing. Falls back to the safety to the B bomb side, and it's still out. It's all about timing. How long is he going to wait here? Offnu's lying in wait. All 4 players coming in at this MP9. Oh, this is going to be rough. Waiting for the flash, maybe. Gonna go for the double peek. Double peek. Pre-fire comes in, and he's just good for 1. But at least a rotation has taken place, though. But Soju lying in wait.
Oh, it's awkward. Doesn't manage to get the kill, but he has held them back. And in the meantime, Valiance is down. It's looking like this is all but over. Ricky in a 1 versus 4 clutch to try and save Order from falling into that lower bracket. And you have to remember the team waiting for them is going to be Rooster, which is no easy task to say the least. It could be them maybe falling a little bit flat early in this one. Ricky manages a first, but with no kit. 25 seconds. I think all he's going to be doing here is padding the stats. I don't want to be the hater, the non-believer, but I have to say at this point, I'm more than an atheist when it comes to Ricky. A second kill, at least, coming up. But even with these kills, there is no time. The time has gone past. Vexite will close it, and Chiefs are going to take themselves the victory. A bit of a shaky first half after a dominant position. We now see them make a fantastic resurgence on the second half.
The only, thing on my mind right now is Offnu. 11 multi-kill rounds, Tom. 11 multi-kill rounds. 35, I think. 35 kills, 36 kills to close out the series. Over 180 AR. What a performance from the man. And Mitch, Jim, I hope you guys are there as well. I hope you guys can join us here. But, I mean, sure, it was a weird map. It was a weird, that first half, especially that B bomb side, how open it was from the side of Chiefs. But in the end, Offnu just basically carrying them to a pretty convincing win. I mean, what do you have to add to that, Mitch?
I mean, there's not much more, is there? This was one of the worst performances I think we've seen from Order coming into this tournament. I think they really struggled on this map just because they were getting domed. You could see the Chiefs were warmed up and ready to roll. Obviously, whenever you're coming down to a decider as Dust 2, it's always a little bit risky when both teams are in there individually. But that nuke game should have went their way. I think they know that, and it's got to be really deflating, if you ask me. If you're Order and you're sat there, you know that you really threw away your T side over on nuke. And I think that might have started to build up in their minds as well coming into Dust 2. The reality is, when Offnu drops 34 kills, what do you do? What can you do? There's just nothing. This guy was on fire.
Yeah, he was on fire. And even this from Zeph, it was almost like Offnu was kind of channeling himself through Zeph to get his spray. They were both at 100 HP, both of them, and he gets a kill, the collateral kill. And apart from the B bomb side, Jim, actually, I want to touch upon it a little bit more. What was going on with that CD side from Chiefs? I know they won the game convincingly in the end, but there were so many rounds. Every round that Order got on their T side, when they were down 8-1, they made it 8-7. All the rounds from this B bomb side, where it was just barren most of the times for the side of Chiefs.
From what I can see, Soju appears to be playing a different role in that he's now playing more of a support player role. So you could see there that he was at times almost distracted trying to assist in mid and left his post at B. So it was sort of the duality of man, because in terms of what he's used to providing is more of a point and click solution to what they do, as opposed to being the one that's actually got to support his teammates a little bit more. So he's growing into that role. Obviously, it left B wide open, and if it wasn't for the fact that the bomb was left at mid, at the top of long, they would have had full success at B. It would have been 8 from 8 attempts going in towards that B bomb site. So Chiefs, though, you've got to hand it to them. They came up with the win when everybody thought the conditions suited Order much better. So in terms of what they brought to the table, I think it was a pretty well-rounded performance. You could see that the old hand in Offnu, he's a player that's been around for quite some time, played at the top level. He's guiding these guys in with big performances when they need it most. And it just, it felt like a different Order. They felt a little bit deflated after nuke. you could probably put it down to the fact that they never really hit their rhythm. They'll probably say that themselves. So I think in terms of what they'll be doing now, they will probably be looking towards that lower bracket run, whereas Chiefs, they're on the up.
And I just want to point out one thing as well for the side of Chiefs, right? I'm just looking at this, and it just blows my mind, and it feels like the stat is completely wrong. Looking at HLTV match page, and APOC Dud had just 13 kills. I mean, Vexer was second with 21. Zeph was 18 kills, but he had 21 assists and 10 flash assists. Now, Tom, I haven't seen a number like that ever.
Yeah,
21 assists? What?
Obviously, the flash assists are included in that. So obviously, the actual assists are only 11. If you look back at the normal stats, but even still, that is a lot of flash assists that are coming up. That's one hell of a supportive player you've got there as your AWPer as well, which is an interesting one. It's something we sort of spoke to him previously, didn't we, in the interview where Jim sort of asked, "Oh, have you now been given less to do?" And he said, "Actually, I think I'm doing more." And I think he's just proven that. Like, he's AWPing, in-game leading, and getting the most flash, and getting the most assists. Like, he may not be the one dropping 35 kills, but if he's going to do that much for the team, I think they're going to succeed.
You know what? We could just ask the man himself, APOC Dud, joining us for the winners interview, and I'm guessing he's going to be feeling very, very happy with that performance. There we go, APOC. Congratulations. That was a hell of a showing, a hell of a comeback. But I want to ask a very quick question, which has been kind of boggling my mind on that nuke game. Firstly, great job from you guys on the CD side, shutting it down. But did you kind of feel like Order where, I don't know, they didn't really do anything on the T side of nuke and made it kind of feel easy for you guys?
Yeah, I mean, it felt pretty easy, to be honest, on CT side. We had like really clean CT. Everyone was just hitting shots. We were, I think, rotating quite well. I mean, the rounds we lost as well. I remember there was specifically one like 4v2 or something that we lost. That was like one of the 3 rounds. So pretty much every round was going in our favor, and just all the fights were going in our favor. It was, yeah, I think a really strong showing from us. I'm not too sure if it was kind of like a weak performance from them or whether it was us playing really well. But yeah, happy with how it went at least.
So going back to the first map, obviously the one that you did sort of let slip away, I guess we could say. Do you feel like there were just a few like sort of small individual things that maybe you needed to fix rather than like a game plan error or anything else? Because that map was incredibly close, and I feel like it was more down to like, oh, they won a pistol round here or they won this round here, rather than like them being an all-out better team in that map at least.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like just looking at it, looking back at it, I feel like a lot of it hinged on that 1v1 between Zeph and I can't remember who. But the one that reset our money at like 13-13. Yeah, there we go, Jara. And I feel like that's kind of where the map turned on its head. Like we had the momentum. I feel like that map was ours, to be honest. And that we like kind of played better. But yeah, it was definitely like we knew we were able to beat them coming into D2. Like we're the better team here. We can win this easily. We just need to play well and not lose important 1v1s and shit. So yeah.
Oh, you did that successfully. I mean, hell, even coming into that map, we had so many force buys hitting you in those first couple rounds, and they just couldn't get a grip back into it. It was a great performance. And I got to ask, now you're going to move on and most likely play up against Renegades.
It's going to be Renegades.
Yeah, it is. It is, right. Renegades versus Downfall. Yeah. So,
spoilers.
How are you feeling about this game versus Renegades? You've just taken down Order. You're a team that could definitely contend against these guys. Do you think that this could be the time that you actually overthrow them?
Every time, I think the thing with versing Renegades is it has to be one of those games where everyone on your team shows up. And I mean, like, obviously, Ofnu showing up on our last map, Zeph showing up on the second map. People were showing up, but I think all 5 of us firing at the same time is what's necessary for beating Renegades specifically. So it's going to mean better performance from me, and potentially from Jay as well. To really, and like basically just not throwing away crucial rounds. Like the way we always lose to Renegades is the mid rounds and throwing away crucial rounds that we pretty much should be winning, but we just lose because of lack of experience or just incorrect calls. So I think that's it. We need to play really, really clean CS, and we all need to be hitting our shots.
And quickly, is that a cashmere scarf that you've got there, or is it just
Yeah,
one from the
sort of,
collection.
thought I'd warm up the neck a little bit after that game.
Yeah. Now, I know Soju is a player that has maybe in past teams struggled a little bit with confidence. He looks a lot more confident with you guys, but how do you keep him, keep his head in the game?
Just shout at him. Well, I won't swear on broadcast, but many expletives telling him to just wide swing him, bro. Pretty much, it's just get it, just go at him. Yeah, it's what we all do. It's just have no respect for anyone. Just have complete confidence. Take every duel if you need. Like if you feel you can win it, that's pretty much what it comes down to. And like I mean, you can see when we play, like we're not really passive. Like we're very aggro. We don't really wait for them to come to us too much. So sometimes to our disadvantage. But we try and play with as much confidence as possible. I think that's what we brought, especially to Nuke D2. And that's something that Jay obviously has struggled with confidence in the past, especially when he feels he's not performing. I think that was a big reason of why he got removed from Avant in the first place a year ago, whatever it was. But it's just building him up, and it's the same thing with all the players. I mean, we've got young players. We got Declan, who's just turned 16. We're about to. Zeph, who's 18. It's just about making sure everyone's hyped and just wide swinging, basically.
Just getting hyped and wide swinging. All
just
right.
getting hyped and wide swinging.
Hopefully that works against, well, maybe Renegades if they do win their game taking place later on today. But again, congratulations, Epoch Dot. Thank you for coming on again.
Thank you very much.
Take a well-deserved little bit of a break.
Will do.
Be ready for Saturday. All right. Thank you.
Have a good one. Cheers.
And of course, that was the incredible Apoc Dud looking pretty pleased with himself, and I would be as well. That was a pretty decent upset, if you ask me, and everyone really showing up as well. But we do have time to take a quick gander at the brackets as they stand right now, because we do have a couple of games coming up today, which is going to decide who's going to be facing off against whom. And the brackets should be on his screen any moment right now, maybe. But it is, of course, going to be the next game coming up. There's going to be Renegades facing off. All right, the bracket's not updated yet. Sorry about that. But of course, we can just talk about the upcoming game. Very, very quickly touch upon that. Tom, I'm going to give this one to you. It is going to be Renegades facing off against, I think it is Downfall, if I'm not mistaken. Mm-hmm. And Downfall did pull off something pretty impressive yesterday, but against Renegades, are you feeling it?
I think it's going to be something that I know that Mitch very much enjoys, which is a rough spanking.
Excuse me?
Okay.
Being on the end of it or handing one out?
I'll leave that to your imagination.
And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to a very quick break, and we'll be back with game number 2 of the days. It's going to be Renegades versus Downfall. Is it going to be spanking? We're going to be finding out.
I hope so.
Coming up next.
T-minus 1 minute and counting.
You give me love.
Get up. What's going on?
Do I want to know? I know it's getting me by, but I don't want that this time. Not just your touch. I feel the space in between. You're drifting further from me. Boy, that sucks. Round and round we go. You only love me in half time, and it's just not enough. You have me between lines, but I need is full love. You only love me in half time, 'cause it's just not enough. You have me between lines, but I need is full love. You only love me in half time, and it's just not enough. You have me between lines, but I need is full love.
Welcome back, everyone, to day 3 of the Perfect World Oceanic League 2020. We're done with game number 1. It was a hell of a matchup. Chiefs, some are pulling off, some people might say a little bit of an upset, taking down Order 2-1. And coming up next is going to be the other upper bracket matchup. It's going to be Renegades facing off against Downfall. My name is Blair, and joining me, as usual, are going to be my long... It's going to be Mitch, it's going to be Jim, and Mitch, of course, will be looking for a spanking.
Can bring that back up.
Yeah,
Have to.
apparently, Tom's sharing our closely shared secrets on our trip in Ukraine.
You
We
do
had a-
spend a lot of times with James, so you know what. It
That
should
is
stay
true.
private, but
James is a big man. I mean, you know, he's got big hands. You know what to say about people with big hands? They like spanking. Jim, this matchup, Renegades and Downfall. Let's make this one quick, right? Let's make this very real. Look, we like painting a neutral picture about how the games are going to be. But Renegades have made like some of the better teams in the region, like Avant and Order. They've struggled. Like they've won 5 events back to back. They are the kings, the champions, the emperors of Oceanic Counter-Strike. Do you feel Downfall have at least a chance of making it a little competitive?
No, I absolutely do not
Okay,
think so
cool.
whatsoever. The reason I say that is not because of Downfall necessarily being terrible or anything like that. I just don't think Renegades are in a position where they're going to let anybody get anything over them. They want to completely dominate this region.
I
And I'm
love
not-
2D.
I mean, you can't go past. This is probably the most glorious profile picture I've, in all honesty, ever seen presented on broadcast. So, I mean, he's their main player, and not just because he has a lovely red mane. He's a player that's been fragging out for them.
he needs
in
to
their
learn to
matches.
share. Like Moop could definitely
you
use
want
with
some
a
hair?
little bit extra. Oh, with me, yeah, I'd take some. I'd
Judy,
take some.
like,
He's got
how
enough for
does he-
all of us.
The incredible thing is not only does he look like someone who just walked through a static field or something, and like a lion walking through a static field, but he's also pretty handy with the AWP. Like he really shone yesterday in that game of theirs, right, Tom?
Yeah, I think he had a fairly quiet first couple of maps, but on the third map, he was an absolute monster. I believe it was on Inferno
Savage
as well. It was
Yeah.
they were just tearing it up, and they absolutely dominated Ground Zero. And Ground Zero, I'll be honest, they never looked like they came back from that at all. Like when they lost that second map for the rest of the day, they were completely out of it. Now that again leads me to sort of question, like, okay, they had a close game versus Ground Zero. Ground Zero then went into their next match and got banged. Like maybe they were sort of disorientated, like a little bit down in the dumps. But the thing is, if you go close versus Ground Zero, I don't think you go close versus Renegades. That's the problem. It's like they're not on the same caliber. They're not in the same region.
Just
All
as
right.
a side note too,
Mhm.
I'm a little bit disappointed that we didn't see Ground Zero go further because I wanted to state the line Ground Zero to Major, Tom. And it
Oh,
didn't.
God.
It
God
didn't come
Damn it.
to fruition.
Well, that is Mitch, okay? All right, Mitch, I'm going to just give you this one. Let's talk about the boys. Yeah, the boys. These are the emperors of Asian Counter. Sorry, not Asian. That's Tai Lu. Never mind. Of Australian Counter Strike, and they have looked not just fantastic, they've looked almost nigh unbeatable in any aspect. Everyone looking very good. Dexter, the in-game leader, also, in my opinion, the best player right now playing and living down under. I mean, what more can you add about this lineup?
Well, look, the reality is Renegades are so dominant at the moment that we said the only people that can challenge them with the current Oramore standings are Order, and Order are now in the lower bracket. So the reality is Renegades are looking solid to breeze on through and just take their spot in the major. Okay, they'll play against Chiefs if they win this game, and that won't be easy. And then possibly it'll be more than likely either Chiefs or Order in the finals. But they've definitely got the easiest road that they could have imagined. They started out by playing Rooster. It was a difficult enough game. Then they got down. They're getting Downfall now instead of Ground Zero. Look, they're on high spirits, but we saw it from them, even against Rooster. They don't want to give any space to any of these teams. They don't want to allow anyone to say, like, we almost beat them, or that should have been our map. They're coming in to just state dominance over this region because they got nothing else to do they? They can't go and play within Europe. They can't go and play internationally at the moment. So they just got to rule their kingdom and be the big fish.
Be the big fish, and they're gonna they're gonna try and be the big fish on a few maps here. And this one's gonna be a little bit more trickier, Tom, to really break down because we don't really know what Downfall's map pool is, at least based on what we see on HLTV. So I do believe we have the map bans and vetoes and picks out already, and we could probably talk over them. And the train ban from Renegades, Jim, that's not too surprising, is it? It's always a perma ban. Actually, Overpass not getting picked is a little surprising. I feel like they might have, I don't know, like Downfall might have stood a chance in Overpass, but maybe they're just looking to play a map which they're much more comfortable on, albeit Renegades are just better than them on that map as well, which is Inferno.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't think it really mattered too much where the veto fell for Downfall because they're up against the best team in the region. And I mean, yeah, look at the two maps. These are, I guess, the standards. A lot of the customs were out of contention. But I mean, Vertigo, if it ever goes to a third, I don't really know what to think if that happens. But in terms of the first two maps, I think it's safe to say that Renegades are going to be comfortable on those, as we said. Even the Inferno pick coming out from Downfall, Renegades know that map back to front. They're confident even picking it themselves in a lot of these vetoes. So I think in terms of which way the traffic's going to flow, it's all going to be marching to the beat of Renegade's drum.
Yeah, I mean, Tom, like even if we had Overpass getting picked by Downfall, who've never played it yet so far, mind you, and Renegades have only played it once in the past few months, where they did beat Rooster. I mean, even if it is going to be Overpass getting picked, I don't really see it going the way of Downfall, right? The individuals in Renegades, they're like not just one or two, but just like number of levels ahead of everyone else right now in the scene.
Yeah. I think I like the fact that Downfall didn't do it because there's a reason it was left open for sure. Like I don't think Renegades are against playing it, otherwise it would be their veto. The other thing as well is, why are you going to go to a map that's weaker for you when you're already the massive underdog? Like, go for your strengths. Maybe if you then play your best game, like with all of your strategies working, you can at least upset a map. If you go to a map that you can't play and try and beat Renegades on an individual level, you might as well just DC from the server the second you connect, because it's not going to happen. It's not possible. So I like the fact that they've gone for this. The problem is the first two maps are probably the two strongest maps that we have for Renegades. So you really are basically just swimming upstream at this point. It's a very, very tough match to win. But at the same time, I appreciate the fact that they haven't just gone for like a YOLO pick and actually attempted to just play their own game. Because also, that's how you learn something as well. Like, if you're going to learn from this match, you don't want to go, well, our first game of Overpass, we lost to Renegades. It's like, well, what was the point in that? That's worthless.
Right. All right. And we do hear word that the game is about to go live right now. So, Tom, I would love to hear you talking more, but we have to jump straight on in. So, Jim, Mitch, have fun with this one. We're not even going to go with the predictions because I believe it's going to be a quick 2-0 anyway. So, have fun, gentlemen.
We'll see you soon. I think that's the way that it's going to at least pan out in the early stages anyway, until Downfall have some stability in these rounds. I think it's safe to say that Renegades are going to just play this brutal, no respect CS until Downfall can manage to control it. I think that's the way that they will always play against teams that they will deem to be lesser than them.
Yeah, the reality is for Renegades, like, even even the next map coming up, Inferno, Downfall's pick. You mentioned that Renegades pick into it a lot. It's actually their most picked map, so it is statistically their first pick, and Downfall have chosen it. Now, let's sit down and be realistic. We had an interview with Moop, and he said they're coming into this to learn. And the reality is, if you play Renegades on their two best maps, and they're also maps that you play and that you've got some practice on, that's a great learning opportunity. And I think that's probably the best thing they can do in this series. You can pick Overpass, like Tom said. You're not going to learn anything if you lose it, or not as much as you would get value out of this. And as well, you're obviously going to be in a position where... oh, hold on.
Ooh.
That's a nice trade straight away. Savage able to come through it a little bit more. Downfall. They're in a 3 versus 2. Renegades got that plant out as easy as can be, but it's not going their way afterwards. The pistol's picked up by Downfall. This is a great sign straight away, because you've got Savage and 2D, two huge players for this team when it came down to their earlier game versus Ground Zero, already showing up in the pistol round. That's a great sign.
It is a great sign. You've given a 15-year-old who is having a shot at the best team in the region some confidence immediately. That is probably one of the worst things you can do if you're Renegades, because a lot of the 15-year-olds that are coming through, they are learning this no respect, no fear style of Counter-Strike, and that is working for them. So let's just see if that continues on into future rounds, but the prospects are good. And again, we see this meta where we've got Renegades, they've got the plant, so they're going to be buying into this. If you didn't have the scoreboard to assist you, you really wouldn't know who won the pistol.
Very true, very true. It's the downfall, I think, of the current economy system, unfortunately, but Tom was mentioning it earlier. I was just tweeting out about it. I hate it. I've hated it for the longest time, but here we are. Oh, Mizzy. That flash was so good by Sicko. That was just pinpoint accurate. Ince has managed to take down Licky. The site is overrun, and you win the pistol, but your reward... I've said this before, right? If you manage to come in and get a bomb plant and lose the pistol round, that is the best possible scenario, economically anyways. Because you come into this round with an equal, or in some cases better buy. You're on the T side, so any disadvantage you have, like when they've got rifles, you can make up for that with the numbers. And then the other side of it is, when Downfall lose this, they don't get the extra bonus. They don't get $1,900. They only get 14. So if you take the weapons away from them, and that's why you'll see them hunting them down, Downfall end up in a position where they're eco, and even though you've lost the pistol, you go 2, maybe even 3-1 up in the half.
It really is the best way to lose, if you want to put it that way. I think now we have a scenario where the CT economy has just been rocked. There's the option that they have is to, again, try and force the issue here and just try and play this dangerous game of forcing in. But that flash that opened up this B-bomb site, there was nothing Mizzy could do. He was just dead to rights. He was completely taken out of play. But that's the level of detail that Renegades go to. Even their most basic hits have all bases covered. So this is going to be a rough ride, at least in the initial stages, or Downfall. Positives, they took that first round, but this can quickly spiral out of control. And also, if they continue to play a very dangerous game of economy war with Renegades.
The issue for them, so second round, Renegades come in, they force buy, they get pretty much the same kind of investment that their opponents did, right? Those buys were pretty equal, as you said. Now Downfall force buy, it's 1-1, right? They're tied up, they're even, but they've got 3 deagles and 2 rifles, and the rifles are only what they've saved over. So that is a huge disadvantage, and even then, one of the rifles was dropped straight away, 2D taken down in the window. Moop has managed to recover that, but you see the big problem really with that boost alongside the bomb plant. I feel like that can be balanced relatively easily, that like, if a... I think just go back to the old economy system, actually. Scrap what I was going to say to recover this one. 2 years ago, rewind the clock, bring us back there. Like, the reality is, if you're, winning a round and losing straight after, you deserve to be reset. Like, that's a punishment that, well, it's deserved. Doesn't mean more eco rounds, but it is what it is. Anyways, we're in a 5 versus 4, and Renegades want to take the A site. Utility already coming over, but look at the little stack.
They are prepared for it, but the utility is going to be key here for Renegades. They're now just going to try and pick things apart. Moop is just trying to pick the gap between everything, but he is booked. Sicko will roll on through to the A ramp and see what else he can find, and it's just a shooting gallery here. Mizzy does provide some stiff resistance, but need to be careful. Don't overextend yourself here, Renegades, because Mizzy and Licky are both grouped up, but Sicko knows no fear. at least for the moment, he is just going to continue to harass them. The retake prospects aren't looking good, but Mizzy is taking some weapons out of the economy. However, it is still quite strong if you compare it to the CT side. And again, bought into it. The CT economy is just going to continue to bleed until that loss bonus can cover everything for them at the moment.
And so, as I said, you lose the pistol and you end up 3-1 up, essentially off the back of an even second round. It's always a scary time for Downfall. That's got to be deflating because they won that pistol in a fairly convincing fashion, right? Savage and 2D just tapping away those heads. And now here they are, behind in the game, forced to eco. And I feel like, especially at this point, when you're in an eco, it's like having your face just rubbed in the dirt. They're really just highlighting to you, like, by the way, you're losing this round. You're behind, by the way. You're not going to get anything done. They tried to stack up A, 4 players close on CT, one slightly further back with a flashbang, but nothing worked out in that regard. They realize it's a B take, and so they stack up in CT, but they've been spotted. Here comes the SMG. Mizzy has that flash to throw around the corner. Here it comes. It's up high, but they've turned. They've dodged it, and the SMG's farmed so much money. It's Malta with a 4K, and although, obviously, versus an eco, it's not exactly impressive, what is impressive is the cash flow that they've got to work with now. On the back of losing the opening round of this game, Renegades are 3-1 up with an insane amount of money on these players.
And Malta's just gone to town. He has made mincemeat of the CT side, just all trapped in CT. So we finally see our first gun round coming out, and more importantly, 2D on that AWP. So he's got himself some prime position, but the commitment from Renegades isn't there. They're just holding back and seeing whether or not Downfall are going to do something a little bit funky, because teams in their position may often be led to try and do something funky on that first gun round. So looks like both these two teams are just going to play it fairly standard, fairly default. Malta hanging on to that Mac 10 along with INS. So banking on the fact that the CT side are not going to have head armor, and that is ringing true. If they catch them out with these Mac 10s, that could spell trouble.
It could indeed. Trouble is afoot. We'll see what Downfall are able to do. Really, I'm looking at 2D. I'm looking at that op. I mean, we all are, but he's not doing anything just yet. Just holding top mid as they rotate safely through spawn. He could be a huge player, but I think they kind of know that because they're not challenging him. They're moving over towards the ramp where they're just going to push out onto the A site. They've already done this successfully. But now against the rifles, it does present a bit more of a challenge, but it's more mid-centered for Downfall. They've got one player passive in CT who's forced back by the smoke. A flash comes over from mid, but they can't really do anything off the back of it. It was, if anything, just a wasted flash from the CT side. And now it's just down to waiting for this retake. The spams are dangerous with so many players and so much freedom given to Renegades, but it's only kept up for a second, so no punishment. And they lose so much time. Renegades have perfectly pinpointed the weakness, really, at the moment for Downfall in that setup, at least. Having gained practically no information is a really worthwhile gamble.
And it is now 4 versus 5 as Sicko goes down, but Malta has pushed through. So he's tried to split the atom somewhat. Moop's already on the bomb site. So Dexter here is in a very precarious position, and he can only get one before he is traded out. So now Inns and Malta have to combine. Malta on the AWP, not something often seen, but now Licky is forced to lick his wounds as he retreats back into CT. And I think Malta may have gotten onto this. And for the moment, Licky's not going to try and push the issue too much further. He will take his weapon. But the thing for me in that round was a 5 versus 5 for a lot of it. In theory, that is one of the better retake scenarios for the CT sides, because there's only so many places that you can hide as a T in that A bomb site. So some decent utility was left on the Downfall. The retake could have potentially been on, but the post-plant positioning from Renegades actually held really well. And now they're trying something a little bit different, but it's on an anti-eco. They're just trying to take some control back of mid. They didn't do this last round. Renegades just sat back and waited to see if Downfall would be the aggressor, but once they had that information, they were quite comfortable in just turtling back up and hitting that A bomb site, knowing that Downfall weren't going to do anything tricky and push.
We spoke about giving Savage the confidence early on, and not a whole lot has come from it. if Renegades do start to really beat down that dominance. I'm quite scared for what's going to happen over on the downfall side. They've got a lot to adapt to. I mean, now we're seeing Renegades shift from a straight-up A rush to moving over towards short control, smokes down on middle, taking the control, knowing that they've got the range advantage in this round where there's no op to play around. Unfortunate for Moop. He grabs one but couldn't quite retrieve the AK. Now moving into the side itself, Renegades have got a lot of control. However, they've got low HP on hats. That could be a USP kill for 2D. Licky and Savage, two insane fraggers for this team previously. And Savage has gone undetected in Palace. They don't even seem to be fully aware of that possibility. Malta's playing very passive on it, and they are definitely aware of it because of how passive this angle is. But Malta's got a 50-50 to cover, and that's the problem, right? Savage swings out, he takes him down. Now it's Sicko's job to trade, but he couldn't get there in time. His responsibility was watching for the short push through ladder, and now Hats, Sicko, they're trying to get these fights on range, but Hats is so low, he's got a head peek, and that bomb's just being defused. Rounds one. This should be done and dusted, and indeed it is. Savage had such an easy kill there. A 3K, an op retrieved, and a fantastic answer back by Downfall.
Excellent cover too by Savage as well. He was just darting around, moving like a gypsy, that Savage swing, if you want to call it that, as he was just able to defend his teammates successfully there. But, I mean, things were actually quite good here for Downfall. They made those deagles work with some handy deagling, but, yeah, Savage's position and gameplay in that round was superb.
It's a hell of a momentum bringer as well, right, Jim? Like, to be able to win a round where you've got all those pistols and now you've got a double op setup. This is a lifeline for Downfall to make up for the early game. And Savage immediately opening this round on the Hats. The nade delivered straight to Dexter's door. And that is a huge start into this buy round without an op even needing to get involved. And we know what 2D can do with this weapon when he's given the opportunities. This is scary now for Renegades. You can see they've pumped the brakes.
They have just sat back, paused here. Missy's going to take the opportunity. Doesn't land the shot, though. So, cannot continue to capitalize on the player advantage for the moment. But Renegades have firm control of mid. They don't have any extra pressure coming onto this A-bomb site. They will just leave Dexter, though. He is effectively the splinter cell that has been left in connector. 2D actually does manage to find Sicko, and Savage combines to find Dexter, who was just trying to slip the net, trying to make something happen, and it's left Renegades in a really tough spot here. Malta and Inns, two sharpshooting players, will try and bail the round out for Renegades. They don't have time to mess around too much. They are going to be on this bomb site. Trade is good. So now it's all on Inns, who has this 3 versus 1 immediately, but then that fourth player over towards the A-bomb site is going to be a latter concern. He's made his presence known, and this is going to be difficult because now he has to get this plant. And they can afford to try and take him here, but they do not. They choose to group up. Downfall do take him eventually. And it was well played from Downfall. They knew they had the player advantage. They didn't want to give that 1v1 opportunity to Inns. He's a dangerous player at the best of times, let alone if you play into his hands. Here we see, just a collection of that round as it panned out. Now, from Downfall's perspective, they need to continue the momentum here. They have taken a few losses, but it's not going to be enough to stem the economy for them just yet. It's Mizzy again, looking for an opening here in the B halls, but Renegade's presence in this round is going to be late control of mid. We've got Dexter just prying through the underpass. But one thing I've noticed from Downfall is they are happy to let Renegades have this early mid control.
I'm quite surprised, but I think that's off the back of the scare they had, where obviously they played heavily towards middle with Savage and 2D, and they just got locked out of the A-bomb site. And Renegade's willingness to just go for this very one-dimensional A push has probably caused them that little bit of a scare. Instead, they go for the control on ramp, and 2D connects a very good shot to Malta. Puts them ahead by quite a bit. But the problem is, obviously, they've sacrificed the mid control. They saw the rotates back, though, so at this point, they'll suspect it to be a B hit. At the same time, though, Renegades know that. And again, slowing down the round would be ideal for them at this point and try to read the rotates late. But there's only 40 seconds left, and 2 opening duels swing to downfall immediately.
This is not looking good for Renegades. A lot of work to do. Sicko immediately traded out by Licky. And it's now on Ins and Malta, who's just been felled. And completely blind now, Ins. Downfall are looking fantastic. And I think it's important to note, they're surrendering mid control early on to Renegades, but their focus is on either the B halls or it's on the A ramp and even Palace at the very least. That's where their focus is. They're happy to let them have that mid control, but more so for the sake of self-preservation. They don't want to lose that opening pick to Renegades. They're trying to give themselves the best possible chance, making Renegades force all the moves.
It's a good setup as well because they're waiting in the first couple seconds of the round to see if Renegades push into a site quickly. And then if they do, oh, hold on. Savage has got the position in underpass. He's swinging. He's looking for some fights and he doesn't get anything done. Shut down by a Tech 9. This wasn't the round to play aggressive. An AK retrieved now as Dexter looks to do some damage with it in towards the A site. Mizzy returns the advantage and puts it back into no man's land. But these pistols are ready to swarm into A, and Moop is all alone here. 2D's on the rotate, but Moop goes down. The recovered AK doing even more damage. And downfall, well, they might have gotten a bit too big for their boots in this round. It's still a 3v3. The AK up close. The shot missed by 2D. A hard flick to hit. A bit of an overextension again. And even despite this damage down to Ince and Dexter, they've got the saw. No! The flash pulled by Licky. Dexter was down on 29 health. It would have been an easy fight if he kept his rifle out. But he didn't expect such an aggressive swing, and look how that round has just fallen apart, Jim. And this is the exact round that it would have been helpful to have the kind of setup that they had, relieving any mid-control, just giving it to Renegades and holding the sites themselves, then getting late round pushes. But I guess versus Pistols, they thought they didn't want to go for that, where they're forced into either pushing Ramp, Palace, or B-Apps, because, hey, you could just run into 4 pistols, and that's pretty much the end of the round. It wasn't too much of a risk to have Savage underpass, but as soon as Dexter hits that shot, you could just see the round was in grave peril.
Oh, it was disaster. You hand Dexter the AK, and he goes on to take another 3 with it. So you could see Savage, he gave away the gift to Dexter that he needed. And he just went on to plow on through, and unfortunate timing for Licky, but you could see the bait and switch was well in play there for Renegade. So Licky wasn't aware to the fact that there was going to be a second player there, peeking him almost immediately. But now they find themselves buying in with a double AWP setup downfall. So let's see how they make this work, because we already know 2D likes to make his presence known around mid, and Mizzy has shown, I guess, at least some AWPing towards those B halls, but is there anything different that they're going to pull out here? We know that they've even gone as far as pushing A ramp with 2D, trying to make those picks work, but double AWP setup's a big roll of the dice sometimes against a team like Renegades. Once they cotton on to that, you're really going to have to play hide the AWP against them.
Look at this aggressive spot by Ince as well. He's gone all the way up on ramp looking for that duel, and he's caught Moop out straight away. The nade almost cost him his life, actually. Savage peeked up just a second too late as 2D gets wallbanged to death all the way through the apartments. Jim, this is falling apart now for Downfall. And Renegades took a while to figure out how to get this going. They're running into the heavy stack setups of Downfall. Losing against those pistols obviously hurt them quite a bit. But now it seems like they've got a little bit of a read on what's going on. They're shutting down that ramp aggression, realizing they're getting mid-control for free, and punishing them when they try to take the control elsewhere. That's the problem with giving up mid, is that you do have to push up on A or B. You have to get the info somehow. And as soon as Renegades realize that and leave lurkers outside of those sites, you're screwed.
That's no better way to put it. Let's be real. Now, Dexter, again, he's just on that lurk, looking to immediately take another AWP out of the economy of Downfall. But it all just fell apart for them. Sicko, that shot onto Licky in B, that's textbook Sicko. He makes everything look easy with the flicks. And this is going to be a nervous 11 seconds here for Downfall. And then the 5 seconds after the bomb plant, or the bomb has exploded, sorry. I don't know if they're going to be able to save their weapons here, Mitch. That flash is inch perfect, Savage. All he can do is do the dance. He finds one, but not the second. And they hold on to the AWP, and that is it. The economy of Mizzy is the only healthy thing at the moment on Downfall. And the team searching for some good news on their CT side.
Renegades got off to a miracle run on the 3-1 lead, and that the foundations built off the back of that have set them up in a great position to follow through on the rest of this map. Now they come up against what is a very weak investment from Downfall. That AWP only has pistols to flank it, and when you're looking at this from Renegade's perspective, I think they are making the right call, knowing that there's probably an AWP in play at this point, moving towards the A side again quite quickly. And it's how unpredictable they are at the moment. Renegades are going for mid control sometimes with the whole team, sometimes 1 or 2 players just left there. They're lurking, they're straight pushing A, they've got the faster B plays, everything. It's just mixing it up round to round, and it makes it so difficult for a team like Downfall, and for any team really, to get any form of read on how they should be adjusting their CT side, because you adjust it for the play that you just came up against, and now a completely different approach is taken by Renegades.
Certainly left them guessing a lot of the times. Now Mizzy, he's held on to that AWP for a few rounds now, and it's going to be a race against time for him to do the same once again, but Renegades really aren't spreading out in the same instances they were. They've got the money to go for the punish and try and take those weapons out, but I think they're more cautious than anything else to try and not give anything away to 2D. In fact, they're just going to sit grouped up there on the A ramp. They're quite content. They've got this round. They don't need to push for anything further. They just know that this AWP's still going to be in play, and the CT side will be looking to buy into this next round anyway, with Mizzy potentially even able to drop another AWP to 2D, and they can retain that double AWP setup, though I don't think it's been working for them the way that they would have wanted. They've been out-peaked in a lot of these instances.
And if you look as well at where those AWPs are playing, you can see that quite frequently they're just being smoked out of the sites whenever it comes down to those takes, especially because there's not been any heavy mid control for Downfall. Even when they go for the window peaks like this, the smoke has consistently come over, but this time it doesn't. Sicko instead peaks it with a great spawn. So an adjustment on the play based on the spawn of their AWPer and an immediate opening duel going their way. That is huge for Renegades, and Downfall have lost their AWP. It's picked up by Licky, but oh man, it seems like they just can't get ahead. As I said, once Renegades really get comfortable and get a read on you, that's when the problem comes into fruition. And you could see that Renegades look so comfortable at the moment. Licky, good to return a kill at least. It's now down to a 3 versus 2. The AWP trying to pull that back a little bit further for Downfall. The plant still has to come in, so there's time to play with. The bomb down in the open. They know that these players are going to be crossing over, and Licky misses the shot. This is dangerous. The molly coming through. It's not going to force him out, though. He has the smoke to play around, but peeking with that smoke in play, it's very risky. It obscures your vision a lot, allows them to see your feet or your shoulder as you come around, and that's exactly the problem with it.
The thing is, too, Renegades know that they had to fight in this instance, and they were just ready for that fight. And taking it to Licky now. He is in a 3 versus 1 here, Mizzy. He may even be able to save the AWP again, and I think that's exactly what he's going to do. He opted to purchase for a teammate with the M4, but this time Renegades are not going to let him get away with it. They're not going to let him take that for another round. That AWP seems to have been around since the dawn of time, for Downfall at least. And it is finally out of play. And the question is, and I think it's just about to be answered, which was, what will Downfall do? They're just going to go for that pistol buy where they can, get their money around that $3,000 mark. And Moop's probably gone a little bit below that for my liking, but the money bonus is going to be able to cover his losses here. So 4-8, Renegades have just built up a nice head of steam, got themselves into this match. Not particularly doing anything special either, just solid fundamental Counter-Strike, making some reads and adaptations based on the information that they're getting from their opposition. And they're just sending players through default rotations. It's nothing special. It's just clinical, but it's what we expect from Renegades.
A smoke and window, one player down mid, and Ince just cleans them up one after another. These pistols are falling. And the ace stolen away by Malta. What could have been? As Mizzy falls, it's 9-4, and Renegades are just looking so clean. I completely agree with you as well, Jim. It is just clean, fundamental Counter-Strike. You look at even how they played, not that round, but the one before, in the 3 versus 2. Liggy was trapped in CT, and they had no information on where the third player, or the second player was. So they had 2 players trying to focus him in CT. Excuse me, trying to focus him CT. Sicko going after it with the op, just posting after they'd mollied him out. And all the while, I didn't spot which player it was, but one of them was just looking for the jungle play and then occasionally flicking back to look at ramp. That's very important. They weren't allowing one player to come through and catch them off guard in case Licky was just trying to buy time. So they forced them to take those fights, no matter where they came from, and just covered their bases, always having a man advantage and the ability to trade. This was the other thing about where Sicko was. He was in a spot where he could see CT, but if that player came through jungle, he could flick over and support his teammate who'd be taking that fight. And that's a real problem for Downfall, is that, like, they are actually quite a solid team. Like, that game versus Ground Zero, especially what Inferno was like 16-3 or something like that, wasn't it? It was crazy dominant. It was 2D dominating on an op on a map where we usually give the caveat that we don't expect an opper to perform. So, or at least as much as they normally do. So it's been solid as could be. One other thing that's really causing trouble for Downfall is the consistent smokes into window that we've seen come through. This round, though, it's abandoned in favor of allocating those smokes on short. But even despite the smokes and a flash, Mizzy's able to take a kill onto Dexter, opening it up. But even that man advantage only lasts a few seconds.
Yeah, they've got themselves into the position they wanted. They've inserted Hats into ladder room, and they're just going to play around him. They're just going to try now to go back towards that A-bomb site. They've got that progression smoke going up mid-connector. Normally that allows Dexter to get in, and that might even just divert some attention away. Not from 2D, though. He's well aware to the fact that Malta might be coming up the A ramp, and they already know now where Inns is. He struck from Palace not too long ago with that nice 3K here, and it's on Sicko. Progression smoke has long faded, so he's got to get himself into a key position. But Hats is on this long lurk. I do think he's going to have plenty of time to be a real nuisance as well.
Oh yeah, they're just biding their time over on the Renegade side, allowing Hats to take advantage of the space that he's found. He sees the head of Licky, a little too quick to shoot, though, thinking he would be held. Of course you would. Not being able to see the gun and see Licky wasn't looking at him, and the timing on Licky's movement as well was just horrendous. A 2v4, bomb down the open. The barrel, oh, it might have been spotted of Sicko, but it didn't matter because Ince was able to connect it onto 2D first. Gets another as well. Oh, man. Downfall did so well in this round. Everything was set up perfectly for them, and Renegades just come through. Nothing special about that. Ince just came out and took aim duel after aim duel, winning those fights. And now Downfall end up in a 1v2. How is this round falling apart so quickly?
Excellent gameplay coming up from Renegades there. Sicko and Inns, two of the most dependable players for Renegades, and they were called into action. And they answered that call resoundingly, as now Downfall have only one round left in this half, the favoured half of the CT side. And yeah, this is just everything falling apart now. Inns, again, he's just, I don't know, he's playing a different game. It just looks too easy for him. It's like it's Hello Kitty Adventure Island. That's literally the point and click. That he's playing Sicko. My goodness, not only is that a nasty gap, he's flashed.
Disgusting. Really disgusting stuff. Ince coming up close. He realizes there was a gap from move to move on up. The nade through. There's no way he suspects another player to be close, right? In that last round, I gotta wonder, why was 2D up on top of Ticket in the first place? It was so open. There just seemed to be no need. His teammate in jungle as well, wide swung, stood out in the open in a 3 versus 2 after already losing that kill. Obviously wanted to trade, but it's a little bit late for that sentiment. It's a bit of a disaster. They gave the opportunities away to their opponents, and this round, the kills just are not going their way. A plain and simple one for Renegades as they get into the 3 versus 2. Oh my, Missy was spotted. They heard him. They heard him in the molly, but it didn't matter. He's able to hit the first shot, do damage to Sicko. It's winnable, but a wall bang makes it much more difficult for 2D. Licky. Oh, he needs this kill. The nade could be good. It's going to bounce, but no. 15 health remaining. Ince just about survives. The op holding the cross is more than enough to close it out. And 11-4 we go. Renegades dominating in this first half, even despite their 3-1 lead that they got off the back of losing the pistol with a bomb plant. It was a crazy injection of rounds, but they definitely also came out looking way better in the buy rounds.
It seemed as though that pistol win from Downfall was it. That was their good news week done and dusted right then and there. So at this half switch now, the onus is on Downfall to try and take a lot of these rounds by the scruff of the neck against a team like Renegades. We saw their fundamentals on display. They were solid on the T side. They were doing very, very basic things, and they were getting the results that they wanted. Their CT side, we commented on it earlier. The matches we've seen them play, their fundamentals on the CT side are so good, and they put that down to their coach highlighting their strengths. And they've been able to play off each other so well in these last few competitions. They're getting the results. But now we're expecting the waterfall out of Palace.
And it looks like it's not just us expecting it, Jim. It looks like Renegades might have been expecting it as well, because they just tap away the heads and that waterfall runs dry pretty damn quickly. 12-4, the pistol going to Renegades, no bomb plant for Downfall, and that's the big difference on what we saw in half number 1. That bomb plant gives you the ability to essentially buy up to the same caliber as your opponents, but that is no longer the case. Definitely not the case for Downfall, and we should be seeing 13 go the way of Renegades, and at that point, it is just a deflating situation. And remember, the next map up is Downfall's pick, but it's also Renegades' most picked map, so it is their home turf.
Yeah, I think the statement being made by Renegades right now after that pistol was, don't go chasing the waterfalls. The Downfall just need to stick to the rivers and the lakes that they're used to.
Well, it looks like they're going to go chasing the waterfalls nonetheless. They're coming out. They're looking for the kills. They're finding nothing whatsoever except for a hail of bullets coming their way. Malta with his second round 4K. Oh, no, it was a third round the first half, wasn't it? Oh, that's unfortunate.
One of the highlights of Malta's gameplay has always been his ability on the CT side to find multi-frag rounds. So more often than not, he's finding 2 players before he's even able to be traded. That's one of his key strengths. And the way that he plays around the bomb sites, particularly on Mirage, he just has a great understanding of what his exit strategy is going to be in any given situation. So that's what enables him to be so effective in rounds like that. Just making sure also that he's not putting himself in a position where he's overextended on a round where he knows his opposition are going to have a very light buy. So an advanced position coming up from 2D. I don't know if the opportunity is going to present itself. Renegades play around the smokes, but they don't necessarily fall into the trap of playing in them.
Such an important round, Jim. This is Downfall with aggressive mid control. 3 players sent down, but they're not quite being given the freedom that you normally expect. The SMG on Dexter is holding mid, but very, very passive. Waiting for an opportunity as they cross over. He's going to swing now, and he gets 1 to 2D. Here's Ince as well, holding up close in the apartments. He might be caught on his way back. He's going to cross over. He's spotted. He's shot in the head by Licky. The angle being held very patiently by the man himself. But his hats with a FAMAS dances around the back of the bomb site. They have to deal with him. He realizes Licky's going to be coming out of apartments at this point, and he's trying to delay for his teammates to get into position, causing some havoc and dealing damage to Savage, but not enough to take him down. He was trying to create an opportunity for Malta to come in with a kill from short, but nothing landed, and his scout teammate can't really get up to too much if Malta falls. Now it's a P250 it's going to have to be converted over on in order to make these close range duels matter, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. These AKs playing together, they swing on him and quickly deal with another round for Downfall finally connected. They've got 5 on the board. They're going to stop Renegades and not let them get off to a flying start, but even despite the bomb plans, they've lost so many players that their economy is actually quite weak. Even taking a MAC-10 out here, out of necessity pretty much, if they wanted to have full utility on every player. And so Renegades come into this round with still a very even situation and the possibility to force Downfall down to another eco.
That's also going to play on too, in that knowing a lot of these rounds are so close, a lot of teams will knowingly continue to keep buying, put pressure on the economy of their opposition, particularly in situations where they know that they're not too far away from match point. I don't know if Renegades are one of the teams that fall into that sort of trap, but I mean, we're looking at a UMP coming out on Malta who was having to play a little bit closer than he may have liked. We saw the SMGs of Renegades play in more advanced positions in previous rounds, but he's going to be caught out here. They will get themselves onto this A bomb site. Sicko, he's now got to check tickets. Be sure he doesn't get checked out himself. As Downfall get themselves onto the bomb site here. They should be able to get the bomb plant, but Inns makes it more difficult. He eliminates the flank coming through mid, so it is now 4 versus 4. And they've made the call just to get out. Renegades are happy with keeping their weapons, not necessarily forcing the issue here. Their economy isn't too healthy themselves, so they don't want to take the losses. They don't want to have a close loss in that round or a close victory. They were just happy to consolidate what they've got. They've got enough of a lead. They don't need to take any unnecessary risks. So whilst it might not lead to a dominating scoreline, in the end, it's still going to lead them to a victory, they believe. So Downfall find a 6th, surprisingly. But again, on the back of some early picks and making that work, it was just Malta. He was left to play that A bomb site in a close position. They had Sicko on the A ramp, but there's not a lot he could do once they realized where he was.
A good shutdown. One that's needed. But for Downfall, the reality is obviously they only find very little damage to Renegades. They leave the CTs in a spot where with that very passive save call, I'm surprised to see coming out, but happy as well, because this is a team that should be dominating, and they don't want to allow Downfall to pick up, just because they went for a retake, an extra 1 or 2 rounds on the back of it. It's a wise call. And now on 13-6, Renegades get to fight for this round. Problem is Downfall saved over a lot of weapons. And that molly, it's going to force Savage forward. It doesn't tick him away, though. He's still got full health. What that means is no sound cues, and Moop has managed to sneak into window undetected. They might even think that it's clear because of the molly going down. But luckily, they've conceded control of it now for roughly 10 seconds. So they know at this point there's a possibility of a player being here. Dexter still got caught off guard, though. A good shot connected by Moop, as they both cautiously swung into the angle, looking through the kill hole. Moop did exactly that. 5 versus 4. Renegades losing control of window. They want to re-seize it. Inns can't manage to actually get the angle because the grid isn't broken above him. So Moop will be left to just hold off those rotates and make it potentially very quick flank as Inns picks up 1. Bomb's still not planted, but Hats and Inns both go down. This should be the round secured. I think Renegades probably just go for a save even at this point.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that they will go that way, but that was well played by Downfall. They took control of mid. They recognized that they were afforded that opportunity to do so, and they just inserted Moop straight into the window. He actually managed to catch Dexter off guard. I don't know if Renegades expected the play to be that fast. So it is not often you catch Renegades off like that, but Downfall have done a good job, and they are going to try and hunt at least to try and take that AWP out of Sicko's hands, though that is a scary prospect to try and take the AWP off his hands when you're by your lonesome. So he's just gone for some backup. They won't be able to get there in time, and Renegades will hold on to the weaponry as the margin continues to narrow.
The scoreline's getting a lot closer than maybe you would have expected. Certainly when you take a look at how that second half, or the first half ended and the second half began. I think there's got to be a little bit of morale building up for Downfall. Obviously, the prospect of Renegades coming back into this, well, not even coming back in, they are 6 rounds ahead, but building up that momentum to close out the game is definitely still there. There is no doubt about it. They are looking favored. But it's just the fact that Downfall are putting up such a good performance. Remember, they came into this tournament and Moop was very honest with us. He wasn't looking for a major spot. He wasn't looking for the cash. They're coming into this. Obviously, those other things are possibilities and they're big bonuses that they'll take. if they're on offer. But the reality is their goals are to learn. Their goals are to develop as a squad and hopefully get to a point where they can realistically compete for these major spots in these big places and against these kind of teams in the future. They know at the moment they're not quite there yet. And that's it's good to have your goals set in a realistic environment, because if you're coming in saying, hey, we're going to beat Renegades, it's a little bit delusional to imagine that's a solid possibility.
It also keeps people's heads very level in moments where things aren't going your way. And I think it's important to note too that I think Downfall have been in many of those situations in this match already. They won the pistol. I think it's very easy to get hard on yourself if you're then losing the follow-up round from that. So they did a good job of making sure that they weren't, I guess, drawn into any situations where they were doing anything silly. They weren't making silly mistakes. You could see that they were being rallied around a game plan, and it's been working for them. Even on this round here, they are down in numbers, they were down in numbers until that push into CT, but you can see they're not doing anything rash. They're not making any mistakes. They're grouping up and trying to play to their strengths here. As Malta might be caught out, does get the shoulder peak, so he's just going to continue to fall back and call for that rotate, but this is spurred Downfall into action. Savage, he does open up here, and I don't know if they're going to check for Dexter, but I think they're aware of the fact that Renegades like to play these sneaky angles here. Dexter finds one, cannot find the second. Yes, he does, but he goes down. And Savage, he's looking mean until he is taken out by Sicko over the smoke. In this 1 versus 1, they play a ring around the rosy here, but the stakes are high, Mitch. And Sicko, I think, is giving away his position, but he's still going to make that dangerous cross. Moop is scooped up and spat out by Sicko.
What a nuts play, man. 18 kills now on the board for Sicko, and a very important round secured, putting Downfall on their last legs. The investment here is going to cripple their economy. It's going to cost them everything they've got to invest into this. And their loss bonus is decaying. They're not going to get a lot of money. It'll be enough for AKs on some players, but definitely not a pretty buy if they lose this round. And then they would be, of course, on match point 15-7, about to lose it out. Renegades miles ahead at the moment. You can see what we meant. Eventually, they'd come back in. It was on the back of individual performances. At least that's something that Downfall can hold on to. The fact that the round itself just fell apart by really just an insane shot by Sicko. If he doesn't hit that first through the smoke onto Savage, he'd probably lose that round. But he shut it down, stopped the bomb being planted, and managed to isolate the 1v1. Dexter, just above the smoke and connector. He's got a victim in just a second, perhaps. He hasn't actually been spotted. He realizes that, and a free kill to Savage. Getting out of there is difficult at this point, so he just tucks in the left corner, but he's safe from any spams. And with that, the man advantage for Renegades. Dexter safely out of connector at this stage. And Downfall need to do something drastic to get back into this round.
It's interesting. Dexter's always had this great understanding of how to play around smokes. Previously, in his earlier days, he was known as a bit of a smoke criminal in some of the other teams, but Hats does find Mizzy. And the T's advance into this B bomb site has been halted somewhat. They still have to collect the bomb. They've still got 36 seconds left to do something, but Sicko does again clean up Moop. And it's all on Licky here to try and prevent match point. He's got a daunting task for 4 versus 1. He does have the bomb, however, so Renegades just looking to try group up here, but doesn't manage to take down Inns. Tries to get the spray onto Sicko, but time is against him here. He has to get straight onto this bomb site. No time to mess around and go for the plant, and Renegades will be able to clean him up and bring up match point. So another clinical round from Renegades. Again, just a strong B defense at the right moment from Hats was able to prevent a round for Downfall.
Well, Jim, this is, it's not looking good, is it? Downfall just falling apart. And again, I think it's very important in games like this to highlight that this is not an underperformance from Downfall. They're against the best team in the region. They have had some solid rounds, and they've forced Renegades to pull out some sick clutches in order to get to this point. Like, if anything, this is a massive positive for what is a very new roster in Downfall, and one that we thought would already be out of this tournament at this stage. So, altogether, you cannot be disappointed if you're these guys. They've taken down Ground Zero. Here's an opening duel for them as well. Even with the weapons they've got, it's a Molotov of all things that finds that Dexter under pressure. Pistols up close. He sprays down 2. No one's even looking at him. He's given the freedom to just find an easy 3K. And with that, the map is gone. Moop's got a 1v3 with a Deagle. Oh, he didn't see the player on his left, but Dexter came out for the 4th. What a game by Renegades. Well played from start to finish. But altogether, I think we can agree, still positive signs when you look at Downfall. I think they've done a pretty good job.
They've done a fantastic job, and I think, we were fairly honest with them in the interview, and they were fairly honest with us, with Moop saying that they were here for the experience, and you could see that they were rolling on with the experience from that match. And to help us break it down, we're going to introduce 2 gentlemen that you may be familiar with in Blair and, of course, Tom Biz. Gentlemen, what did you make of that match? We thought it was a fairly clinical performance from Renegades.
Yeah, it was. I feel like it could have been a little bit better for them. I think there one round of 4v2 where it was, I think it was 2D, was on top of Ticket Booth with the AWP.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what he was doing there, but I like what they did. Like, they did manage to still kind of force, not necessarily force, but make Renegades give them some level of respect in the way they're approaching it. And like you just said right now, gentlemen, they're a team who's just looking for the experience right now. They know it's going to be, well, it is mathematically impossible for them to make it to the major right now, considering they didn't play the previous RMR. But hey, a high placing over here, suddenly they're going to be in the radars of a lot of the teams in the region. And I think that would be a big win for these guys.
Yeah, I would be inclined to agree. I think as well, like there was a few moments even at the beginning of the game where at least I was watching it going, hey, this is pretty close. And I think they did force Renegades to maybe just up their game a little bit. Because I think we've seen a fair few teams throughout today, especially the favored teams in some of the matches, go in a little bit nonchalant, basically go, okay, we're gonna just breeze through this one. It looked like the same sort of case for Renegades. They went, okay, we don't really need to try. And then Downfall forced them to. They got a few rounds in a row, had a few situations that, as we sort of saw, the big clutch coming out of Sicko, and a few moments where if you remove that, this maybe they get to double digits, maybe they get a little bit more. So I don't think they're going to be sat there going, wow, this is an amazing performance. But I think there's definitely stuff that they can take away from it. And yeah, I don't think even they would have come into this one going, yeah, we're going to bang out Renegades. It's going to be an easy map. Of course not. This isn't your choice, and you're a heavy underdog.
Yeah, but when it comes down to the maps, Mitch, I mean, Inferno is the map which they picked. Again, Renegades are going to be very comfortable on it. But before we talk about that, let's again take a look at the scoreboard over here. On the side of Renegades, everyone having a very, very comfortable time. Dexter, the in-game leader, also the best player in the team, 180 yard, 22 kills for him. Closely followed by Sicko, who was pretty sick on the AWP. Malta as well, having some nice multi-kill rounds. Ins, Hats really not really having much to do. On the other side of a Downfall, once again, Mitch, Savage. This young gun, he impresses.
Yeah, the first map we saw in this tournament, he wasn't really dialed in. I think for the first 1 or 2 maps even. But then he started to really show us once he's got that confidence underway. And I think the pistol round probably helped him out massively. I can imagine nerves are quite high. You're playing against Renegades. He's a young player as well. And you find a 2K to open it up to, very clean. 1-taps, I'll add. That's obviously going to help you out and say, hey, you know what? I got this. I'm going to smash these guys. And he definitely did. He's made a case for himself as a player to be feared. I do feel bad, though, in a way for Downfall, because as you said, there was a couple rounds where, I don't know what 2D was doing on top of Ticket. I don't know who it was in jungle, but they wide swung as well and just gave it away back to a 2v2, allowed Ins to just pull the round out of nowhere. And there's a couple times where things like that were happening. But as well, Renegades were switching up their T side so much that, you would see mid control being sought after by Downfall. Renegades would just go A. Then they commit to the sites. Renegades take mid every single round, then split in and destroy them. And it's Downfall must have been sat there going, how, every time we try to counter what they've just done, they do something that counters what we're doing. It's it's impossible to really get it out cleanly.
Yeah, Renegades were kind of like the Pied Piper when it comes to that particular matchup. But heading to Inferno, we don't know how it's going to really play out, although might be forgiven for saying that it should still go the way of Renegades here. But before we do that, we do have the MVP of the matchup of this particular map. And surprise, surprise, it's Mr. Dexter himself. 22 kills. Jim, what more can you add for this guy? This guy has just been calling fantastically. He's been working with his coach, a new coach, Mither, very, very well. At the same time, he just seems to play individually the best Counter-Strike in the region at the moment. He's everything.
And he has for a long time, even in some of his previous teams when he first emerged on the scene. I know he appeared on HLTV Confirmed just recently, and Sponge apologized to him for maybe being mean to him in the earlier days, but that was due to the way that he played. He played so individual in a lot of his teams. It was almost frustrating to play against him, but he was also really good. Back then, he went by the alias of Leratau, and it was a bit of he admitted himself, it was a bit of an edgy kid, but everything he's done since then has been meticulous. He was first brought into a bigger top tier team after a tournament like that. He was brought into Chiefs. He was brought in as an IGL, a role he'd never played before. And now you see him start to go from strength to strength to strength. And he's now, I guess, found, I wouldn't say his final form because I still think he's got a lot more to offer, but he's looking better and better as these weeks and tournaments go by. So I still think he's yet to find maybe his skill ceiling.
Oh yeah, and even Renegades as well. They have been, well, just looking nigh undefeatable at the moment for the past few months. And whether Downfall can potentially take a map off, it's unlikely as it seems. It's going to be an Inferno coming up next, their map pick. We're going to be finding out. But before that, we do have a very quick break for you guys, and we'll be back with more Counter-Strike action.
Welcome back to the Perfect World Oceania League. We are ready to roll with map number 2 of what has been a fairly one-sided series, I guess, in a way, Renegades versus Downfall, but we have seen some serious signs of life from Downfall, and it might seem like we're being very nice to them, because generally, you know, you see the kind of scoreline we just did, you see the same kind of game play out, and we're going to be pretty critical of the team that lost, but we have to remember, there really aren't a lot of expectations when it comes down to Downfall in this matchup, and yet we still saw, okay, they made a couple of mistakes here and there, but they're here to learn, Jim, and the reality is they'll have a lot to learn from in that game, but the signs of life that are there mean that we're not just going to sit here and say, yeah, trash team, disband, which, I'll be honest, I've had some of those games. I've definitely had some where I'm kind of scratching my head going, well, these guys suck, but Downfall are awesome. They're actually, I'm really looking forward to what they're able to do in the future.
And that's why context is important, because that's exactly what Downfall have done themselves. Is they've gone out, they've set the context and said, yeah, we're a relatively new team. If you look us up on our HLTV stats, there's very small sample sizes. We played maybe 1 or 2 maps together in official capacity. So they themselves are here, and they've qualified for this competition too, might I add, against some tough opposition. So they've done themselves a world of good in the qualifiers by getting here and now facing a team like Renegades in the upper bracket still of the Perfect World Oceanic League. So I think in terms of their what they've achieved for this competition, they probably already smashed their goals. They were probably saying, guys, let's maybe win a few matches in the lower bracket. We're not really expecting too much of ourselves here against some of the better teams. But lo and behold, they got themselves a win over Ground Zero, who didn't really look too good either. But they are now here in the upper bracket, and they're fighting against the best team in the region. So you've got to apply the context. And in the context of what their expectations are, they're performing well.
You know, I have to say, another point I want to make is that, okay, when you look at Renegades at the moment, they're not going to be playing a lot regionally because, they're going to be scrimming a lot with these kind of teams because, as they said themselves and as Order said, Renegades don't want to scrim Order. Chiefs as well, it'll only be a little bit like you're going to avoid the top level competition if you're the giants in the region because you don't want to help those guys get better. Certainly not get better against you. But when it comes to lower level teams, that's where you can really just come in, practice a couple of your strats and see what the holes are. And I imagine they've probably played against a team like Downfall a little bit. But the reality is this is a super scrim. This is somewhere that Renegades might come in pugging, they might come in scrimming, but as we saw in Mirage, when you start to win rounds and actually show that individually you can take them, then they'll start to play their proper game. And that's where you learn a lot. That's where you really get the data. Immediately in this pistol round, Licky's managed to open it up. They've got control towards A, and now they're pressuring Banana. They're checking the close left. Malta's taken down. They did manage to spot Ince in the end. That's unfortunate. So Sick goes left by himself, trying to get it done. Banana's open completely, and Dexter, we saw him having this very awkward fight towards top mid, which eventually ends in his doom. A solid round by Downfall. They ran into a 3-man stack in Banana. I was watching on the radar, and Ince was tucked up close. It seemed like he was left unchecked for a little bit, and that could have been the round gone, but they still, even despite seeing 2 players on top Banana, they still cleared 3.
They still managed to get the job done, and you could tell that Downfall, they were a little bit ready for it, I dare say. They were just sitting back on that T ramp, and when the exchanges came, they went their way. So it was a good job to take early control of Carpet away from Renegades, while also trying to maintain some control of the A ramp. So the passive approach actually worked for them quite well, but now we see the pistols come out from Renegades. We see the Deagles, 5.7, the P250. It's the Whitlam sampler of pistol weaponry, but this is the map to make it work. So they have some utility to try and make things go their way, just to try and slow things down, also allow their teammates to rotate. Utility is super important on a map like Inferno. That's why you don't see them necessarily buying in with just SMGs.
I want to see Renegades have that same kind of turnaround that they did over on Mirage. They lost the pistol, they answered back immediately, and this time, it's a little bit of a stack up. Dexter's already come around to the B side, but Moop having to solo push A. Let's go. There we go. Cause the full rotations of his team. They're going to get the plant down. If he died there, I think Downfall would be left in no man's land. They wouldn't know where to go. At that point, A is overrun again. They wouldn't know if all the players are there at this stage. because they were only running top mid, but it's all worked out for them. And at this stage, you're probably even going to try to hunt these pistols down with the MAC-10 and the PP Bison, which has come out for the second time. We saw it versus Ground Zero. I think it was 2D that deployed it then. There it is again.
I mean, against some CTs, you'd say you've got 64 opportunities for a headshot in that particular weapon. Particularly if they do not buy anything in the head armor department. But there was investment there from Renegades. So the pistols came through and Moop just ran through A, clearing things out with that MAC-10. And it was an information gathering attempt, an expedition, if you will. And that allowed them to just get on and keep things relatively clean as well. Renegades not a lot they could do, despite the fact that they did have some utility. There wasn't really a whole lot that could be done against a grouped up contingent of Downfall. Now, just again, a slower approach coming out. They're just going to let the SMGs do the work here. Let them be the ones to hit the choke points first, get the information. In the meantime, the rifles are just holding steady, as we do see Mizzy land a whole heap of damage onto Inns and does catch him out. So Renegades go down one player early on. The grenade doesn't actually reach its target just yet. So I like what I'm seeing from Downfall. It's disciplined.
Well, it needs to be if they have any chance of taking down Renegades. We saw their Inferno was solid the other day. And so I'm quite glad to see them coming into this one with at least some sort of wind in their sails straight away. Renegades, I've only got those pistols, so this is a round. Oh, no, I wanted them to get away with it cleanly. That's the point I was building up to. And they just got smacked by Malta. Damage done as well over to Moop and 2D. This could become quite costly quite quickly.
But at least put a timer on things.
Yeah. Well, this is the thing, right? They can just tuck away now and wait for the CDs to push into them. It should be fine as long as those players with the AKs are taking the opening fights.
Not a whole lot on offer here for Renegades. I think the T-side's just going to filter out through Banana. Keep a hold of those weapons for as long as possible. Dexter might try and insert himself and keep them there on the bomb site, but there's nothing on offer. So Renegades, they will come into the gun round with no bonus weaponry whatsoever. Downfall refused to give anything over, and you can see, look at the T economy. It's already looking pretty healthy. A lot of bomb plants in a row. Also, a lot of retention of equipment has helped in that particular department.
I think this is a much better start to Downfall than even what Renegades had over on the previous map, because, well, obviously 3-0 is better than 3-1, isn't it? But they've also really earned the position they're in. There's no gimmicky economy tricks to it. Renegades have been able to get their pistols out round 2, got smacked, eco. Now it's the full buy. And if they can manage to shut this down, they'll already have the foundations built for a pretty decent half. As a matter of fact, even the 3-0 is that done in and of itself. And we saw their CT side. Once 2D gets that op in hand, oh boy, he is scary. But for now, it's mostly SMGs. Hat's getting himself a kill, even while he was jumping up, starting that spray. The bullets eventually start to connect, and a 4 versus 5 as Renegades just took away and allowed Downfall to make the next move.
And 2D. Just seeing if he can get some position here around jungle. No one's going to present anything just yet, but Licky, he's somehow alive in that smoke. He's also managed to get a double grenade onto Hats. He doesn't go down. He was left on 1 HP. They get the trade, though, Renegades, and they hold control of Pit. Sicko still alive in the A bomb site, and that has repelled Savage with 40 seconds left. He's got a 4 versus 1. He does have the bomb in possession, so Renegades have maintained a player over towards B at the very least, so they have that information. And Savage, he's just going to try and wait the timer out a little bit, hope that he can maybe get another rotation over towards the B bomb site, and that's exactly what's happening. But he's now, with 17 seconds left, got to make his move if he's going to have an attempt here. So I think he might have left it a little bit too late. He's going to go for the bomb plant. In fact, he's just going to just sprint it straight in and be denied. Maybe needed to make his move towards the bomb site a little bit earlier than that. But I like the initial thought pattern to wait things out a little bit and let the CT spread to try and cover the majority of the map.
Gorgeous work by Renegades, though. They win both of the opening duels, and that's pretty much it, right? There was nothing terribly special about their setup on that round. They didn't try any crazy plays. It was just tight Counter-Strike, taking the fights with the rifles. And now, as we said, though, Downfall have got that extra bit of money. They were looking pretty healthy coming into this one. They've managed to get a beautiful nade onto Ids that landed right at his tippy toes and took him down to 41 health.
This is a dangerous game both these two teams are playing with that early banana control. It's a struggle for power in banana, and there's been a few instances where grenades have gone flying by either side. That's probably the first grenade that's actually landed and done a heap of damage, but there's been a few close calls. So it's a dangerous game you play when you take banana control early.
I'm looking towards Downfall, and you can see that they've got this little bit of a shift towards banana. 4 players here, 50 seconds left. The opportunity to move back is still there with Moop in position. I'm wondering if they're going to use him to try and cut off the rotates or sell a fake, because he's really poking out there. Oh god, he's just walked out on short. That was a very brave play. You can substitute brave with another word if you want. It's now oh no, they're just being sprayed down. Malta catching them as they come around that corner. Not even the assist from his teammate spraying on top of Coffins. That's all him. And he's still up above. Dexter's got a quick flank. And you can see they're playing confident, but maybe being punished. 20 seconds left. There's time to get this plant in. But Insa's going to run forward. He's going to cut them off. And a nice little spray over to 2D. He was 1 HP, so the transfer not too hard. As it's 3-2 now. Renegades getting that one on the board. And really shutting down that T economy, especially because there was no bomb plant. There should be no investment. I really don't get that though, Jim. Like, Moop just swings out wide. Not even a piece of utility used. I mean, I feel like there's 2 schools of thought. You're either you're going to be quiet there because you're trying to cut the rotates, or you're going to be loud and try to sell the fake. You know, flash yourself out, get something done. Have your teammate, if you don't have a flash, from bottom mid before they rotate fully to banana, flash up so you can peek out.
Oh,
seemed way too reckless.
Sicko is taking that peak once again. We saw Downfall on Inferno do the same thing with Moop in that position in Boiler. He was in carpets in Boiler. He was that player just trying to sell the fake, or alternatively just cut the rotation. So I think you're right in saying that there's 2 schools of thought that you either need to be as loud as possible or as silent as possible and be the thorn in the side of the rotation. There wasn't any rotation coming off. Dexter had complete control of top mid brackets with that boost, so he just had to play that waiting game, and it yielded him some results. But Downfall didn't get anything entering into that B bomb site. Malta was set up for it. Ince was ready to go, and you can see now the confidence that Renegades are playing with. They're just pushing down mid. They're making it really difficult now for Downfall to try and find a rhythm. And Malta gets the final spray through that door onto Savage.
One way to close it out. But we weren't expecting much from Downfall in that round. Really, this is where we, again, look to them to do a little bit of damage. They've got the rifles out. I'm just sat here waiting, Jim, though. I'm waiting for 2D to get himself that op in hands, for Savage to show up. And Licky's been pretty quiet today compared to this performance versus Ground Zero. It was, he was obviously...
I think the extra... Yeah, I think the extra motivation against Ground Zero being his former roster might have been, partly to blame for his performance yesterday. He was a man on a mission. He was straight up ready to prove that dropping him was the worst thing that they did. And he had a great performance. But again, Hat's in a forward position here, catches Moop out. So immediately their carpet lurk is gone. But they're still going to try and persist here with Dexter. Just waiting things out. That flash comes through. It's caused enough of a stir. Licky completely taken out as well. He didn't have a choice. He was a quick snap. And that was that. Now just Savage the youngster, and he is decapitated by Dexter. So a rough few rounds now for Downfall after what was a relatively promising start.
Yeah, it's definitely not been ideal. You know, I feel like when you look at Licky's performance as well in that game versus Ground Zero, he definitely had the motivation coming up against his former teammates. I wonder if it helped that maybe he knew their tendencies a little bit more, having played with them for so long. I feel like it can be a little bit easier in that sense because you're slotting into a new team, so you're not going to be playing exactly the same. Whereas if you know how the core of your opponents likes to play around, you can definitely target them a little bit more. This is
Sicko just keeps going for that pick, by the way, every time, and he's making it work. It's disgusting.
Look at the money though for the T side. 2,900 on 2D. We could be seeing the op come out in the next round, and that's where Sicko could get punished. And really, at this point, it feels like that's necessary, right? Because if you're downfall, you realize this guy is just swinging mid every single round. What can you do about that? Well, you could try rush him down, but you've got an opera like 2D. Why not give him the scope weapon? Even T-side Inferno, we've seen him make it work.
Albeit a little bit more difficult. However, I feel as though there is opportunity on offer. Renegades are trying to peek areas of the map. Banana, for example, right now, Malta and Inns are doing exactly that. They're going for peaks, so they need to be careful here. They could give up some weaponry. Malta, he gets out in time before the cavalry arrives. Now just going to sit back in the opposite pillars at the back of the site. Licky finds him, traded by Inns, but lots of work to do. There is no smoke for the cross. However, it's not needed. Inns is just having a ball at the carnival, and he is cleaning up.
Five to 3 is a nice little comeback. You got to remember the early rounds when you go up on the 3-0. It's a very different environment than if Renegades had won the pistol. Like at the moment, look at the money on the CT side. They're 10k on 4 players, or effectively. Here we go. Look again, the push down middle. This time it's a push down mid, not a peek on mid. Sicko is getting more and more confident. He didn't have the support from a player on short or long if he took the shot and they were already close. That was a very risky play, but it's just the level of comfort that they have at the moment that they don't even feel like they have to play structured Counter-Strike. And this is what we brought up, Jim, about, first of all, this being Renegade's most picked map. It is probably their most comfortable map. On Mirage, they are undefeated now 8 out of 8 times, but that's just individually. And this map, they understand the core concepts of it so damn well. It's like the back of their hand. And I feel like Downfall picking into it, they're using this as a learning opportunity. But right now, there's not a lot to learn from because Renegades are just almost pugging it in a way. Whoa, what's happening here?
Oh, Savage. Double reply. So he's matched Dexter's effort. However, Hats is still up. You can only find one trying to control that AK spray. Now Licky and Savage, 2 of the younger additions here to this Downfall roster. Gonna have to try and be the ones to pull them out of the fire. Malta and Sicko. An AWP can make things difficult to retake. But I feel as though the situation that Savage put himself in certainly lent itself towards Renegades there at the moment. And I think Licky might be in trouble here. Malta just tapping the defuse, trying to bring him out. Licky will have to step, and he does. Malta just going for the pros don't fake approach. And Downfall find themselves an important 4th round, but not enough to break the economy of the city side yet here. I thought Dexter might have done enough, but Savage, what is that?
Yeah, disgusting work. And we talked about him. Once he gets warmed up, he's a force to be reckoned with. And those are the 2 players, Savage and Licky, that said I wanted to see more from, and that's exactly why. I gotta say, odd though, Dexter peeked out on mid, killed 1 player, and then Mizzy came up with his back turn. It's like, that was a very odd scenario. And obviously he got dropped as well, but luckily the trades were there from Savage, and the flick through the smoke was just sheer disgusting. Sicko again going for the mid peak. Not punished for it this time. 2D obviously down on the Galil. Didn't quite have the same potential as he did in the previous round with that op. But Renegade's now tightening the ship a little bit. They're playing a full short stack. Hats watching for the push. And Hats has had a really rough series, actually, Jim. We've seen him miss a lot of shots. And I think that's... it's not something that they're going to be too worried about in this scenario, but versus Chiefs, for example, that could be a big difference maker.
Yeah, I think the danger with Hats is too, he can get inside his own head a little bit when he starts missing shots. That's exactly what we needed from Moot in earlier rounds. Maybe a little bit more patience. And in fact, what he's done is exposed himself entirely to Diggity there. But you could see the disarray. Downfall ran up and down Banana at least twice while Moot was walking out. So on the back of his call, I think they wanted to rotate towards A again, but that's just led to a difficult B take. 2D takes a lot of damage as Savage somehow survives. Cirque du Soleil tactics coming through, but now Hats, the player we said, may have had some issues. Has been taken out by 2D. That grenade definitely gave away his position, but that was so close. A bullet landed on either of them, or a strong breeze, perhaps. And that round could have gone the way of Renegades.
If the breeze was going, no, wait, east to west, because this map is, I'm assuming the top is north. That nade would have killed Savage. He was left on 1 HP. Look, he was 5 health. Nade came through and he got lit to 1. It was so damn close. He just about survived it. He must have blown it away as it was coming towards him. Just a sneeze. The particle slowed it down. But with that, we're on 5-5. We're tied up. Downfall are definitely bringing the hurt over to Renegades. We said there was 10k on 4 players. Remember at 5-3? Well, now we're in a position where Renegades are on their last legs economically. A double op setup deployed. Just to remind you, this is Inferno, by the way. Don't take the double op setup as if we're on a different map. It doesn't happen all too often, and it's sometimes a bit of a desperation play. And with Renegades pulling that out, you can see that they're definitely being challenged a little bit by Downfall, but way too much space being given to Dexter there. He finds a kill, but really he shouldn't have even gotten away with that. And also, I laughed the previous round, Jim, because you said, like, Moop, yeah, he finally shows a bit more patience, and they just ran out on short. It's like, oh, okay, never mind.
Right on cue. Hats now just to give away his position, just to keep himself alive, but that allows an easy A take now coming out from Downfall. So that pit is still holding the bomb captive as Savage finally releases it into the bomb site, and they're not even going to go for this. Double AWP setup. The problem with the double AWP setup is it's very difficult to retake either site with an AWP on this map. And I mean, the other thing with it is too, yeah, you've got options where you play it at A, but B, you're either passive or aggressive. That's it. If you're passive, you probably got more options than anything else, but if you're aggressive, there's only a few places you can be.
By the way, most people are probably watching on Twitch, right? I notice even on HLTV, Twitch is the only thing that's embedded for the English channel. But if you guys don't know, which you might not, there's also an English stream on YouTube. And I know what you're thinking. Well, I'm watching on Twitch. Why are you telling me about YouTube? What is this about? Well, the YouTube channel is in 4K. Now, be warned, your internet got to be all right. It's got to be decent in order to use this. It will demand quite a lot from you, but it's oh my god, it's worth it. So if you guys haven't checked it out, please honestly do. It's youtube.com/PGL, and it is 4K 60 FPS and the most beautiful way I've ever watched Counter-Strike in my life. Shout out to the people watching on YouTube. Hope you guys are enjoying it. My god, Jim, it's on. Have you watched it yet, Jim? Have you checked out the YouTube?
I have. Funnily enough, my internet actually handles it. I was watching some of the PAL actually in 4K. I haven't had a chance to watch this because obviously I've been on broadcast, but Ins taking that AWP towards Banana. The two weapons that they did retain in this round, Renegade. So always a good option to send your AWP towards Banana on a round where you don't have much weaponry. If you do retain that AWP, it's good to have it towards B because it can really allow you to play a 4-1 setup, which is exactly what Renegades are doing right now. Sicko takes Moop out, who was solo pushing towards the A bomb site. And the rotation's actually going to come back in time. You can see the smoke has been dropped towards B, and that is just buying time for the rotation to come through. Renegades are backing this in. They're sending through to this bomb site.
Well, sending it all the way through. Ince catching it onto Savage, another as well, and a Deagle coming out to try and end the round. But Sicko was too quick with the AK. Renegades right back in there on 6-6, keeping it nice and tight and making sure Downfall don't get away with anything. I mean, this is a situation at the moment where I'm beyond impressed by Downfall's performance versus Renegades. Honestly, looking at this, even with the performance they delivered the other day, I want it to be close. I want them to do well. I really am rooting for them. But statistically, I guess, you would imagine they'd just get wrecked. Like, they should be flat as a pancake in this game. But the promise for this roster is 100% there. And I can't even point down towards the play. Like, the only thing at the moment that's bothering me is how aggressive Moop is. Like, I think he's fallen way too many times by just swinging out on short like a lunatic. But if I was him and I was dying like that a lot, I'd be pulling my hair out. But I guess he can't do that. So maybe that's what's stopping him.
End up looking like Tom.
At least Moop has hair. Somewhere. Tom's like, you ever seen those cats that are just like a sphinx cat? That's exactly what Tom looks like. All over.
Bat wings. It's the only reference I'm going to leave. However, Moop does have a numbers advantage in this A bomb site. That is certainly something he does have right now, and that is going to force Renegades into another save scenario. They are out of there quicker than a rat up a drain pipe. They have taken those 2 AWPs towards B and have hightailed it. There's no chase coming out from Downfall, certainly not with any conviction, because their economy isn't fantastic either.
I will say, Jim, I'm not quite sure I know how quickly a rat goes up a drain pipe, or why, but I'll just imagine that it's very quickly. God. It's one thing I'm always afraid of when walking outside without shoes on is rats. I don't know why. Rats and spiders. I don't go outside.
Well, you'd love this. You'd love this beautiful sunburnt country.
Yeah, that's one reason I'm never going to go. My friend moved there from a place in Ireland called Cork, which is like way down the countryside. And she said that when she walks home, she lives in Perth, that there's giant spiders in the trees. You have to look out in the the trees that hang over the path, that you have to like be careful of spiders inside the trees, maybe dropping on you or having some webs. And no, I'm good.
Cork have a decent hurling team, I understand. Speaking of hurling, they're hurling grenades towards top mid, and that gets some brackets control, and this is just going to allow them to now put pressure on this A bomb site. It's right on the tipper area of my tongue. Can't quite get it. Now I'm just flexing hurling knowledge.
Yeah, no, I'm appreciating it. You watch hurling?
I have. I've watched a few.
Fair
Few games of hurling. It's a tough sport.
I used to play as a kid.
It's honestly, if you're not familiar with it, it's basically like hockey meets AFL meets lacrosse. It's pretty brutal.
Yeah, I shattered a kid's ankle when I was like 12. Missed the ball and hit him right in the ball of his ankle. But look at this, hitting right in towards the A site. So much damage being done at the moment by Downfall. It's a 3v1. Shot connected by Ince. Nade goes through. He's got another challenge up close, and he drops 2D. This is fantastic work by Ince, faking the rotate over to short with a bunny hop. And then he comes back. He fades away, and with 15 seconds left, he's going to spot that bomb. Oh, he didn't see it. The smoke is covering it just about. He's walking through with a P250. Here's the steps. The plant's being sought after, and he gets the kill as well. A 3K as Ince pulls that round out of a hat like a magician. I don't know what the hell that was. Downfall had it in the bag, but through some massive work, Renegades tie it up.
Oh my. Ince goes all out in that round. And you wouldn't normally pin him as an AWPer. However, he's picked it up. He's been able to lock down that B bomb site by either watching Banana or just playing passively. He's been a real, I guess, asset to the team in these late rounds. Since he's picked up that AWP, since they saved that AWP in the double AWP setup, he's been a real rock here, and he's going to need to be called on again. He hasn't hit anything just yet, but he does find at least 2. And thankfully, Malta arrives on the scene to help, and he finds a final no-scope. Ince has cleaned up And Renegades only slightly come ahead, though, after their CT side on Inferno. Keep in mind, this is their map pick as well, so going to expect them to be quite proficient on this T side, but he eventually makes it work here with the no scopes.
Oh man, we've seen Novas, but it's the first time we're seeing the AWP used like a Nova.
The fish are in the barrel.
Yeah. Well, he's gotten himself a crayon. He's just drawn the crosshair on his monitor. Of course, not a marker, because you can't rub that off. But what's even better is if you have the monitor I have. Can't say what it is in case of sponsor conflicts, but it has a built-in crosshair. Actually, you can just tap 2 buttons and a crosshair comes up.
Doesn't matter in CS. It's not accurate. It's not accurate in CSGO.
I'll tell you something. Throw me on Flying Scoutsman, and I'm doming people. Don't even have to zoom. Beautiful.
I know players that use blue tack.
Yeah.
But that was long ago, and that was in 1.6.
Yeah, well, I suppose they didn't have the built-in monitor crosshairs. Oh, this is a beautiful crossfire. 4 players on mid. 2 having to spam through the smoke, but they're lined up. The damage is okay, but it's not enough. They've lost both players on short and the A site, now blocked out by smokes and renegades. They've just overrun this joint.
That they have. They've got control of everything. The rats have poured out of the drain pipe, and that is a great flash top mid. Mizzy completely blind. Doesn't get finished though. However, it is just chewing up time in this retake. Downfall, they're on their haunches right now, hoping to find a way into this bomb site, but they are knocking and knocking and knocking, and they've been locked out. And not even going to go for it. They're going to just try and save what they have. They've got a smoke, they've got a diffuser, and there are some players with armor too. So Dexter, he's a one-man wrecking ball, sent on a mission to try and take everything out of their hands. And they do retain some weaponry though, so there are some positives to take, but that was a great round from Renegades. It was something simple. They just grouped up the angry mob with pitchforks, smokes, and flashes, got themselves into A.
Solid stuff by Renegades, and with the pistol under their belt, now they can feel at least a little bit more comfortable. The reality is they are being challenged to an extent that you didn't imagine they would be, but now they're out for blood as Dexter just shuts down 2D straight away. As the scout going over to Moop, trying to get some damage done as they push into the site, but they're forced back, way back. With this force buy coming through from Downfall, and we saw it from Renegades, right? If you lose this, you're going to go down 3-0 in the half. And at that point, Renegades have got, again, those foundations built back up for themselves. They'll then be looking good to close this one out. And on the T side, of course, usually you'd have a disadvantage on Inferno, right? But when it comes to you being such a heavily favored team with so many individuals that are firing off right now, there is definitely the argument that this is going to be the better half for Renegades.
And a firm argument that is, but smokes mean the safe cross into A is possible. Moop just trying to see if he can test his luck through that smoke. Simple plant, and almost immediately Downfall have backed off. They have left the building, and they're going to turtle up in B and try and save things out here, but Ins has found some inspiration.
God damn it. We really do have to let you and Tom do a map together. I think it would be the end of the internet. So it all just stops. This is, oh man, they're just hunting them down. MP5s and everything coming through. All the silenced weapons for Sicko. He's just spraying away. The Deagle coming in. There's one onto Malta. Oh, but he doesn't know. Right up beside him with Sicko like a ninja. Coming in, assassinating him.
Smoke play at its finest between these two teams. I think at that point too, Licky just knew that his number was up. The Grim Reaper was there knocking on his door, and he just decided to throw a few haymakers into the smoke. You know, the old victimless crime, like punching someone in the dark.
I don't know if that's a victimless crime there. I think there's a clear victim in that one. I don't know if you've been to court before, Jim, but don't represent yourself. That's all I'm saying. This is a nice little shutdown. SMG's farming up the cash. It's been the MAC-10 and MP5 show so far. That's one thing I'm going to pull out my pet peeve here. Sicko's running with his USP when he's got an SMG. Just reload it, mate. Just reload it. Because the reality is, if you take that kill, you're just robbing ints of money. And as we just saw there, Dexter did. Like, I really don't like it when players go after that frag. When you've got 3 SMGs especially, you want to be getting the extra cash. And it's a minor detail, but it's one that really gets on my nerves, I'll be honest.
Yeah, look, you're taking $300 possible dollars out of the ecosystem, aren't you? I mean, ultimately, that's what it is. It's a grenade of some sort, smoke, HE, or a flash that's being potentially robbed, not in the immediate next round, but maybe future rounds.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world, for sure. But you can always do a little bit better on that one. Just one of those things.
Ooh. Great timing on that flash peak, though. It's forced 2D back into the bomb site, but they still have that player perched high and diggity. And these MAC-10s are going to be the ones to try and... Oh, Malta does get caught out, though. He is the fake that's being sold towards the A-bomb site. Downfall haven't fallen for it. They have kept 3 on this B-bomb site, and this is going to make it interesting.
It is indeed. They've split in towards the CT spawn. They've got the control. 2D's good for 1, but even with that extra man, they can't cover the back all the way. Hats tears them apart as Savage tries to pull back into this one. He's done good damage to Hats. 25 HP. Sicko's low as well, but he can't get the shots off. Now the retake 2v2. The bomb has to be planted, though, and there's no smoke in play. Over on the attacking side, the Molly cuts off 1. CT's still open. They're lucky no pushes come through, no peeks. They were worried perhaps about that op that had been picked up. And now Downfall pushing together, looking to make this work. They find the first, but there's the second coming through. Sicko looking for more, but he can't get it done. He's shut down. Round closed out. Downfall get it. 8 on the board. And a defuse guaranteeing that. With an op to be retrieved as well. It's not the worst round for Downfall considering how things started out.
I think at this stage too, any round that they get is going to be a perceived positive for them, regardless of the win conditions and what the flow-on effect is into the next round. I think they're effectively just taking it 1 round at a time. They're not going to look to what has happened immediately anyway in terms of economy. They'll be sitting there cheering regardless. You've just won a round in a retake situation against the best team in the region. So for them, every small possible little victory, they are celebrating.
That's the way you've got to approach a match like this, right? Though, otherwise you'd be coming into it at the start and going, "Well, we've lost." Like, it would be pretty pointless. Like, you'd look at the map veto and go, "Well, GG guys, I'm gonna go out for lunch. Catch you later."
Pack her up, boys.
Yeah, there's no point even trying. Like, you're your matchmaking teammate after you've won the first 3 rounds and you lose the first buy round. Just, "Oh, GG, idiot team. God damn it."
It's half of Twitch chat.
You're not wrong. Wow. I mean, it takes confidence. I was going to say it takes confidence to do what Dexter did, but then Moop just swung wide with an XM and tried to take a range duel versus him. That takes more confidence. Maybe it takes more than just confidence, but we'll leave it a confidence for now. I don't know what's going on with Moop in this one, if he's just said, like, you know what? I don't care about Renegades, dude. I'm going to style on them. But, I wish he'd stop. That's the only thing I'll say.
It is supreme confidence, isn't it? I mean, to just do that anyway. But yeah, there's certainly ways in which you can contribute a little bit differently to the round. However, in terms of the role that he's playing, he's getting them a lot of information. It's also allowing him to maybe backseat them a little bit in these late 3v3 sort of situations that they find themselves in now.
Well, if I'm him, I'm calling from the back seat. Pull over, guys. It's time to get off this ride, off this wagon. Is they're going to go for the save. It's 11. turning into 12 for Renegades. And again, the fact that they're being challenged to this extent, the fact that it is this close of a game, is a huge positive when you look towards Downfall. Like, they have to be so happy with what they're able to do at the moment. Even to make Renegades sweat a little bit, that's a success, really, isn't it?
It is. It is. And for them, as we talked to them before, they are here for experience and to just see how far they can go in this competition. They wouldn't have found them, expected themselves to be in round 2 of this bracket. It definitely wouldn't have. I think their goals have been realistic throughout this. And right now, they're still within striking distance. Oh, that Molotov is inch perfect. Mizzy just falls down. However, Licky finds immediate trade onto Hats. Also just expecting the Molotov to come through on the pit, but he's given himself a smoke to work around at least and wants to ride his bicycle. It's not going to yield him any results at the moment, though. So that grenade does come through, just clipping him with some damage, some chip damage, if you will. But in the meantime, the wrap is coming through from the T side. Their smokes are down, and they're going to wrap him here. So he is in some trouble. It's Pap's Blue Ribbon.
Jim, our Downfall, because obviously my regional knowledge at that level isn't great. Are Downfall like an organization, or is this just something for the players to rally behind?
They are an organization. Admittedly, never really had a team that is broken through to the top levels of CS, but they've been around sort of that tier 2, 3 of Counter-Strike. They actually had a coach. I don't know if he's with them at the moment because I can't find the info on that, but they had a coach by the name of Wooly, who I don't know if he's coaching this particular roster. I know he's with the organization, but was previously a coach of former Chiefs rosters, particularly the coach of the Chiefs roster at IEM Sydney.
Okay.
In 2018, and when they famously took down North, was sitting behind them in that instance. But I'm not too sure if he's with them still.
Okay.
So they've had some assistance in previous iterations of the organization. As far as this team goes, though, I don't know if he's working with them.
You see, the reality is the performance they've put on now is good. For us, for kind of people that really know Counter-Strike, you're blown away by what they're able to do up against Renegades at the moment, considering who they are, considering they came through an open qualifier. But then you take a little bit of a deeper look. If they could actually take a map off Renegades, that would benefit their organization massively. Then you could go to sponsors. Obviously, that's a very easy sell, whereas you need people that are experts on Counter-Strike to sell how good they are based on just these results. Like, you'd have to actually watch the games, and I think that's something that a lot of sponsors aren't going to do because they probably don't even understand esports a lot of the time. But
true. This region is also a little bit unique in terms of esports. It's probably not as easy to garner sponsors in this region, particularly for titles like Counter-Strike. Maybe your more well-known titles, or at least family or brand-friendly titles. But Counter-Strike, it has proven difficult for a lot of organizations, even towards the top level, to get themselves sponsorship just on Counter-Strike alone.
Yeah, that makes sense. Makes sense. It could be huge, like even just for the team as well, for the organization, for everything, if they could take a map off them. And they're so painstakingly close as well. Like, you can see if the pistol round in the second half went their way, all of a sudden they could be sitting in a position where they're like 12-11 or somewhere close to that scoreline. And that's massive. But they're really fighting on even footing against Renegades, which is not where they want to be, considering they've both got the 3-0 starts on their T halves. Let's push in towards the A site. You've got a lurk coming through from Ince. He's just 23 HP, but he's going to look to catch 1 or 2 players off on the rotate. It's nothing done. Good start for Downfall, but then Licky falls on the bomb site. 2D traded out 1 for 1. This is looking good for Renegades. They've got the position, they've got the plant, and now they just need the post plants.
And players of this caliber know how to play these post plants. Let's just see what can be mustered here. There is some utility. They're waiting for Moot to come on through, and he's just been eliminated. So didn't even get a chance for the utility to be expelled somewhat. And just a very fast call being made out on the back of Moot going down to save here for Downfall. So Renegades will bring up their 14th round. without too much of a challenge in the retake. And these 2 weapons that they save are going to be super important. Don't know if they're going to buy into this next round, but they do have some options at least to shuffle the guns around for some players. It might be a little bit light on utility for Savage and Mizzy if they do opt to drop, but they're giving themselves at least another gun round. Or potentially do they save, light buy on the others, and try and buy again in the following round?
It's again a pretty tough call to make. They've obviously gone in for the investment, and you can understand why, and that they don't want to go in for consecutive rounds. Like, you'd have to have a flawless CT half versus Renegades. And as I said, coming into this half, I expect this to be where Renegades put up a better performance. Yes, T side of Inferno might instinctively be something that you would imagine would go the way of the CTs, and generally you'd be right, but when you consider that Renegades are the massively favored side, they've got so much individual power on this team, you don't really expect Downfall to be able to hold off against that, and certainly so far that has been the case. It has been a rough game for them. A rough CT half, at least.
Would you call it a spanking? I wouldn't. I think this has been at least a decent performance from Downfall. I mean, it's not particularly close, but it's not a huge blowout either. This flash, though, it was almost telegraphed.
You could see it
Moop
coming
doing
around.
Moop things.
Of course, yeah. Moop's got to play confident. He's got to just play aggressive. He's got himself a kill on the A site, but now he's going to need to do a little bit more on B. He turned back. For a second, he was thinking about saving. And that call might still be made. Yeah, it is. I guess they were just hoping that either the bomb wouldn't go down or that it would rotate to the A side or something like that. But Renegades aren't interested in playing those kind of games. Certainly not the same way. Actually, have we seen them play a single fake? I know there was a round where they like got an opening duel and switched direction. And I know that obviously Downfall in this map, Moop, they went for B, but then Moop opened up the A side. But I'm trying to think of Renegades actually faking, at least having the intention to at the start of the round. And I don't know if they have.
I don't think they've needed to be honest.
Yeah.
I don't recall them making any fast rotations on the back of action. So no, I don't think they actually have. I think they've just been very steadfast in making their entries work at that particular site that they're focused on.
Mm-hmm. The same on Mirage as well, right? They were going for mid and then A site. They were executing A. They were pushing B, but there was no sort of afterthought of should we try to self A? Like, 'cause they're not worried about out IQing Downfall. They know they can just out CS them.
Dexter takes a bit of damage from that Molotov. And whilst that might frame some early exchanges, that grenade would have done a lot more damage to Mizzy had he not done the hot shoe shuffle and got himself out of there quite quickly. But it does keep things in favor of Renegades in terms of numbers. So Inns is just going to try and see as far as he can get through that smoke without being spotted. But this is the fakes that they sell. They set someone individually towards the other end of the map, maybe throw a flash, maybe show some presence. That's about it. But you can see he wasn't too interested. He just wants to maintain number advantage over towards A for them as quickly as possible. They've actually halted their push, waiting for Inns to rejoin.
And there goes Moop. Aggressive in the apartments, shut down by a well-timed peek on Malta. My God. That was so quick. And you got to remember, these things look a lot slower because we've got X-ray. And so we're interpreting them. We're already ready. You're expecting it. But when you're actually playing and you don't have that X-ray, it's ridiculous how quick these guys come around a corner and just boom, you're dead. 2D's able to grab one, but that's all. And Jim, that is going to be the map and series for Renegades. It was expected. Again, Downfall weren't supposed to come in here and win, but they did a good job. They managed to get some good damage done. At the end of the day, though, Renegades go on through, and that cements them as being one of the 2 teams that are still competing for the spot in the major. Now, it's up to Order to make it through the lower bracket to face them in the finals if they're going to stop them. If Order drop, If they lose, Renegades have already done enough to secure themselves that spot.
Yeah, I think it very much rests now on the back of what Order do in their lower bracket run. I think now, from Downfall's perspective, though, they're going to be at least a bit happy with their results. But we've had some extra assistance watching these matches. Gentlemen, Blair, Tom, what did you guys make of this match?
Don't know about you, Tom, but I was kind of impressed with Downfall. I won't lie. They really did show that they're here to play. Yes, the Renegades are clearly the better team, but at least based off Inferno, that first half could have gone either way. It was a very close first half, especially T-side and Inferno against a team like Renegades. They were really showing up, especially players like Savage, a young gun, really showing that he can kind of hang with some of the best out there. But in the end, yeah, like Renegades kind of running away with it in the second half. It seems like they woke up. But if I'm Moop from Downfall, I'm pretty happy with the way that played out.
Yeah, maybe not some of the crazy peaks that we saw from him individually, but but in terms of as a whole, I think that T-side was actually very good. In fact, I would say they're a bit hard done by not to win the first half. Like the fact that they ended up losing it came down to like a few really big individual clutches, like the Inns AWP was in play and was surprisingly effective. I guess Sicko sort of stolen the limelight when it comes to AWP. This clutch in particular was what gave them the half. Without it, I would even say it probably would have been a 9-6 in favor of Downfall. So the props to them. They gave them a run for their money. Going on to the second half, though, they never really got anything done. I think that's where things become quite a bit more difficult. It was something, again, that Mitch pointed out, that like when we saw Renegades playing before, we had some really nice fakes when it came to the likes of Nuke. Like they were throwing in all of these sort of fun strats that were a little bit like ridiculous. In this game, they just got the job done. They went, okay, you brought it close. Now we're going to show you why we're the best team in the region and challenging versus the teams around the world. Like this is the reason they're the best, because they can just switch a gear. And in this second half, okay, that's where the work needs to be done, because there really wasn't much here at all. This was very easy, very clinical, cutthroat stuff from Renegades. And well, it's why when we look at them in comparison to even the likes of Order, they are the clear favorite.
They are indeed. And looking at the scoreboard right now, Inns was just dominating everyone, Jim. Like, what was he doing with the AWP that round in the final round of the first half? 3 no scopes. Like, it's not a shotgun, Inns. You can right click and scope in. It makes your life much easier, but he still made it look easy.
It was, however, a bit of a railgun, wasn't it? He was using it in close quarters. So, I mean, that being said, though, how much of a difference does that make to a team when you've got a player that can pick up the AWP alongside Sicko? They've also got Hats, who's quite proficient with that weapon as well. So they've got options when it comes to picking up the AWP, and I think it just shows how much more freedom it gives a team, particularly on CT side, when you've got a player that can take that AWP to the B site and just lock things down.
Let's lock things down. And to talk a little bit more about this matchup, we do have a gentleman who I'm sure a lot of us and a lot of you watching from back home are going to be very familiar with. We do have Dexter, who is going to be joining us. Actually, no. It seems like he's not there yet, but I do believe he should be joining in later on for the winner's interview. It felt like I saw him in the call. I'm like, oh, I guess he's here. I guess we can start with the
interview. He's in the other channel at the moment. He's having a chat. Clearly, maybe needs a few mic.
All right, but Dexter's going to be
joining
us. He's going to be joining us later on. That's fine. But Mitch, any takeaways of Renegades? They seem like the only team so far in the entire tournament. Albeit there is the caveat that most of the games have been kind of one-sided, so to speak. But if we talk a little bit more about that, we can look at the MVP. I mean, I don't think any of us is going to be surprised who it is. It is, of course, going to be Inns, who just, well, dominated. He was doing everything on his own. 26 kills, 4 opening frags. Not much opening frag-wise, but just the sheer impact he had in the server. But yeah, just to touch upon what I was just asking you, Mitch, is the fact that Renegades seem to be the only team so far where they haven't even seemed like they've been pushed, right? Sure, the first matchup was against Rooster. The second one, this was also an easier game against Downfall. But they don't seem to really be struggling at all. On the other hand, you look at Order, well, they're in the lower brackets, right? Chiefs, they had a hard-fought game, and everyone seems to be kind of being forced to dig deep. Well, Renegades, like Jim mentioned, they have the first gear, second gear, third, fourth, and right now, I think they're in the second gear, and it still looks easy.
Yeah. No, 100%. Renegades have not been challenged. The Downfall made them sweat a little bit, but what they were punishing wasn't Renegades on form. It wasn't Renegades A plan. They were punishing a very loose Renegades, almost pugging. And at the point where we swapped to the T side, I don't know if they even changed gear necessarily. I think they just took advantage of the fact that now they had the numbers to play with and they could force the fights versus a weaker level of opponents. We still didn't see them really open the strat book at all. This was very two-dimensional. I think the most advanced thing they did was leave Ince lurking towards B a couple of times, and even then it did nothing for them. He ended up dying, I think, pretty much every single time. It just kept top banana control was the best they got out of that. Other than that, it was just running through, taking every single fight. And as we said, there was no fakes. There was no IQ play to it. It was just, we're going to go A. We're going to kill you. We're going to plant the bomb.
Yeah, and
That's
exactly what happened. And even if you look at the side of Downfall, though, I'm just wanting to take a look at the brackets, which we don't have up right now. We should hopefully very, very quickly. And we have the brackets ready. The producer in my ear telling me that we do have it ready. I want to see how it's going to play out right now. We have one of the upper brackets matchup already being played. There you have it. Chiefs, kind of a small upset over Order. Now they're going to be facing the ultimate challenge. It is the final boss, the Gatekeeper. We're going to be facing off against Renegades, but that is much later on. That's going to be taking place on day 5. And before that, we of course had this the matchup between Downfall and Renegades, which just happened right now. And Downfall now going to be facing against Mako Shark, which, Jim, I mean, this should be kind of easy for Downfall, right? They have impressed quite massively. But then again, Mako against Paradox yesterday was a surprise, at least for me personally.
I guess it comes down to which maps they actually end up playing and picking in that veto. If it's a more structured affair on, say, for example, maybe a Vertigo or something like that, then perhaps we could see this maybe going the way of one of these two teams quite cleanly. I'd probably dare say Downfall look quite good on that map, to be honest. But if it's more of a looser style map, like your Mirages, like your Dust 2s, then things could get drawn into a bit of a brawl. And I think maybe that suits Mako a little bit better, because when they played that style of CS yesterday, they were getting results with it. So yeah, it's just a question of what comes out in the veto with that match as to what we can expect.
Yeah, and we do of course have the next game coming up as well, and that one it's going to be interesting, right? We thought it was probably going to be Chiefs versus Rooster, but no, it's going to be Order versus Rooster. One of these teams, unfortunately, are going to go home, and I'm gonna feel bad either way, Tom. Like, I like Rooster. I like the way they play. I know you hate their pistol round buys, but they're cocky.
I don't hate it.
You hate
now
and
that
you
I know
love it.
Now I know it's on purpose. Like, I hate that it works. There's a big difference. Like, I don't like that they can do the same with Mitch, right? Like, I'm not gonna hate on a team for using the bad economy system. Like, it's not like, of course they should be using it. If they went, no, we're just gonna eco for the sake of ecoing, I would think they're idiots. But instead, they're using something that I don't like. Now, the fact that they've actually got a full pistol strat that then even utilizes it even further, it's a good idea. I hate that they're even able to do it, I guess is a better way of putting it. Because it shouldn't be a thing in the game where you can go, I will not buy in a round because I know that I can then get a better buy to reset them in the next and abuse that economy system. If anything, I respect them for being someone to actually abuse it to the fullest extent, which I think is something that teams should be doing. Exactly. Hate the game,
don't hate the player. Yeah, I mean, you know what? We're going to be finding out very quickly. Unfortunately, we're not going to have Dexter this time around for the interview because he a little bit of TeamSpeak issues on his end, but he should hopefully have him later on. Considering how Renegades have been playing, I wouldn't be surprised to see him for another interview over the next couple of days. However, who's going to abuse whom is going to be coming up next. I don't know who's going to win this one. Red Rooster look really solid. Order going to be a little deflated, but they're a team you cannot count out because they are one of the big favorites alongside Renegades to make it to qualify for the major. That's going to be coming up. The final game of the day, elimination game, lower bracket matchup, Rooster versus Order, and that's after this quick break.
Coming up next.
T-minus 1 minute and counting.
You give me love. Do I want to know? I know it's getting me by, but I don't want that this time. Not just your touch. I feel the space in between. You're drifting further from me. Boy, that sucks. Round and round we go. You only love me in half time, and it's just not enough. You have me between lines, but I need is full love. You only love me in half time, 'cause it's just not enough. You have me between lines, but I need is full love. You only love me in half time, and it's just not enough. You have me between lines, but I need is full love.
Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you gentlemen are watching this game from. We're going to be resuming with day 3 the Perfect World Oceanic League 2020, where we have the final game of the day lineup for you guys. It is, of course, going to be an elimination game as well, and it's going to be a banger of a series. It's going to be Order battling for life, one of the favorites, against Rooster, an up-and-coming cocky team. And of course, to join me in presenting to you guys the action is, of course, going to be, as usual, Tom, it's going to be Mitch, and it's going to be Jim. Gentlemen, I don't know about you. I'm ready for this one. Tom, I am more than ready for Order battling for life. You know, if they get knocked out here, it's going to be just a smack on all fronts. And for Rooster, I mean, they have nothing to lose.
Yeah, no, this is one of those situations where Rooster are basically given a chance to really prove themselves. Like, they made some pretty bold claims in their interview yesterday, saying that on their day they reckon they can beat Renegades. Well, if on your day you can beat Renegades, on a normal day you should be able to beat Order by what we've seen so far in this tournament. So I'll be honest, I'm kind of starting to back them as well. I genuinely wasn't impressed with what I saw from Order earlier in the day. I think the Chiefs played very well, but I think Order also played really poorly. And it was only a few big individual plays that even made things look close. I think you remove a few clutches, you remove some magic from Ustillo and Alistair doing well with the AWP, and that is an even more dominant performance. And that's a brand new Chiefs. Rooster have been around for a while and proven themselves against some of the top teams already. So, if anything, might be my first bold prediction, but I think Rooster are going to win.
Okay, Rooster's going to win. All right, that's early on. We haven't got to predictions yet, but Mitch, here's the... I'm going to ignore that. I like how Jim's the only one laughing, and Mitch is like, God damn it, Tom. But Mitch, speaking of, Rooster winning, if you look back at the match history between these two teams, beginning of the year, it was Order they played 4 series, 2 of them best of 3s, 2 of them at best of 1s, and they didn't drop a single map against Rooster. Then the next 2 games, one was an ANZ champ matchup, one was an ESEA MDL season 34 game, where Order won those games, but they dropped a map in both the matchups. And then the final time the last time these two teams faced off against each other was the ANZ champs, where it was Rooster coming out on top, knocking out Order 2-1. So this is kind of a revenge game for Order. At the same time, this is one of the last time these two teams faced off. That was kind of like the breakout moment for this Rooster roster, where they're like, hey, you know what? We can take these teams down. These top 3 guys, they're not unbeatable.
So you're saying first they lost, 2-1, then they won 2-1, now it's 2-0, right? That's the way it has to go. The way logically... So it's end the game. Okay. Let's just finish it.
No,
when I look at Rooster, I also do think of Tom, mainly because he has the aesthetic of things you'd definitely put in the same bucket as a Rooster. He looks like he came out of a rooster's ass, is what I'm saying. So anyway,
a rooster's
ass. Yeah.
Think about what you just said. A rooster. Well, I think you've been fed some weird eggs in your time. I think that they just didn't have them, so they just shaped a potato and then just took it out of a rooster or something.
Roosters don't lay eggs, and it doesn't come out of the butt. I'm just putting it out there.
Exactly.
Like,
That's what I'm
That
saying.
was, I thought that
Yeah.
was, I thought that was the main problem that we'd highlight. But okay.
okay, let's talk about the game. Let's bring it
He's
back. Let's bring it
normally
back.
quite
It's been-
unflappable, but I mean, he's
Oh
lost.
god damn it, Jim. All right, fine. Let's talk about map vetoes. Jim, this one goes your way. This one's going to be interesting. Like, we do have quite a bit of a sample size to work with here, but which way do you think this one's going to go? I'm assuming no trainer, no overpass, because that's going to be the bans. There you go. But the picks though, Jim.
Look, I'm not actually surprised seeing that come out from Rooster, because they're a confident team on these style of maps. When it comes to the more custom affairs like your Vertigo right now, they don't really have the same sort of confidence on it as a team like Order. But when it goes to that third map, Nuke, I don't know. That's there's no fingers being placed on the scale for either team. That's just an all-out even affair. So I think we might be in for some three mappers here if both these two teams win their picks. But I mean, Australia, it's funnily enough, seemingly for a long period of time, there was a trend where you would only ever win your opponent's map pick, not yours.
Well, that did happen in the first series of the day as well, right, Tom? So it's not like a long time ago. It seems to be the
And the
trend
last
over
time
here.
these two teams played as well with these maps.
Indeed. So we're going to be cutting. I think the game's about to go live very, very quickly here, but very quickly, gentlemen, like a couple of words. Mitch, predictions.
I'm gonna just take it brave. I'm gonna say Rooster win this series. I'm not gonna give a score prediction, but I think they
Okay.
can take Vertigo.
All right, Jim.
I think Order have got the big guns in this particular situation, so I'm going to go Order 2-1.
Split desk. All right, gentlemen. I will catch you guys, or rather, we'll catch you guys later on. So, Tom, it's you and me again, but this one, I believe it's going to be, everything's on the line, right? We have to, like, try and do a fitting job, better than what we've done so far, to try and kind of like paint the picture of how this matchup is going to be. I like how Jim and Mitch are still sticking around, still
Hello.
smiling quietly. All right, bye, guys. I'll catch you later. Oh, there we go. Push him down. Good job, Tom. Get that boy out of there. The Vertigo pick. That is. Yes, sir, man. But before we do get into Mirage, which is happening right about now. Why do I even try? Why do I even try?
What?
Oh, okay. All right.
I'm just looking
Regrets.
for a strong performance. That's all.
Okay. All right. Here's the thing. We're in Mirage. But before we get into the map, before we get into the action, I really want to talk very quickly about Vertigo. It is the pick from Order. It is also the map which Rooster beat Order on the last time they faced off against each other, right? So that's a curious pick from the side of Order.
Yeah, I guess it's just that both teams have done that, because it's like the last time they played, I'm pretty sure it was exactly the same map pool, and it was both teams winning their opponent's map choice. So they played each other multiple times. I think they're going to know each other inside and out. So it's going to more look down to whether or not Order have improved a lot of the stuff that went wrong last time. Also just improved since earlier in the day, because as said, I was not impressed with some of the things that came out from them here. It was not a good showing. Individually, there were a few players stepping up, but there was huge pieces missing, big mistakes being made. Like sort of the unforgivable combo of just like so many different things that you go, okay, that's unacceptable, that's unacceptable. Now, obviously having that and doing that in the upper bracket, it's fine. As long as they make it back through, maybe it can be that sort of redemption story. I know you like your anime, those sort of arcs that lead you back to fighting that final boss once again. But I don't know. I feel like it's going to end in a pretty unfortunate manner, because Rooster, although they may not necessarily have the chance to get to the major, they do have a point to prove. They're a team looking for an organization. There's rosters here which they are arguably better than, who have organizations. And if they can beat Order out here, well, if you're looking at like maybe a team like Ground Zero, for example, who their roster just had some pretty unfortunate matches, didn't go their way, they might be looking for a few new players, and the Roosters might be the ones to take their spot.
Indeed, they could. And the thing is, like just touched upon, Order they have way more to lose, right? Apart from Renegades, they're the only other team. Like, if they reach the finals, like they're basically the only team who can potentially deny Renegades that major slot. I mean, assuming Renegades wins all their other games against the other opponents, like Chiefs, for example, who have really stepped up. So they have way more to lose getting knocked out here in the lower bracket. So for Order to potentially just to qualify for the majors, they need to win this game. They need to win the next game, which is going to be against the winner of the Downfall and Mako Shark matchup. Then they have to beat the loser of the Chiefs and Renegades game. So they need to win 3 best of 3s back to back to potentially, make it to the major. So they have way more to lose. And for Rooster, like I said, they have nothing at all apart from trying to make a point, trying to prove a point that they are no longer going to be content being the 4th or maybe the 5th best team in the region, that they can kind of duke it out with the top 3 teams, if not for Renegades. And Order, they've already shown today that they are mortal after all, losing the Chiefs.
Yeah, for sure. And the other thing as well is I think a positive for Roosters as well is the fact that sure, they've had a loss, but it was a loss where they put up some numbers versus Renegades, who are the team that everybody's gunning to beat. The other thing as well is like a lot of the players that we've seen step up so far are not necessarily the usual suspects, I guess you could say. Like I came into this like not knowing too much about this team and the way that they play, but obviously you've got the likes of Chelios, who is someone who has been highlighted to me at least as like the star of the team, maybe even the carry at times. He's been okay. It's been players like ASAP and Danny G who have really proven themselves to be like an absolute force to be reckoned with. And I'll be honest, if you can then get those two firing, plus get Chelios in to maybe match up against Alistair, this could be a banger of a match.
This could be, and we're back again. We do have a little bit of some technical issues. A couple of the players kind of timing out. This, I love the way PGL have inserted us into the maps. And I love it in Inferno, I like it in Dust too. But this feels a little depressing, like this particular insert, right? It's like they're between 2 buses. They look pretty abandoned, like run down. You can see a couple of palm trees at the background.
I want to be sat behind bench. Put us in the bench in mid, the new bench. We can just chill on the bench. That'd be dope. I know that I'm creating more problems for PGL than helping.
No, how about top of mid? How about top of mid, right above the window? That'd be
That's
pretty
not very
sick.
comfortable. I want to be on a bench.
You know what?
I need to relax, Blair. I work hard, I sit here and talk about video games.
Yes,
above
that's
the
a
window.
Good spot. No,
Can
that's
you
a good
give me
spot
some
right above the
fake legs to hang off the edge?
All right, now you're really testing PGL, but you know what? They've always delivered, and I would be surprised to see I don't know, a picture of you, an AR version of you, like maybe CT model with your face smacked on top of it with his feet.
You know what I
hanging off
really
the
want?
top? What?
I want to have the 4 of us sat in party on Overpass, having a little meal, like a little birthday party together. I think it'd be cute.
We haven't seen Overpass yet, but
we have not.
And we're not going to be seeing Overpass today either. But if you do see Overpass later on, PGL, that's an idea. We can have all 4 of us. We can have the analysis desk
or on the swings
party. Cool, fine. I have a fear of swings. I lost my first when I was a kid. I lost my tooth to flying off a swing.
Yeah, but that you're not supposed to fly off. That's how the swings work, Blair. That's a bit of an oversight from your part, if anything. That's like me going, I have a fear of slides because I jumped off a slide onto my head. It's like, well, yeah, that's my fault, not the slide. You have a fear of doing something stupid, is basically what you've just said.
It wasn't stupid. It was fun. Have you ever tried jumping off a swing? Well, it's like
I have you ever done
a 360 on a swing? Have you done a 360 on a swing? Because I have. It's fun. But here we go. We're live. We have everyone in the server. No time being wasted. A 4-man stack towards B. And Order, well, they've gone for a gambled stack. I don't think it's going to work out. There are 4 players from the T side ready to strike, ready to pounce upon this A-bomb set. And 1 player is there holding the line. It is, of course, the man with the beautiful golden hair. It is Alistair with his USP.
For a second, I thought it was you still, but never mind. It is going to be... Yeah, him alone. He has a singular smoke. But normally those are used for the retakes, and that seems to be the setup that they've currently got going on. The real worry for me now is Ricky. He has gone probing in towards the backlines. The flank's going to be so fast, and he's going to drop the bomb! No! This round might be over already. That was a smoke being lined up as well, and as you can see, it's not landed. Ricky has just ruined this round already for the Roosters. They had a plan, and this man has ruined it. Looking to try and even face a little bit more. He has got backup. Ustilo's going to come into play, and he'll drop another as they try and retrieve this bomb. And this round has turned from, well, a bomb objective map to a bomb retrieval map, as unfortunately everything has gone wrong. ASAP, the only one remaining. Nice little fadeaway, okay. Those are a couple of tasty taps. But 2 more to find. If they play even slightly within a crossfire here, it should be nigh on impossible for him. But with a P250 Kevlar, the mini raid boss available, the best chance he has. They're not in a crossfire. The repeat's close, and thankfully Ustilo, the impact player as always, ends with a 3K.
That was so very close. And just a tragedy that round. Everything was working out perfectly for Rooster, but I do like what Ricky did there. This is something he does so often, right? T side, CD side, doesn't matter. Just the timing. Like, Danny didn't have a chance to just, you know, toss the smoke. It was such an important smoke as well. He was a bomb carrier too. We weren't probably expecting this aggression from Ricky, but yeah, imagine, like, he arrived there like 5 seconds a little too late. They would have got the bomb site. But valid effort from ASAP though. He was the star for Rooster yesterday, and he's showing up here again. Yes, it wasn't a losing effort, but it's good to know that he still is looking pretty sharp.
This is the plan, Blair. The plan is to lose the pistol, because they've still got AKs. Never forget.
Didn't get the bomb down, though. Didn't get the bomb down there.
They still have... Yeah, but the thing is, the plan takes into consideration that they don't get the bomb plant, because they save an extra $800. So it's a bonus if they get the bomb plant, but they're still scary in this round.
That nay was so very painful. And bear in mind, ASAP, he has sacrificed everything. He was a guy who almost made it possible in the 1v4 with the P250 mini raid boss, but he sacrificed everything to drop this AK over to one of his teammates. And Jira not expecting that play. And Danny Gangster, AK-47, he's going to do so much of work. And now it's going to come to Alistair again. And Chelios with the scout. And oh, wait, what? Chelios, what? I don't even, like, why would he slash? Okay,
now... slash. That was a stab in the back. That was spiteful. I can't believe what's just happened, and he might have just thrown this round away as Netic's already low. He's taken an AK for himself, I guess, but with the tag that's on his life, it could be a big problem. Netic goes down. Another one is left onto Chelios. It is that redemption story, and it's going to be him that lets it all slip. A huge mistake from Chelios and Ustilo. Well, as you can see by his face, he's going to be laughing all the way to the bank.
Replay. I need to see what really happened there. He gets the kill, swaps to his knife, and I think he just goes for like just a swipe. It's surprising though. I don't know how Danny's allowed to get that first couple of kills. Okay, let's see what happens here. Goes to the knife, takes the knife out. Wait, he turned and he shanked him in the back, Tom. What has his teammate done to him? Why would he do that? Like, who was that?
I think we call that unreasonable. Is what we call that.
Like, did he, like, you know, I don't know. Has he, like, done something? Oh! Ow. Ow. Good night, Danny.
Oh, dear.
Good night, Chelios.
We've witnessed this before. In fact, I think it was Order on the other end of this before when they were consistently forcing up off the back of a bomb plant. We've seen the same for Rooster. This isn't an eco. This isn't them saving their cash for the next round. This is a full investment, and well, thus far, it couldn't have gone much worse. That's also one of those games, especially for a team sort of renowned for the slightly puggier style, that's going to take any wind out of your sails. That'll be in the back of your mind, a round that we threw away by a silly mistake. Gonna have to try and keep the confidence high. ADC making this work. A dink also hit onto Alistair, who only has a scout available to him. It's more onto Valiance, who hasn't had the best tournament as of late, but he is going to be able to get one, at least keep things in their favor, at least for the moment. But Alistair's repeat is enough to hand them the site. The bomb will be planted, but they need to find better positions than this, Blair. This would be an awkward spot to fight from.
Indeed, and Jira, he spotted a player out. He knows there's a player near the bomb site. Now there's flank coming in from Ricky. I don't think they're going to be aware of this particular flank. He knows where one is, but the moment he gets spotted out, he's going to go for the trade. He is completely unsure where the second player is, and the trigger discipline. The trigger discipline ADK, that is brilliant, but he does not manage to convert the 1v2, and that is going to be another round going the way of Order. But how close are these rounds? How very close are these rounds, Tom? And Rooster, they're going to buy up. 100%. They're going to buy up again.
Of course. It's the right decision to make. Like, they're keeping the economy so honest. Now, this round, in theory, there could be an AWP coming up. Well, we know this is going to be dirty. It's Alistair, and it's slowed down. That was a pretty nice kill as well, actually. You still are being killed through the balcony. It's this, though. It was such a nice attempt in the corner from ADC. But here we go. The AK's up again. Each buy getting better than the last. But until they win one, well, I guess it's worthless, Blair.
Yeah, but at the same time, if they manage to convert this round, right, that's it. Money's going to be completely broken for the CD side. Absolutely just smacked down. Look at the money. 3 players $50. Valiant's on 250. Gyro, the only one who's a little rich and just $700 to work with. The moment they win this round, it's just like breaking the economy. But then again, like you said, as long as Order keep winning the rounds, doesn't matter if it's a 1v1s or 1v2s. It's still going to be favoring them. You know what? We kind of had a split desk. It was you favoring Rooster. We saw Mitch as well. And while Jim was like, he thinks Order's going to win, I'm going to put my money on Order. I feel like, yes, it was a terrible nuke earlier we saw today. It was also kind of like a very weird dust too in the end, the final map. But I feel like they should wake up. Like, it must have lit a fire under their ass right now. Indeed, yeah. They have so much to lose here, and it's going to be Alistair. Oh! Doesn't land a flick, and Chelios just decapitates him through the wood. Now Valiance, he hasn't spotted out yet. He's going to find one. He's still helping out with the fracking zone. Valiance, he's so aware where the player is, but ADK! 2 quick headshots pre-firing around the corner, and suddenly, they might have just broken the money here if they win this round. It's a 2v3, and Danny Gaston will fall, leaving it down to Stillo and Gyra to bring this one back as a bomb will get planted.
These are situations, though, that so far Order have won every single one of them. Flashbang for Chelios. That is perfect. He knows, or think he knows, the other man is around the corner and just opts not to fight it. Falls back, and it's left all onto you, Stillo. You wouldn't want anyone else in these situations, but this time he can't convert. It's Chelios and ADK to give their first round onto the board. And more importantly, they have smashed Order's economy directly into the ground.
Indeed, completely, utterly just destroyed right there. Oh, that was a crazy spray from Alistair, but look at this from ADK. One. Oh, well, it wasn't a full spray transfer. He started just pre-firing and just continuing that spray. It's a brilliant start from ADK. Chelios and ADK really looking good. And remember, the previous games for Rooster, it was Netic and ASAP who are the ones who were really stepping up. Now, if Chelios and ADK are going to be playing at this level here, and if Netic and ASAP can kind of recreate the level they showed earlier, this could get very, very scary. Indeed, Valiance will be spotted out. The Deagle putting in some damage, but it is going to be Ricky who's going to find 3. Will make his escape as well. Gun picked up. Netic's going to be left alone as Alex is going to find one of his own. And suddenly, they have just been dismantled with the Deagles. Ricky, 4K for him, but it was so ably helped with Valiance with a 2K, sorry, rather with a 2-player assist. What?
I think he got 2 with 1 bullet.
Replay.
I'm hoping there is one, because I think one of these bullets, he spams them and 2 of them died to 1 bullet. That's gross. Oh god. This is the thing I was going to say, though, just before this round began, is one of the things that basically gifted them the first map versus Chiefs was these anti-eco rounds. Like, they were so good with the pistols, and we saw you Stillo with the Deags a couple of times when we brought it up in the interview as well. Like, what do we really think that was the reason they won? And even Chiefs themselves said, oh, no, we think we were the better team on Mirage. It was just a few silly plays like that that let things slip away. Now, we are seeing an investment back in once again from the Roosters. It's going to be a push from Valiance. He wanted that trade kill so badly. Instead, ADK, who I have to say has been an absolute hero so far for Roosters, has now put them back in the driver's seat for this round.
I'm not a big fan of that from Valiance. Like, if you're going to trade, you got to trade immediately. By that time, there was enough time for ADK to kind of reset himself and be ready for the next duel for the peak. And now it's all on Alistair. He is all by his lonesome. Scout in hand as well. Doesn't have an AWP. They're going to be peeking him together. He's gone. Oh, no. The TK again from Netic this time around. It was kind of unfortunate because the tag did come in from Alistair. But Ricky and Gyro, they have the AK-47s, Tom. But this one's looking like a done affair. Netic's kind of low. But 4v2, do you really go for this? I mean, they might as well force buy the next round, but if you have those two AK-47s, the force buy could be a little bit more useful. But Jaro's done for it. Ricky is going to be looking for the exits, which I doubt Rooster is going to present his way.
I really don't agree with that reface. I get it. Like, in these sort of rounds, you know that the next one's going to be rough anyway, but why not give yourself the opportunity to try and set yourselves up with a couple of AKs rather than trying to retake a 2v4? Like, you would have needed an absolute miracle. And, well, for Gyro so far, no offense to him, not been having the best of games. So to have the belief that you're just going to be able to pull that one back is somewhat insane. But, yeah, this was the thing. I think the main reason Valiance goes for this is because he hears the gun being switched, but he was still too late. That is, well, if anything, it's a worthy sacrifice, I think is what we can call that. And it's actually going to damage ADK's stats a bit, which, considering he is 11, I think, was it 11-4, 11-5? That's ridiculous. Like, his stats have been slightly reduced.
Oh, the flash is perfection. Danny Gangster is gonna have no trouble with that, and the problem here is this was a buy. That nade's gonna find Gyro 1 HP. How is he even alive? He's blinded, he's getting naded, and finally ADK will put him out of his misery. I don't know why he's put ADC in his Steam name, but it is ADK. And Alistair,
maybe he doesn't care.
Don't care.
I never said his English was good.
Alistair with a nice deke shot, so kind of like a parting shot over to Rooster. But
what's
yeah,
his first name? Is it like Andrew or something? Oh no, it is. It's a cram. So maybe it's a cram doesn't know and a cram doesn't care. There you go.
I hate you.
Ha! My joke continued just because of his name.
You know what? I really hope you get to cast a Mako game tomorrow and can try and pronounce good old calamari. ADK is Akram Smitha. That's a Middle Eastern name. Makes sense though. The A over there, but a DK, yeah. Just gonna leave it there. Anyway. 4-3, and the force by not panning out for order means they will have to just make do with the USPs, and this should be a pretty comfortable round for Rooster here. And in all honesty, Thomas, really, ooh, nice spray from ASAP, cleaning them up ASAP, and about to clear out. Yeah. Speaking about like the first 4 rounds as well, if you look at the way Order got that 4-0, it was off the back of a couple of small little mistakes from Rooster. It was some great timing going their way. The pistol round, for example, comes to mind. It was some hero play, some clutches. But the rounds Rooster have won, they've looked way more convincing.
I guess, well, they were dirty rounds, I guess is the best way to put it. We say clean rounds, I guess that would be the opposite. It doesn't quite sound right, rolling off the tongue, but it's one of those things. Like they were rough, I think is the best way to put it. Like they were in awkward positions, just about scraping it through, and we knew that if the second they lost one, that was it. And then they managed to win a force buy off the back of Ricky's huge deagle plays. They get their economy back, and then they lose the next one anyway. So it's a bit of a rough position for them now. And Rooster, I dare I say it, so far I think they have looked like the better team. Like if you're having to win a lot of things off of clutches and like awkward individual plays, or even just, as you said, timing, and then the other team gets a stride and they win things cleanly. Like, look at the money for Rooster right now. 8,200, 7,400, 8,250. Like, they are in a very good position on the T side. And even in this round, we're still seeing a few things having to go amiss for Order because their money's not in the best of places.
Indeed, and here we go. Oh, it's a fast play towards A. It's
Love
a
it.
contact play, and Valiant, he's like, oh, I gotta get out of here. The nade might be a little bit too late as well. He might be caught out in the open. Luckily, he will survive, but not Alistair. ASAP and Chelios, the 1-2-1 combo. That's it. The round's done. Look at the flank coming in all the way from B as well. Ricky comes into Murder Hole, and Murder Hole lives up to its name, but Valiant's with the 2 quick kills. Now it's possible, because there is a flank coming in all the way from Palace. Now, Valiant, he needs to stay alive, bide his time. And he's doing a pretty good job here. But time is of the essence. 25 seconds on the clock. They do not have a kit to work with.
I don't even think there's anyone he can kill. That's the problem. Like, he's got this flank, but they're all in really passive hidden positions. Like, these afterplants are almost rude. Like, there's nothing that can really be done, and this flank is just dirty from Danny G. He seems to be the player who, like, in consideration with, like, someone like a Dexter or even an Azza, where it's like, you never really know where they're going to be on the map. I think Azza is actually one of my favorite players to watch in the world on Mirage, because somehow he manages to get behind you almost every single time. And it must be so infuriating to play against. And he also just has that sheer, like, brute force mentality where every once in a while, when the side of 100 Thieves needs a round, he'll just win one for them, which I still don't quite know how he does it, but I guess that's why he's up there in one of the top teams. But right now, yeah, we're seeing almost Roosters just style on their opponents. Like, this is now a 5-round streak. Or no, 4-round streak, I guess, because they won one and then lost one. And they've been clean.
Oh, they have indeed. And again, like... Oh, Jelly. Still recovers, helped out by ASAP, but that's the thing. Like, they're forcing Order to play to their tune. They are not reacting. They are just kind of like, and again, I know it's Roosters map pick. It is a map that they're very comfortable on. However, at the same time, like, it's Order, right? They're top 3 team in the region. And Rooster is just making it look so easy. They know there's another player around. Jara, there's nothing you can do. Netic will clothesline him. The good thing for Order is they have a bye coming in, but my oh my, Rooster, 5-0, and the money is spiraling out of control, Tom. We still have 5 more rounds remaining, and there are 4 players who are around the $10,000 mark, and 80K sitting on 12K as well.
Yeah, more impressively, 12K may be a lot, but 15 kills is how many he has. It's been a lights out performance from him so far, and there's been no one that's been close to his level on the server so far. So this is where we need to see some of those big names that we talk about, the likes of Ustilla, the likes of Alistair, and well, Ricky now picking up the second AWP. He's going to be tested almost instantly. A change of pace, a change of strategy, and they've been met with an AWP.
They have it, Ricky. Some snappy shots coming out from the veteran. Danny G will drop him, however. And now Jara, what can he do to try and stay alive? Nothing.
Okay.
Chelio spots him on the top of the smoke. How does he even see him? I don't know. But it's a 2v3 as Alistair does reply back. He finds Chelios. Bomb needs to go down, and Danny G has got to retrieve the bomb. He's going to use a flashbang to try and make his escape. Can he escape? No, he can't. The bomb at least will get planted. Alistair's aware of the bomb plant. The Malta's going to be coming in a little too late. And now Danny G repositioning himself. Can he get this kill is the question on the player. Gets spotted out, but Danny still gets a kill. Goes to his race through the smoke, almost finds Alistair, and somehow he single-handedly turned it around.
And they haven't even spotted his teammate yet. ASAP has picked off another. It's left into the 1 versus 1. Alistair to try and save them here. The time is ticking, and he actually doesn't have a kit, so he may need to find one. It's lying just on the floor, and he's got it. Just about. It's going to be enough for him to take this round home. Oh. Dear Lord, was that close. But luckily, Alistair did not miss.
But again, Tom, right? Like, they win the round. But at what cost? They again have no money over here. Like, Yusula can buy for himself. The rest of them, it's going to be Famasas. Sure, Alistair can drop the rifle over to one of his teammates. Maybe an M4. There we go. M4 will be purchased and dropped over towards Jyra. But after this purchase, they're going to be broke again. And Rooster, like we mentioned earlier, money for days. If they win this round, I wouldn't be too surprised for them to run away with this half. Maybe a 9-6, maybe a 10-5.
Yeah, this is scary times for Order. As I said, when we came into this tournament, we had a clear 1-2 of who we expected. And I think Rooster definitely came in as someone, at least to me, as a bit of an unknown factor. Wasn't particularly impressed when I watched them play Mako Shark in the day before, but they have brought a different level, like coming into this tournament. And they impressed us versus Renegades. Now they're looking like the out-and-out better team. Ustillo's already going to be tagged up by the AWP. Not the greatest of starts. Now, they do have a reasonable amount of utility to at least try and deny, and I like this. Alistair is now going to try and be a bit spicy. He's the solo B-site holder as he looks to try and aggress a bit more to try and basically plug the gaps that is this CT side buy.
Yeah, they need to mix something up here. Like, this defaults aren't really working out. Even when time they aggress, it's not great. Nice peek from Valiance. Perfect flashbang as well. But Netic with a quick reply. And ADK, this guy is just a bottle opener. Finds another kill on his A-bomb. Said Ricky needs help. Flashbang is good, but at the same time, I think he got blinded by the T's flashes. But Estillo with a quick kill. Another one. And now it's a 2v2. Almost everyone very low. And Ricky, he is going to be the linchpin of this round for Order, but I think Chelios is aware of his position, and Chelios just walking up here, scoped in, hard scoped in, and he's done for.
And this is a 1v2 that almost looks unwinnable for ID or ADK. 24 HP, and he's being flanked. This is a really good reposition from Ustillo. Again, experience taking its toll, but it's not going to be needed at all. Now, that round is one where I'm going to be honest, Blair, I was surprised that was even close, mainly because that was a 4-man stack on the A site and Rooster go walking in. So it's still not as clean as Order probably would have liked, but they do adapt. They've changed up their setup. And now the T's, well, they've still got that bank to play with. But if the CTs could even get a couple more rounds, I think they're going to be relatively happy considering how this half has actually gone.
Considering how much time they had there, I'm surprised they went for the bomb plant, especially with the smokes dissipating, the fact that they knew there was going to be a CT playing close to its connector. Yeah, that was a little strange, but 6-all, still neck to neck, both these teams. And for Rooster, again, I mean, Tom, they can just keep buying forever by the looks of things.
Yeah, they get the bomb down so often. It's happening most rounds, if not every. And the ones that they don't, they're still desperately close. Like, Order have not managed to keep anything clean. That's one hell of a start, though. ASAP is gone. Mid control technically in the hands of Rooster. I'm not liking the fact that we're seeing the bomb all the way down in spawn at the moment, so they are going to have to go on a retrieval mission. And with how aggressive we've seen some of these rounds from Order, it's definitely a risk leaving it behind. For now, though, like they might try and gamble back towards the A site. Now that one round of a 4-man stack has dispersed and left the more standard 2 with a rotator available from mid. Alistair as well at the backside with the AWP has not been having the best of games. Him and Valiant struggling a little bit. We're going to see the flash over. He's set up with the AWP, but he's not going to win the duel. Chelios takes him down once again. There has been a rotation back. Ustillo trying to watch the cross as Valiance just sits upon the balcony. But there are multiple players now coming in from behind. Danny G's found one. Netic combines alongside him to open up this A site. With the Molotovs down, there's nothing the remaining CTs can do but wait for the retake.
Yeah, this is brilliant stuff from Rooster. A very uncharacteristic mistake being made by Alistair there. He shouldn't have re-peeked, especially when he knew there was going to be an AWP peeking him. The flashbang came out. It should have been an easy tell for someone of his caliber. And now the retake coming in, but Chelios is missing. Nothing dinner with the final player as well. Netic is going to decapitate Chiron with that Rooster. That was a clinical round. I love it. 4v5, man down, and the way they just hit that bomb set. Yes, a little bit of a mistake from Alistair, but apart from that, it was just clean. And with that, Tom, money for Order. Non-existent again. Oh, look at this. Look at this.
Lucky not to get 2, really. The thing that's impressive as well, this was something I mentioned at the very beginning of the game. I said that we've seen them play well without Chelios. Now he's starting to come up big, and they are looking far and above the better side. As said, like, I feel like a lot of these rounds have been somewhat padded. The pistols, though, the SMGs, this is sometimes where Order can make rounds out of nothing. Well, they've still lost the initial duels, but Jara will be able to at least retrieve a rifle. It's something extra for him in this round. Bomb, again, still just sat towards the spawn as they're almost just playing this pick style of players. Individually, Rooster, no doubt, have been the better squad. Illo, though, look how low Netic is. Now, he's been sent on the mission to get the bomb. If he dies, this whole round could be turned on its head, and that's exactly what happens. Justillo does not miss that shot. That's an AK for him as well. Now, he doesn't have any armor, so it might be a little bit awkward, but they are going to have to go falling all the way back. ASAP, though, he's going to be the surprise. There's no way they'll expect him to be here. Gyra just wanted to try and help out his teammate. Justillo trying his best to defend that bomb. He does manage to find a kill on almost the second. He hasn't spotted where his opponent's gone, though. Sneaking his way through the smoke. Bomb has been taken. I don't think he's going to be able to get away unless, of course, there's a peek out from Justillo, which he is going to go running through the Molotov. It's a huge risk, but it pays off. And I don't know how this man does it. SMG, rifle, make it a dig. But Justillo is still that thorn in your side.
He didn't have any armor, Tom. No armor, and he still wins it, and they're going to double peek him together. Have to. And there we go. Brilliant start from Justillo. In fact, Alistair doesn't even have to do anything. Justillo single-handedly, one deagle in his hand, no utility, no Kevlar, no helmet, and he wins it alone. That was a round that Rooster might come to regret. I mean, this push was great, but then this one, he gets to kill. The second one, I'm not too sure why the AWP would face up there, but then the spray transfer through the smoke, ADK not expecting him to push out through the flames, and then a double peek coming out. Just well played by Order. It's kind of crazy that we're saying that Rooster individually, they're looking like the better team. It's crazy. And the only anomaly being Justillo, who's he's just so consistently good.
Should be a free kill. He's actually going to use a Molotov. This is just mean. that was a little bit sadistic. Just like, oh, just burn them out. As they try and go for the boost. Doesn't get a kill for it, but that's definitely going to scare them. Danny G's still going to be the one to start. It is amazing this is 7-7. You have to remember, the Order got off to a strong start with the pistol. They have then won 2 rounds off of deagles. And they are currently tying, maybe even losing this first half. That is a ridiculous thing to be saying. Like, they have upset so many rounds and they have capitalized off basically none of them. ASAP again is finally going to put down the terror that is Justillo, but Alistair alongside Ricky. The double AWPs is all that remain. Once this bomb goes down, things are going to get tough, and I think Alistair realizes it, but he won't win the battle versus ADK, and Netic is going to put down the final man. It is 8-7, but if anything, it could have been a whole lot more for the Roosters. Order, they're clinging on at this point.
Yeah, and 8 rounds on the T side of Mirage. I mean, I'll take it. If I'm Rooster, I'm taking it. And also, it's kind of interesting for me that it's the veterans in the side of Order who've been able to kind of go toe-to-toe when it comes to just individuals, right? It's a Ricky and Justillo while you're looking at the Alistairs, at Valiants, at Gyra to step it up. It's been the 2 veterans who've been kind of keeping them in the game so far. Barely, though. Like I said, 8-7, just 7 rounds on the CD side, a map like Mirage, which you should be feeling more comfortable with. Suddenly, this matchup is looking even more scarier for the side of Order.
Oh, pistol round going to be everything. A nigh on identical one with a few more personnel here. ADK, 17 kills in that first half. He may need a couple more here. He's got Netic to support him, but this is becoming awkward fairly fast. He does manage to get the first kill, but the bomb has gone down. They're now going to wait for the retake as ASAP comes in through the connector, and Chelios already picks off one more. Nice shot from Alistair, though. He's cleared out CT, at least for the moment, as the rotation still comes in. And look at this wraparound from Ricky. I don't know if he'll have the time to go all the way back into middle, as his teammate's going to have to burn down that clock. I think he's realized it as well. Ricky left 1v4. He did this with a deagle earlier, but it isn't going to happen again. A superb retake for the Roosters, but just like them in their second round, the chances are we will see a force buy for Order.
ASAP he's really, really good with the pistols, man. Like that 1v4, almost converting it again with a USP here. And if you just look at we should probably take a look at the scoreboard later on. And the one thing which stands out to me is Gyro's having a rough. Okay, that drive-by from Alistair is sick. But ASAP, man, he's just tapping heads. And individually, like you said, on an average, everyone on the side of Rooster seemed to be playing at a very high level, while on the other hand for Order, like Gyro's in 2 kills, Tom. I mean, I hate pointing out a single player, but it's just not working out for them. And look at the balls on ASAP and Netiq, the aggression. They know it's a buy coming out from Order, and they meet it head to head.
I think it's one of those like memes where it's like, oh, when God was creating this, and it's like when he went to put in a dash of fear, he must have just missed the bowl, because Rooster they have none. There's none in there at all. Confidence, well, that's where the ball's overflowing. As you can see, Chelios, even with a man advantage, just gonna go peeking. That might be a bit of an oversight. Mistakes, a few, and well, it's still gonna be a 3v3, which they are favored. But that's an uncomfortable loss that could become awkward later in the round.
They've tossed a smoke towards connector, but they're all going to be falling back. The problem here for the TSR, they have one flashbang to work with. Valiance has no Kevlar. Alistair is the only one with the AK, Kevlar, and everything. And there is just one player in this B bomb site. And Danny G, he's feeling a little adventurous. This could actually potentially net them the run unless he falls on back. It's all about timing. With 35 seconds on the clock, he's going to be heading back towards his B bomb site. Now, he needs at least one kill here, because if he doesn't, if he gets taken down and they get the bomb down, this round could very well go the way of Order, primarily because of the fact that Alistair is still alive.
Even a 2v2 could be a rough retake of what's currently in play. Now, he spotted everybody. Now they've realized where he is. And this becomes a bit more awkward for the remaining players. Oh. Nice shot from Alistair as well. Well, you said at least one. He gets absolutely nothing. Luckily, Netiq is very quick to respond, but getting out this window might be easier said than done. Alistair's going to go spotting and finds the information that no one's making that move just yet. They don't have a kit available to them either, and a quick tap to remove one leaves it all onto the 1 versus 2. He's been good so far, but time is of the essence, and ADK has to fall back. It is going to be an 8th for Order. And as said, those 4 spy rounds, well, they work for the Roosters, but they work for Order just as well.
Personally, I mean, I don't really want to blame Danny G there, but personally, when you have 2 of your teammates towards CD spawn, holding towards A, you want to play a little bit more of a secluded position where you can be guaranteed at least 1 kill. The fact that he got taken down, again, great shot from Alistair, but the fact that he got taken down, that was already like, you know, Rooster basically losing the round right there. And then Alistair, man, like, this man. Sure, he's had a quiet first half, that op not being very effective, but he's still always so impactful with the frags that he does manage to get. And yeah, Rooster to win a pistol convincingly, but Order, they strike back. And with that, it is going to be another force fire. This time around, it's for Rooster. And honestly, at this point, Tom, I'm not surprised anymore.
No, they don't like ecoing, but to be honest, most of the times they've gone for these force buys. I don't disagree with them. Like, I think most of them have been fair. It's not like they've been over audacious with some of the purchases where their opponent's economy was fine and they were trying to break it. No, most of the time there was low money on the side of Order and they wanted to break it. And well, in that first half they did. I think if they had better anti-eco rounds, they would be in double digits as a minimum at this point of the game. So as I said, Order, they've saved themselves a few times in that first half. Now we need to see them build into this matchup. Already, Chelios going for the peak. There's so many players there. Peeking into that 4-man stack at the top of mid is not something I expected him to survive. Ustillo as well, in the smoke. Free kill onto one. He spotted the second. Sure, it's Mr. ADK, but that doesn't matter. The B site's fully under the control, and this fake has been sold. Well, more of just a take than a fake, if anything. But it's still going to be 9-9. I don't think there's anything the Roosters can do about that.
Yeah, the best you can hope for right now is ADK saving that M4 of his, but still though, he's still floating around. He's still roaming around the T-spawn area. He's like, yeah, all right, cool. You know where I am. I know where you are. You're trapped. You're gonna want to save your M4. Where are you gonna go? Are you gonna stay in the A bomb site? That's risky. You might come up towards Palace, and guess who's gonna be waiting? It's gonna be me, and it's still out. You should potentially win this duel. The angle, it's a little off from ADK, and unfortunately, he won't survive. But at least that's a Galil. I mean, it's not an AK, it's not an M4, but it's something, considering the money that Rooster have to work with. And with Order winning this round, they put themselves in a pretty good spot here to at least get to round number 10 before Rooster does.
Yeah, and it's at least keeping 3 players alive means that they've made a little bit of money along the way. This round is where we want to see it be dominant, really, from Order, like to at least see what we expect to be the best from them, because there's no point. Like, we spoke partly about maybe they were saving some strats in the game they played earlier, which I'm gonna be honest, I think it's BS. Like, I think if you're saving strats when you're losing, you're mental. In this case, they can't. There's nothing to save for. If you lose this series, you're out of the tournament. You don't get to the major. There's no chance of it. It will go probably to Renegades, in fact, because they are the only team that can beat them at this point. Even the third place team currently, obviously it won't be by the end, Ground Zero are now out of the tournament as well. So the only teams with any points currently are Order and, of course, the Renegades, who are currently 100 points ahead. So if Order go out, that's it. We pretty much have our answer, as I think at this point a top 4 finish is already guaranteed for the Renegades.
Yeah, and the top 4 finish means, well, doesn't matter where they wind up.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think how many points do I have? Like 1,600,
They have 1,600, and I think the max you get is 2,400, and the lowest you get from top 4 is 2,000. So there's literally no way anybody could even be close.
Which is, actually, no. Don't Chiefs have some points?
No, because they changed 3 members, so they lost all their points.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's yikes. Well, it do be like that sometimes. As 35 seconds, son. This is looking scary. Walking into a stack. Tom.
Oh,
And ASAP's alive. He's gonna
That's
find
sick.
2. 25 seconds. He spots a second player as well. He's picked up a gun. Both of them are together. He's tapping away. Alice is gonna finally drop him, but Netic's position. They have no idea, or do they? They're gonna make a run for it. They're gonna leg it towards an A-bomb side, but no, they're still taking a roll. What a snap from Netic, and Alice is still fighting him. And Netic with the clutch. Why did he go back and commit? I don't know, but they realized they didn't
no
have
time,
any time.
maybe? Yeah.
Yeah, 10 seconds not good enough. And what a round. What a round from Netic and again from ASAP. These youngsters, man. And Order, they took too long. They took so long walking into the trap. They get the first 3 kills. But then ASAP and Netic, the 2 youngsters who were the hard carry for this team in the previous matchups we've seen. And finally, they've woken up and they're joining their Danny G and ADK.
Yeah, both 17 years of age as well. So to keep their cool
nuts.
in that situation, like, I sweat bullets in those situations, my heart thumping. For them to just be like casually tap, tap, easy kills, like, that is sick. Average
That's
HP
nuts.
left at the end of the round. This is a 10-9 game. It really shows how much damage is being done, though. It firstly for both sides, but more importantly, like, if you're at 58, that means pretty much every round they have less than 1 player surviving by a hefty margin.
Yeah, and on top of that, like, that's more than double for Rooster, showing that when Order have won their rounds, it's come down to the 1v1s, the 1v2s, while for Rooster, it's been some very convincing wins, and with that particular win, they have all the money, all the guns in the world to work with. That nade is gonna hurt, and it's gonna be Danny G falling back smartly. And a crossfire kind of setup, and ASAP is just gonna mow them down and jumping in straight to the deaths. 3 kills for him. Finally, Ricket will put him down. There's nothing much he can do as Danny G joins the fray.
Nice.
Clean stuff.
Yeah, this is exactly what we want to be seeing from the Roosters. I think they really are proving themselves to be a force to be reckoned with, no matter what happens within this series. At the same time, though, I see. I don't want to keep putting the caveat of that I don't think Order are playing to their level, but I genuinely don't think they are. Like, well, you mentioned you don't want to highlight Jira, but he's still on 2 kills. Like, it's not changed. Like, he's having probably one of his worst performances ever in this game, which it's an unfortunate time to have it. Very aggressive peek from Chelios. He actually doesn't get the kill, and I think, did Netic just take the bullet for him? Because it looked like that was a fadeaway from the connector from him as well, so it's a bit of a rough one. We'll see if maybe he can be the saving grace in this round. Of course, their money, it's not off the chart, so to lose a round here would still be a pretty painful loss for the side of Roosters.
It would, and I gotta say, like you mentioned, they're not playing at the level, but this is a must-win game. Like, this is a must-win game. You have everything on the line, and if you're not gonna be playing at a level at this point, Well, this is your level then, right? This has to be a level. But hold on. Look at Asilo's position. Look at where he is. He snuck his way through. They left jungle open. And Joe's is done for. Oh, don't do it. No. Asilo, don't do it. Don't do it.
He's looking for two. He's looking for two. Oh! That was a jump scare. Dear Lord, that's terrifying. Does he know that there's a man on ramp? Because this could be a problem. I think he doesn't. That's a free kill. Nice trade from Ricky, though. That was necessary. Anything less could be a problem. Alistair. Oh, he's missed the window. I think he's given the info over to Ricky, though. This is really good team play coming out from the side of Order. Finally, something to really be positive about. That was a nice little clutch situation. Everybody played their role to perfection.
And Ricky in the end again coming out on top. Ricky has been absolutely so instrumental
21 kills.
in order being in this game. It's been Yusilo and Ricky. Sure, Yusilo got just a 1 kill over there, but the fact that he was able to sneak his way all the way from CD spawn to get the frag onto Chelios, that itself was massive, and that just opened up that A bomb site. Ricky obviously with the quick trade, finishing it off with the 3K in the end there, but. This has been one of, if not the most closely contested maps we've seen so far in the entire tournament.
Oh, you're still again. It'd be one hell of a time to rise up to the occasion. Said this is an elimination match, maybe not one that we expected to see. It could easily have been an upper bracket matchup. Obviously, the seeding of Rooster maybe a little bit harsh because of their not being an invite team. I think they're definitely, well, they've proven themselves to be better than Ground Zero already. Danny G's going to get aggressive. If he gets a kill, falls back, this is absolutely fine. Anything else? Oh, that's rough. Timing not going to work out for him. He's given some information over to his squad, but the thing is, it might be a false positive. Because I think he'll assume that they might rotate in his direction. Instead, the bomb's actually going towards A.
Well, 2 players lying in wait. And it's going to come down to Chelios with the AWP. ADK, though, 5-7 in hand, but this man can do no wrong. He's been absolutely fantastic, but they're heading towards B. Is rotation going to take place as Danny shuts it down, but he doesn't spot anyone else. They don't have to rotate, and the timing on that from ADK spins around. Oh, hi, Ricky. Good night. Alistair left alone now with Valiance trapped behind the flames, and Alistair doing a bit of damage. 10 seconds. You got to go for the save there, lad. And it is going to be Rooster. 12 rounds. They're going to extend their lead by 2 rounds now.
I hate that 5-7 shot. It made me feel ill. Just instant one time. We've seen them do that a couple of times now. I do really think that the 5-7 is one of those guns that's just heavily underrated within Counter-Strike. Like like the fact that at the moment there still seems to be the question between that and the CZ, but you could do things like that is just grotesque to me. But yeah, that was just horrible. And we've seen them do that now a couple of times. The same happened on B not too long ago. So yeah, big rounds coming out from the Rooster. I have to give credit over to Danny G as well. The timing of that double spray down, he got Molotov'd out, but peaked just before it landed, so that they weren't quite ready for someone to already be facing in that direction. So just smart play. We've got a drone flying in to give us some stats. I think that the drone should also be edited to have Mitch's face on it, but you know, maybe that's just me. I'll have him like on strings, like flying around on the drone.
Mitchy drone face. I can live with that. The utility file, Ricky. He alongside Ustillo have been the 2 pillars of this Order side. They have been...
If he's the utility man, what is anyone else doing?
Dying. Danny.
What? Oh, I thought he was gonna get
God.
that kill for a moment. That would have been ridiculous.
Oh lord, this is a heavy investment for Order. But if there was a time for them to go for a buy like this, now's the time. Because any more later, they can't do it, right? Because Roost is going to be almost a map and match point. But this is a huge kill. Worrying factor: there's no one in jungle. ADK. The 2 players now. So even if he gets a kill, the trade's possible again. Again, they're going to allow a player to sneak their way through from CT. Oh my god! If I'm Chelios, I'm molding if he dies again like this. I am
Things have
so
been
mauled.
too quiet. Oh, again. Why is it always so awkward? Make it clean. It makes my cheeks clench every time that happens. How? Oh my God! Stop! Stop! I don't want to see duels like that. I don't want to see stuff like that, please.
Save.
Oh, dear Lord. Yeah,
Got no money.
Where's ASAP going? Things in this round looking a little bit rocky, and well, 2 versus 5, not happening. It will be an 11th. That round could have easily gone either way, though. Like, that's now the second time that Ustillo's got behind them. That's an issue. That shouldn't be happening. Also, yeah, the sort of dodgy battle that occurred. Netic, he's going to try and get himself a rifle. I don't think that's worth going for.
Yeah, it wasn't. And with that, Auto, a buy where they had like 2 rifles, 2.5 rifles, I think. 2 players, at least with pistols for sure. And they make it work. Again, a terrible hold from Rooster. We've been singing the praises, but that was just abysmal. Like, you know for a fact that they go for these fast boosts up towards mid. And I don't know why Danny would just commit to the fight. He knew, Danny, why would he commit to that fight? He knew Valence was there. He could have popped some backup before just going for the full commit. And of course, that spin around kill, that was just pure filth from Alistair. You can't just give up jungle like that, guys. If you're going to give it up, keep someone behind Motorhole. Like, I don't know. If you're going to play passive, play ultra passive, not this way. And Chelios looking for the fight, but Alistair with the, the flash assist from the CT is actually getting the kill. And that's the danger man taken out. And I gotta say, Tom, we've sung Chelios' praises a lot based on his performances in the past. I mean, he was a one standout player who came up on my radar at least a year and a half ago, and everyone's like, this Chelios guy's pretty good, and he is very good. But so far in the tournament, it's like everyone else is playing at a great level. While he has his moments, but I would like to see a little bit more consistency from someone who is touted to be, the best player on this lineup. And with fair reason, he is very, very good. It's just he's not performing the level we're expecting from him.
Well, as of right now, I'm fairly certain he's done nothing on the CT side. Like, I think he had between 10, maybe even 11 kills. It was definitely God. 10 on the first half. He's done nothing since. Oh, see you later, Danny. Just a little bit of a pixel spotted by Ustillo, and that's enough for him to work things out. Calculation made in his brain, and well, good luck, ASAP. You've been fantastic, but this may be a bridge too far. First kill goes his way. He's got an incendiary. Peeks back out. It's a bit awkward. He has to be careful of his own Molotov spreading towards him. But he's actually done further damage. He's bought time for the rotation as well. Just left with the USP in hand, and that will eventually be his demise. But he's given a chance. Granted, a very slim one. As now ADK is going to try and slip his way sneakily through the smoke. Bomb being planted. He knows he needs to find the other player first. Tries to deny it. And, well, there's some low players. It is going to be 12-12. Order have come back kicking at the perfect time. And now look at the money for Roosters, Blair. This is the worst possible time to run out of cash.
It's a terrible time to go out of cash. As we do see Ricky. Oh, okay. My screen seems to have got stuck a little bit there, Tom. I don't know if it's working for you.
It is fine for me.
All right, it's working fine. We're back. But okay. Yeah, you know what? I'd rather them run out of money right now compared to, let's say, around later. Or like when Order and round 14, right? So 12-12, it's fine. Go for a full eco, which I appreciate here. Just the USPs. And it should be a clean affair for Order. They have...
It hit the dink.
Yeah, he did get the ding. But they're going to have a buy. They're going to have a pretty decent buy the next round. Ow.
Might as well have let that one go off in his pocket. I don't think it could have been much closer than that. Well, it is going to be a 13th for Order. Very, very close matchup. And, well, something we somewhat expected. Both teams in the past have been winning their opponent's map choice, but maybe not quite in this close a fashion. Ricky just looking to try and pad those stats. Not that he needs it. As said, he has been one of the shining lights for this Order roster, and it's good to see because it's very easy to sing the praises of some of the other players within the team. especially with some of the performances we've seen from him so far. But the fact that when they needed him most is when he stepped up to the plate is very, very good sign for Order.
Yeah, indeed it is. And for Netic, well, if it's AK, it's gonna come in pretty handy. Can maybe drop it towards, I don't know, maybe towards 80k. He's got the least amount of cash. Or maybe Chelios probably. They can drop him in AWP, can either ASAP or Netic, but that means they're gonna be naked. They're gonna have any Kevlar to work with, so they're gonna have to just make do with the rifles this time around. But yeah, this game has just been so back and forth, Tom. I just want to take a look at how the
What?
What the? Did it time out?
2 players died to the bomb.
I mean, no, they're there. They got money. They don't care, Tom.
That's not an excuse. That's ridiculous. How did that?
Wait, what?
Oh, they were all just in the ladder room. I guess they thought that the damage drop-off was a lot higher from there.
Did they plan for default? Maybe they were... I don't know. I don't usually save in the ladder room. Usually I head towards like CD spawner or like head straight towards the apartment. But anyway, here we go. Buy coming in. And a fast hit from Order straight into the B bomb site through short. It's going to be the pincer player ASAP. Oh, he just turns the corner and a bullet kisses him goodnight. Danny Gangster finds one, but Alistair, he's going to find one. Valiance catches Danny off guard. And again, it's a 2v3 speed. Fast-paced hit towards his B bomb site. It's working out wonderfully for the side of Order, and this is going to be terrible. Valiance is ready and waiting. He finds both of them. My word. I want to see that from his POV. But Order, I think they've had enough, Tom. They want to close this one out.
Yeah, this would be a hell of a map to win as well. As mentioned, I think for Jara as well, this has probably been one of his worst performances ever. So if they manage to get this map over the line, that would be huge for them, especially going into their own choice coming up next. It's been ridiculously close, but it seems like Rooster might have fallen at the final hurdle. The morning wake-up call is coming. Chelios, okay, that's a bit of a hefty tag. ADC trying to come up as well with Netic alongside him. They've managed to at least give themselves the man advantage here. Of course, the weaponry firmly in the favor of their opponents, but we've seen both teams now win rounds like this. Now, ASAP, this is a heavy risk. I know that they're in a round where they're heavy underdogs, but you already have the man advantage. If it pays off, you're a genius. If it goes wrong, well, you might have just given up the match.
Oh, no. He knows, Tom. He heard them. They sell the fake and go back. Oh, they do fall back, and unfortunately, ASAP caught off guard. Oh, that's gotta hurt. That's gotta hurt.
Oh no, it seems like after such a good start to this round, everything has started to slip away. Now, Danny G, he has got multi-frags from this position already multiple times. If it happens again, I'm going to be upset. And it's almost 2. He gets 1 with a little bit of help from Valiance. Chelios has already rotated in. You can see that for Valiance, he's now just waiting for his teammate, but the support from Netic is already coming as well. 28 seconds on the clock. They're going to have to try and dedicate themselves into this site, and the flashbang comes through. He may be able to catch the second player with the AWP as well, which is exactly what happens, and leaves Valiance to try and clutch this out. He's had a real resurgence over the last couple of rounds, but he has to eventually go for this plant. He wants to kill off one of these players before that point, and he's not going to. Lightning fast from Chelios gives a 13 rounds to Rooster, and they cling to life to cluck one more time.
Chelios, he misses the easy ones. He goes to the weird, strange plays, but when it comes down to these sort of moments, when he needs to hit these ridiculous shots up close, like just basically, you know, in your face, no scope opping, he just seems to shine there. When, you know, it's just like, yeah, there's no way he's gonna hit this one. Of course he does. And we thought it was over, Tom. We thought Order were gonna get a map point. It was gonna be 15-12, and Rooster were like, yeah, no. An SMG, 3 pistols, and the hero AWP in the hands of Mr. Chelios. And they bring it to round number 13. This one's not quite done yet.
Wind taken out their sails a bit. We saw how the fast-paced blast onto the site in the round before, and we're back to these slower defaults, and that's where Roosters seem to become a little bit more cheeky. The smoke thrown into the window as mid-control seems to be the goal. There isn't much presence here. You have a player on short, one around connector, but they've somewhat given up these angles, just opting to play within the site. I mean, the order can at least gain some space. It is looking like a split towards this A site with already an angle taken. Oh, that's really awkward for ASAP, surviving his last leg. Just 1 HP is all that he gets. And while forcing him from that angle means a lot is going to come onto Netic, and timing's going to be everything. The push comes through, no flash. They just go wide. They try and take him alone. No utility used, and Alistair has at least brought it back slightly. But 30 seconds now. The bomb is going to be retrieved, but their support rotating in. They've killed off the man as well. Netic has gone huge in this round, and he's finally going to die. But with 20 seconds left, it's all on to Alistair to maybe save their game as the economy is starting to look that little bit more rough. And while he has to try and go for a plant hit, Chelios, oh, okay. He's waiting for it, but it doesn't matter. And ASAP's 1 HP actually makes all of the difference.
You know what? I'd have it no other way. And I would hate to be the in-game leader of Order right now. What do you call, Tom? Like, what do you decide here? A half buy? Just go for the full-fledged buy, go for the win, play for, or rather you play for overtime.
Tech 9 Rush B would be the
Well, Deagle works as well, I guess.
Not for a rush. Yeah, if you get Deagles, I feel like you have to play a little bit slower, just because you want to go for those dirty Deags, those one taps. Whereas with Tech 9 as well, there's no stopping the tech train.
Tech train. Well, Netic has really come into his own. And again, but this time around it's going to be Chelios ready and waiting. He's going to find one. He knows there's a couple players more, and he's going to try his best to just stay alive, not refacing. I do appreciate that. And now the 2T stuck inside of jungle. Well, they're just going to relinquish the position. They know the jig is up. There's no point sticking on around. They're going to be trapped there. So they're going to kind of reposition and try to be cheeky through the smoke. But Netic and ASAP are ready and waiting. And it's now down to Ricky and Estilo with the Deags. Make something happen. But to be very honest, Tom, looks like Rooster are going to get to map point here.
But that's the thing as well. This was a position where I feel like Order had everything to lose. As you mentioned, it was an AWP, an SMG, and some pistols. And all I can really say is it seems like Order just clucked it up.
Ooh.
You appreciate the pun?
I am not gonna... I'm just letting it just kind of like ignore it.
Think about what you've done.
But yeah, I'm just gonna let it go because... Anyway, you break me every time you say that, you know that, right? I kind of lose my train of thought. I'd have some crazy cool analytical tidbit to give you or to give the audience, and you say something like that and you ruin it. You ruin it all, Tom.
As long as Jim appreciates it, it's fine.
Jim loves it. Oh, Netic's trap. Oh, the peak though. He does a bit of damage. Chelios, the combat up doesn't work out. Ricky with 2, still with 1. A 4v2 overtime is looking very likely indeed, unless ASAP does something truly miraculous. Bomb yet to be planted, yet to cross on over. The Molotov, that's going to be dead giveaway to his position. Alice is going to find one. It's all an ASAP, and there's nothing he can do. Alistair, Ricky, and Ustillo, the hero of the final round. Ladies and gentlemen, going to overtime. And yes, that's not a bug. Jira has 4 kills and 24 deaths. And still, somehow, Order are still in this map. It's just mental.
Such a risky play. That is just silky smooth from Ricky. He really has been having a standout game for them here. And as I said, it seems to be when they need the rounds the most that these sort of veteran players, these old school Aussies, step up exactly when they need it most. And well, it's definitely exciting to see. Now we get no more economy drought, at least for now. Now this is actually 10k MR3. Now personally, not a fan. I like to see all the money in the bank when it comes down to overtime. You've played the economy game. I don't want to see it anymore. But because we are on 10k, it means that if you lose 2 rounds in a row, especially on the CT side, times are getting rough.
Indeed it is. And we did see it yesterday as well on Nuke. It was against Mako Shark and Paradox, if I'm not mistaken. And it was Mako who won the 2 rounds on the T side, and boom, just like that, the CTs, they just had pistols to work on the 3rd round. It was just like easy work from Mako. And right now, Rooster are making things look easy on the CD side. Alistair down to 21 HP, at least has the AWP to work with. But Ricky, as long as this guy's alive, I could still believe in order turning this one around, as unlikely as it seems.
Leicester might have to make one of those pinnacle plays. I'm not particularly liking where the majority of the players are going in comparison to the bomb. Like, the bomb's route to this site is not an easy one. Like, if it gets dropped in the connector at this stage of the round, we can call it a day. Like, we can move on to the next one. It really doesn't matter. And I think Ricky, you're going to try and run the gauntlet to B. There's a player on short. Like, this seems so disjointed. The plan is out the window. In fact, I think the plan has been completely destroyed. It's been burnt, thrown onto the fire. And yeah, that was an audacious attempt, Blair. I think everything just went wrong too fast for them to actually correct things. But that's where we needed to see a strong mid-round call. And just as we know, it's important for Rooster if they can drop this AWP, get it out of the round, make it a bit tougher for the T's when it comes to purchasing. They're not going to be able to.
Yeah, I mean, the good thing being for the other side, at least the AWP is safe for Alistair. Although, yeah, you save it without a bomb getting planted, that means you don't really have much to work with. Ricky's going to get the AWP. I'm wondering he's got a good spawn. No, he doesn't. All right. Interesting. I'm heading towards Pals. Oh, it's Chelios ready and waiting, Tom. This could be bad for Ricky, but he's gonna win the duel. Chelios, I think it's like the 2nd or 3rd time so far that he's been taken down. And ASAP aware of Valence's position, but Valence is gonna come out on top. And this is looking pretty decent right now for Order. 4v3, Netic down to 23 HP, 80 on 19. All the way to get taken out, and Danny G continues to push, and Valiance, all he had to do was just hold the line, and he gets 2 free kills.
That was just dumb. I'm sorry, but like, you talk about the definition of insanity. I feel like the gall to do that, where it's just like, well, you failed at this peak, so I'll do the same thing in the same angle. Netic, though, is in a good spot. Oh, not quite. Ustilo is ready. And now AD to the K. Left to try and clutch 1v3. I saw his face. I'm not a believer. Not a trace doubt in my mind. 1v3, not possible there.
You say that, Tom. You say that. And you're right. There we go. Tied up once more. I'm gonna just go back and just look at the how the rounds have played out. This second half has looked like a tennis rally. It's ridiculous. Rooster win a round, Order wins 2 rounds. Rooster wins 2 rounds, Order win a round. Order win a round, Rooster wins another round. It's so ridiculously back and forth. And almost an hour into this game, it's still even Stevens. Final round, and off shot miss from Gyra, but Valens and Alice are going to team up together to take on Chelios, and he's been losing a lot of his duels, man. But ASAP comes running around the corner, finds Alistair, so that's at least a trade taking place. And ADK finding Ricky. This is big. Ricky's been a danger man with the slope area, and Ustilo, no. I'm not a big fan of him pushing it all by his lonesome, but he's still going to do it. Luckily for him, there's no one nearby to... Your problem is going to be falling on back out from connector. Are they going to go for the boost again is the question, this late.
Plenty of time. Play with at least. Now, they've got an aggressive player in the Palace, so I like the fact that they've actually doubled up the defense in towards the B site. They've used that man advantage to try and put the pressure in that direction. My only worry is Netic. He's got to be very careful. Justillo has been known for pushing through these smokes, known for making these plays. They've had so many flanks go in the other direction that really they should expect it. Is he going to check? Oh, yes! He's realized it! Finally, they've caught that man, and at the perfect moment, as now with 35 seconds up and coming on the clock, they've got to try and run the gauntlet into this B site. And with that two-man stack already prepared, this is going to be a rough take. ASAP, though, just going to be shoulder peeking onto short. He's got his teammate to support as well in the form of Danny. He's here every round. He's always here, and they're going to expect it. Nice work from Gerard, but he doesn't quite know that ASAP is here. And a wonderful cleanup to give them the 17th. They'll go into the second half with a lead, but one that, well, it's much of a muchness. They're still going to need a couple on the T side.
Yeah, 30 kills for ASAP, man. That's ridiculous. And I wonder if PGL can bring up the stat again from earlier, where it shows the average health of the players at the end of the round. Because I want to take a look at it, considering we're like 33 rounds in, and I want to see if anything's changed, considering how ridiculously lopsided it was earlier, where even though the score was 8-7 or 9-7 or something like that, it was still like what? Rooster had double the average HP. It's 10-9, and Rooster had like 119, and I think Order were like 56 or something ridiculous. As Netting spots at least one player dropping into his underpass, so they're going to be aware of this. Unfortunately for Order, there's no one to really catch off guard here with this aggression.
Look at this push. 2 players up, then 2 players on short. They are seriously reliant on Alistair here. Now, that's something that we've mentioned throughout today, that seems to be an almost play. Danny G, his spidey senses might have been a little bit off. They tingled too early, you could say, as he might be a little bit premature. He is going to be looking back in that direction and is spotted out. He was planning on lining up a smoke. The nade actually could do a fair amount of damage, just catching Danny once again. This leaves them in a really awkward spot. Now, there's still time for them to change their plans. But instead, it looks like they are just going to continue to try and barrel into this A site. They almost have to go through the smokes at this point, because letting players reposition like this would be a real issue. They have got out onto the site. The smokes haven't stopped them for long. Even still, though, some very good positions. The crossfires ready and waiting. Chelios is one against a huge amount in the other direction. He's fighting against the Ocean, and that Ocean is Order. It's 17-17. A very good round. And Rooster, well, they've got money. It's not an issue. But if a couple more rounds go the other way, they've lost this hard-fought map.
Yeah, I mean, I really don't know which way this one's going to go. This is brilliant from Alistair. That, like, he just hits... He's just so sharp. And I feel like if you just do... if someone can, like, dig up the stats and, like, just with the AWP... like his hit rate, I think it's going to be has one of the highest accuracy with the AWP, at least in the region, 100%. Here we go, aggression though, and ADK finds one. Nestillo with the very delayed trade, but Chelios replies back. In the meantime, Ricky finding Danny G on the look towards B apartments, and again, 3v3 and Netic coming up here. But Gyro, the flashbang is perfection. Finds ASAP, unaware of the player right underneath, but doesn't matter. It's a 2v3 favoring Order now.
1 minute so to play with, so not really an issue of time, but an issue of personnel. Opponents 2-man to the good, and more importantly, finances firmly in their favor if this was to go further. Important kill from Ricky as well. As said, been the man in this map. And Netic going to be the only one to try and face off against him. He doesn't have much support, but the rotation already coming in from Gerard. That's a free kill, though. Doesn't know where the remainders are, so he's actually going to, well, waste a Molotov towards the apartments, unknowing that both players currently sit within the market. There's a peek coming out. They're going to try and face off against him. Netic, I think, gets tagged by the AWP. Looking for a little bit more. Spots out the same man again, but nothing really coming up for him. The shot's just not landing, and the re-peek into the AWP of Alistair, even with a flash blinding him, is not going to be enough. Order have got themselves to map point once again on the pick of their opponent. Well, we might be about to see that to be determined sign change, as all they need is this one.
Well, earlier was Rooster at map and match point. Sorry, rather map point. And now the tables, my, how they have turned indeed. Alistair now he's starting to wake up. Oh, the attack comes in. He knows he's legged the player. And the nade's going to find the mark. Alistair survives in 3 HP. But he gets a crucial kill onto ASAP. And all he has to do right now, Tom, is fall all the way back and play the most passive angle on this map possible. ADK just with the deagle. He can retrieve the rifle from ASAP on top mid. But already Order. 4 kills remaining to take map number 1. And what a brawl it's been so far.
Not going to count anyone out after just a single kill has gone by. The last few rounds haven't looked particularly good on this T side. It seems like Order, having all the pieces to the pie, have put them in a much better position here. Even some of the players that have been a bit underwhelming in this match starting to put up the numbers when they need it. And, well, that's normally the sign of a stronger squad, is when it gets to overtime, they don't miss a beat. Well, I am starting to tick. They're very spread out on the T side, in fact. Still one up towards the apartments, maybe selling a bit of a fake. Connector for another in the form of Netic. And the remaining 2 players just looking to try and make their way out of A. Walking through, not making a sound. Netic's going to be the first one to throw out utility, but it's too late. Chelios has gone down. The bomb has hit the deck, and the time continues to tick down. They haven't even cleared the back of the site. This could be perfect for Valiant's whiffs. That might be enough to at least give them a chance to peek from Netic. Won't do anything. And Danny G is done for. It is Order to cling to life, to fight tooth and nail for this map. And they will take it 19-17.
I still don't understand how Order won that. I mean, that was such a brawl. They had to dig in deep. So many mistakes being made by both the sides. And I mean, look at the way... I'm running out of things to say, Tom. Like, that was a hell of a series. At the same time, a Rooster, they're going to be so heartbroken. Mitch, Jim, I hope you guys are watching that, because that was as close as it can get. I think it was the closest series we've seen so far. Closest map, at the very least, that we've seen so far,
Yeah.
Mitch.
Yeah. Oh, it had to be. It had to be. Absolutely. And it was on the back of his Stilo again.
He's pull off a Mitch again.
Oh, well, I was saying on the back of your Stilo again, you know, they're able to do so much damage. And really, I'm blown away with the fact that Order kept themselves in that. But I'm also heartbroken because we spoke about this before, about how when you come into a game and you have a one-sided affair, like, you just get smashed out, it's very easy to keep yourself in it mentally. Like, you come back into the next game and you're like, hey, it's all right, you know, we got smashed, let's wake up now, easy win. But when you're on the verge of victory and it's stolen away from you, and with how some of these rounds went down, I mean, look at that there by Ricky. How many times was he able to just pull off these crazy plays alongside Ustilo that just swung around completely in their favor, that they never should have been in? And when you're in that kind of position where your opponents are smashing you, even despite one of your enemies finishing an overtime game with 6 kills, come on. That is heartbreaking.
Yeah, I mean, it is heartbreaking. At the same time, I mean, I don't want to point out like any individuals or anything right now, but we will eventually have to see the scoreboard coming up, Jim. But it was a very, very, very quiet game for Gyra, but they still managed to get it. Like, if you look at a scoreboard, which I'm taking a gander at right now, Sula, Ricky, the veterans in the team really stepping up, at least in the initial part of this matchup. Then we saw Alistair come alive later on. Valiance was there as well, but Gyra, he was nowhere to be found. On the other side for Rooster, everyone stepped up. ASAP, ADK, Netic, Danny G, even Chelios, who had a few misses here and there, but he did come in handy in some of those clutch rounds. So, despite the fact that, you know, man for man, it looked like Rooster were the better team, somehow Order were able to just dig in deep and close it out.
Yeah, they were very reliant on the veterans just to keep them alive for long enough that the rest of the team was able to wake up. There was a lot of instances there where Rooster just had free range in mid, and they were just plucking apart.
Jim passed away.
Jim passed away, I guess. Well, all right, that was an awkward long silence, but I'm like, did I just get disconnected or something? But all right, well, we try to get Jim back. I'll get this one to you, Tom. Look at that scoreboard. Gyro on 7 kills. That's a very, very rough map, and I think it's a miracle that his team was able to somehow manage to close it out. All right, it looks like Jim's disconnected for now, but hopefully he should be back very quickly. But yeah, Gyro, what a rough game it was for him.
Yeah, I think towards the end he at least had a couple of rounds that were enough to like bring it home. Like there was a round where I think he'd entered into the B site right towards the end, which, hey, that's all that really matters. Like if you can help out, like win the map when you do have an awful match, then go into the next one. Like that's the way they have to look at it. Okay, we won. Who cares? It doesn't matter what happened. Whereas on the other side of things, Roosters are going to be absolutely kicking themselves because, as said, that first half should have been a 10-5 for them as like a minimum, and it wasn't. And that was mainly due to them losing the pistol round, then like multiple like pistol rounds later on where it was like deagles and just like sort of dodgy plays where you're like, okay, that shouldn't have happened, that shouldn't have happened. And like you look at them in the grand scale of things and you go, well, as long as they bring it back and win the map. No, they didn't. They lost in overtime. So all of those rounds made a difference. Now, sure, they won one or two of their own, like to basically keep themselves in the map, but they could have won this convincingly if it wasn't for those mistakes.
It probably could have. And we do have Jim back as well, which is great. But before...
Test if I'm back.
Yeah, he's back.
I believe I am.
We can hear him. We do have the MVP for the matchup, and I'm not surprised. It's going to be the Lobster himself. Absolutely incredible performance. That one round with the deagle, no armor, no nothing, just a deagle, heads towards T-spawn, gets a kill on the bomb carrier, picks up the AK-47, and then gets a quad kill. That was a round. That was what was potentially the most unwinnable round for the side of Order. And in the end, like, that pretty much sealed the deal, right? 19-17 the scoreline in the end. And it's still looking absolutely phenomenal so far. He has been so consistent, Jim. I mean, and it's great to see that, you know, alongside Alistair, alongside, you know, Valiant and even Ricky having a hell of a game here. It's good to see someone like Zilla just being this reliable rock on the side of Order.
If you weren't going to refer to him as a rock, I was. I think in terms of what he brings to the team, we saw the full array of the experience that both him and Ricky brought in the key moments. As I was saying before, I think my TS died, that there was a reliance on these veterans to bring them over the line while the rest of the team got going. I think Gyro's performance, you could probably notch that one up in the column, the same column that Pronax sat in when he was RGLing. So I think it was definitely his dedication to the craft of trying to make reads on what was going on with Rooster. They're an unpredictable team. They had free range and they were just plucking their opposition apart in mid and taking control of key areas. So it was very difficult for an IGL to process all of that and obviously make all the reads and changes needed, but they got it done in the end.
Got it done in the end, and now map number 2 coming up is going to be Vertigo. A pick from the side of Order. It's going to be their map pick, which is surprising, as you spoke about earlier. It was the map which Rooster beat Order on the previous time they faced off against each other, and whether it's going to be a quick 2-0, and are we going to be saying goodbye to Rooster, or are we going to be seeing map number 3 in this series? We're going to be finding out, but before that, we have a short, quick break. And reporting to you guys directly from inside of the map, it is going to be map number 2 going live here in the third and final series of the day, of day number 3 of the Perfect World Oceanic League 2020. My name is Blair. Joining me is going to be my beautiful partner in the form of Tom Biz. And you are beautiful, Tom. Don't let Mitch get you down. But it is gonna be the second map here, the map pick of Order. And that was something which surprised a lot of us, at least me in particular. I was like, wait, why did you pick a map where you have a 25% win rate on? You haven't really done much with this. And you're facing off against a team who have beaten you on this map in the past. So either they have something very special planned for us here today, or we might be seeing a map number 3.
Yeah, I guess the way you have to look at it is more deeply into the results rather than just looking at the number. Because you look at a 1 in 5 map victory, that's pretty poor. Now, the losses are to Renegades, 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 and Rooster. Now, granted, they are playing Rooster, so some people might be looking at that going, oh, well, one of them is pretty important loss. But the losses to Renegades they lost 16-14, 19-17, and okay, 16-10, but that was the longest ago. All the rest were in August. The loss they had to Rooster, I'm going to say that they probably learned a lot from that. And I think that's the thing. Like, if you learn a lot from your sort of mistakes and you come back and you work on the map, then, yeah, next time you pick into it, the chances are you're going to just write that one off as a bit of a mistake from your point. So I'm actually looking forward to seeing what they have to offer on this one, because if they come in and it's the same result, then, yeah, sure, they're going to look a little bit silly. You could say they'd have egg on their face. But realistically, if they come back and win this, we might be the ones to look a little bit silly.
Or, yeah, let's see if that's going to be the case. I like how ASAP walked up towards mid to gather some information. Netic not getting spotted out, and ASAP's going to find one, and they haven't checked him yet, but Jyra up close, finally. Off to a good start for Mr. Jyra, who had a map he's probably who'd be looking to forget very, very quickly. Jyra playing up close, but ASAP smells him out, and Alex and Ricky, they're going to strike in tandem. Now it's a 2v2. Danny G is going to be the last man left standing. He knows where one is. He knows where the second is as well. The bomb will be finally planted, though. And now Danny G has got the kit, has got Kevlar, but they're going to face him together. And Alistair with a double alongside Ricky.
Yeah, strong start to the net, especially when you consider that, well, that player around the corner seemed to have a lot of opportunities to potentially do some damage. Also, getting off to a strong start on the T side as well is going to be fairly important on this map. This is still where I expect to see the majority of the rounds. Like, I think there's so many opportunities for teams, especially when it comes to that A site, and you have to have a very strong retake. I think that might be something that they've taken into consideration as well, is the fact that, yeah, sure, in terms of the individuals we have on the side of Roosters, they are a good squad, but a lot of the strategy sometimes is where things sometimes go a little bit wrong. They're very reliant on their individuals. Also, this is a map where a lot of the time your AWPer is going to be somewhat null and void. Like, it's not the best map for AWPing. There are angles to do it. There are positions you can put it into play, but you're not putting it up there with a Dust 2 or a Train or even a Mirage for that matter. So although it may nullify Alistair a little bit, I feel like it's going to do far more damage to Chelios, who, as said, not been that impressive so far. Alistair, though, he might be getting an AWP sooner rather than later, Blair.
Hey, you know what? Points for using an MP5, man.
Minus points, maybe.
Shush. He got 3 kills with it, and guess what? He gets SMG bonus money as well with that, unlike the P90. So you're right. He might get the op out as whenever he wants, but he's gonna hold on to the MP5. I can respect that. He's still over the Mac 10.
Playing on hard mode because it's trash.
It's silence. You wouldn't know where the bullets are coming from.
Well, they would if they're looking at him. They're USPs. Technically, he shouldn't have known where they were coming from either, but that wasn't the case. It's just a bad MP7.
Ooh, that's great though. ASAP, a little bit of aggression. He finds one, sticks around, gets a second, is still from below. It's not able to do much. At least the AK-47 will retrieve an Alistair. Okay, all right, Danny. That's yeah.
That's
okay,
right. Get out of the server. Of course, this is a bonus round, so there's not too many of these on a lot of occasions. It's important for the CT side to keep this squeaky clean, and for Jiraiya, it's important that he does some damage. Try and remove some of these weapons. Force them to rebuy something, at least. You don't want to give them a flawless round, and there you go. An extra frag to start things off. as Netic fairly low on HP as well. They have to be careful not to throw away too many weapons. That's a really nice peek, but he's eventually going to be shut down. However, that is not bad, because they have enough money to buy into this next round anyway. Sure, they lost some SMGs, they lost an AK or two along the way, but this is now where Order have the chance to break back.
Yeah, of course, considering it was kind of like the mini bonus round, I don't think Order going to be too worried about this. And for the side of Rooster, again, bear in mind, they lost a couple of players, so the money's still not in the best of places. Nice hold, though. One thing I gotta say about the players in Rooster, man, like, sure, they might make a few mistakes here and there, like, especially on the CD side, but individually, these guys are something else, as Danny G, again, another kill through the smoke, helped out by Chelios, and this battle for ramp through the smoke, it's going the way of the CTs time and time again. I know it's just been 2 rounds, but okay, maybe that was a little bit too much, Chelios. That's when you fall back, especially when you know the smoke's fading away and there's an AWP on the other side in the hands of someone called Alistair. Not worth it. Why do you face?
Still, I'm not facing this. It makes me feel very uneasy. Especially with Danny G being so low. I will say that his current angle is a little bit of an off angle. I don't think they're going to be expecting this at all. I don't know if I've ever seen anybody playing in this little back corner. It's a bit dirty, in fact. It's right in the little slither of space. He's definitely been on his diet, but there you go. He actually gets spotted out. So the risk wasn't worth the reward. It's gone from a 5v3 blender to 3-on-3, just from audacious positions. Thankfully for Ricky, he's now put them back in the round.
Well, Gyra gonna have to lead the charge. Ricky's gonna be the bait here, and Gyra needs to trade, and he will indeed. Ricky taking 1 for the team, but there's another player nearby, though. Looking at how low Gyra is. It's a tag. ASAP from behind. That's a free frag for him. And now Gyra, is he gonna just stick this? Yes, he is. So a little bit of bonus money, but the round will be won by Rooster. For the side of Order, that plant might just allow them to go for a full-fledged force, but if I'm them, I'm just going for kind of like a half buy here. Really not worth investing full-fledged, considering there's only like $3,000 on a couple of players, or 3 players in fact, but it's not enough for a investment. So maybe Tech-9s, maybe a few Deagles coming out here. They can still do some damage to the economy of Rooster.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that round, especially from Rooster, is one where they could have made things really clean. Like, they get a very early 5-on-3. Initial aggression is perfect. It's the next parts of their round that just make me feel a bit uneasy. Like, they're unnecessary faces. This is a much faster push, though, from the remaining players on the T side. You still are looking to try and lead the charge. The Molotovs, though, are going to hold them back. Now, they've at least gained control of the ramp. They forced a big rotation. And Ricky, he's always in annoying positions. He's just trying to lurk behind them. That battle is one that, I don't think you're ever really going to win unless some sort of, mythical deity is on your side to guide your bullets into the face of Danny G. But nonetheless, all of this kerfuffle has gained some space for Ricky, as said. Like, he's managed to get all the way through towards that B site. There is, however, 2 players now in the close vicinity.
Ow! Oh, okay. Unfortunate timing for Priscilla, who's getting really that.
Keep your head up, King.
Okay, all right, Tom. It's because of his lack of.
All bald people stick together, Blair. It is
really.
It is the truth. Yeah,
I could come up with a couple of names where you'd be like, yeah, maybe not him. But anyway, Gyra gets a kill on the netting. The Deagle's gonna shine with the Molotov. There we go. But the Molotov's going to keep them at bay, continuing to hold W. Gyra in Valiance, but Chelios is there to hold the line. It's all in Valiance here, and he's going to get, pretty much triple peak. Nothing he can do as Rooster. Get around number 3. Not really a scare there, but for Order, they get a couple of kills. Going to be happy with that. It was just the pistols being invested, and now the buy is going to be coming out once more. I'm trying to think of, like, evil bald people, but no one really comes to mind. A couple do, but I really don't want to bring up their names on stream.
Yeah, no, I've thought of a couple as well, but again, they are not leaving my lips. while we are live. So yes,
You can text
all
me.
All people are good people. Here we go. It's gonna be a fast play once again, and it's Danny G.
Oh my God.
To send them packing. The thing is, though, I'm gonna say Valiant's managed to thread the needle, but not for long. Now Ricky and Gerard are left elsewhere in a bit of trouble. Again, not really sure what was expected of that.
Can we like I mean, at this point I would like Order to maybe not just go for this fight, because you can call it luck, you can call it, you know, a good lineup, but Rooster winning so many duels through the smoke, through this initial scuffle over this A-ramp area. So maybe, you know, I'd like to see a little bit of like, I don't know, a mid posturing or something, to trying to get some mid control, maybe potentially trying to go for a faster hit towards B, because this ain't working right now. They won the first 2 rounds, but Rooster, they're slowly winning these rounds more and more confidently, right? The first couple of rounds was scrappy. It was like 2 players staying alive. It was very close, and then they kept 3 alive, and that one is much more comfortable, much more convincing for the Rooster side. That is a scary proposition if you're Order. It is your map pick. Remember that.
No. Again, we talk about these rounds more being about cost than anything else. They've been able to invest a bit more than maybe we would have seen previously, mainly because of the loss bonus that's building up. But hey, we're starting to see again the Roosters show that there's some real strength within these players. ADK trying to confuse us as much as possible. The 1 letter difference makes all the difference, it seems. The remaining players, I feel like I want to see more of those faster rounds attempted in their Antico rounds, because stuff like this, not only is it very boring to watch, but also it doesn't really get much done. Like, at least we saw like Ustilla managed to overwhelm 1 player with the Tech 9. This is basically just them hoping that someone makes a mistake and whiffs their shots, or maybe gets a lucky 1-dig, which I'm sure it's happened in the past, but in this sort of manner, they're given a lot of time to rotate. They can use their utility and basically just buy a lot of time. Like, in fact, there's 25 seconds up and coming on the clock now.
Yeah, and yeah, this defense, I don't see it cracking anytime soon. We have another player joining this defense, and Gyra. Yeah, not much you can do. You need to land the 1-dig for that to even be feasible, and Alistair is going to be left alone. He is a star. And this time around, the star is not going to shine. 5-2 for Rooster. Keep all 5 players alive. And Tom, considering how close the first couple of rounds Rooster won were, and we're like, you know what, Order can just force up and try and break their economy. The money's looking very solid right now.
Yeah, a 5-2 scoreline, a 5-round streak, in fact, and well, since those early rounds, we've not really seen anything from Order on the T side, and this is the thing. Like, I expect big things from a team picking the likes of Vertigo on the T side, because that's where we do see a lot of domination when it comes to this map. At least in a lot of the different changes that have been made, it doesn't seem like there's been much of a hold within this CT side for the majority of rosters. Alistair already having a teammate lost, and Danny G, he's just ducked his way out of there already. He's put a spanner in the works. He's caught a player. He's wasting utility. And by the looks of it, he's even going to escape.
Great escape. This rookie trying to find something. We do see the players trying to slowly potentially fall back again towards a Alistair, trying to find this, trying to work something. 80k, again, the aggression. 80k lucky to stay alive there, gets the leg by Alistair, but he will stay alive indeed. 50 seconds, still some time to work with Danny's position here. Tom, oh, I want to see Jara's POV later on.
I don't think you'll see much more than what you just saw there, but nonetheless, they found an entry in the latter stages of the round. 30 seconds for them to try and make this play onto the A site. Nades being expended. PK being slightly more aggressive here. He's got to be careful because Ricky's all the way out. I think he was waiting to try and deny the plant, and instead Ricky has saved the day. Again, he was the star in my eyes. We may not have given him the MVP, but he was definitely deserving of it in the last map. Nice nade dunked out, though. It's actually going to be ASAP to take down Gerard with a little bit of help from Alistair. Not sure what went on there. A little bit of team damage. Netic has caught another one. And now Ricky's all that remain. The man that kicked it off with the entry now has to try and save them here. The time is ticking. He's trying to fall back, but he's not going to be able to. Netic with a double. He has the time comfortably as well to defuse the bomb. And they are going to get their 6th. This one was much closer for Order. But I'm almost left with a bitter taste in my mouth. How did they lose that 2v3 with only, what, like 15, 20 seconds left?
20 seconds left, yeah. It was just a good retake and also like a kind of a weird crossfire, if you ask me. I want to see Jar's POV right now. We're not going to see that. All right, let's look at this, right? Great nade. They find a kill. Now it's a 2v3. Oh, this was... that's a great shot from Chelios. Maybe we just like wait for them to tap the bomb, perhaps, so you isolate it and make it a 1v3 for the one guy. Yeah, there's no need to go for that. It's a 2v3. One guy has to tap the bomb and maybe try to stick it, and that means there's one CT defender, and you can all peek together. But again, it's always easier in hindsight. Maybe they were like, you know what, just shut it down before they even get close to the bomb. But Rooster, yeah, they're looking good right now. But Ricky with the AWP, he's gonna find one. Chelios will fall. Danny's still sticking around. Danny, he just doesn't give a solitary F, does he?
No. It seems like he's giving the likes of JW a run for his money when it comes to the level of aggression. See, now that off angle, right? It was a surprise the first time, and it still didn't work. It's not a surprise anymore. So I don't really know why you would commit to that angle for a second time. Like, it's sort of like... If you go behind the sandbags and you manage to catch them off, the chances are you never want to play sandbags again for the rest of the map because they're just going to Molotov it every single time. That is an even more audacious angle than sandbags because you're not even really hidden. So the fact that he goes there again and it's like, they'll never suspect this, is like, they literally killed you last time and you were hidden. So this time, there's no way that was ever going to work. I do appreciate the fact that he has that level of confidence or just... has so much doubt in his opposition's ability to check, but that's too much for me.
I want to see like Danny G wearing a T-shirt like with JW's face saying "JW who." Yeah, this guy's a little unreasonable.
Or like, and it needs to be cheesier. It needs to be like, I taught JW everything he knows. Like one of those like really cringy shirts.
I feel like the guys from Rooster would just revel in cringe. You know what I mean? Like, oh, yeah. Not being able to say
live, love, rush B.
Oh god.
I bet that exists as well. That's the worst thing. They're one of those like crappy rip-off t-shirt companies where they just like they'll put anything on a t-shirt.
I think the funniest ones are the ones where it's like the play. It's like a random year. It's a name of a college, and then like some random phrase beneath that. It's like they play some.
Have you ever watched Cold Ones at the YouTube channel?
Oh no! I mean, I've heard of them, but
they made a T-shirt. I'll say it after this. Chelios looks like he's about to wreck some face.
Bro, fall back, bro.
He's got this. There's no such thing as falling back. Live, laugh, rush. Remember? But yeah, basically they made a T-shirt that was mocking Pickle Rick, sort of. They knew they couldn't do it, so it was Cucumber Joe, and it was a cucumber that looked like Joe from Family Guy, and people ripped off that T-shirt, put Cucumber Joe on a T-shirt, and then put like a broccoli, and it was like, this makes no sense. You failed at ripping something off.
That's what I love, dude. I remember like. You know Lee Jeans, right? Obviously, LEE. I remember like once I was a kid and went to the flea market and they were like, "Oh, Lee Jeans for sale." I look up and it looks legit. You know, the lettering, the fonts, everything look the same. But instead of Lee, LEE, it's LI.
God.
It was like 5% the price of the original, so I bought it anyway. It lasted like a couple of days and just fell apart. I think I got a rash from it as well. Anyway, Chelios finds one on his Stillers, looking for more. This man just sticks around. Yeah, you kind of deserve that, Chelios. I'm sorry.
Oh,
It's
just
planted.
about.
Oh, and it's a 1v2 now. Ricky, the veteran, once more. Can he clutch this one out? 1v2. Netic's head gets spotted out, and Netic is going for the duel. He's creaking around the corner, and Ricky's sticking around, and it's going to come out on top. As Order, they find round number 4.
It's bold, but I like it. I like it. That's a good play from Ricky. I want to bring one up because my dad, well, he'll probably never hear this, but he'd be proud of this. He used to like buying like knockoff stuff, which he just thought was funny. And he found some Lacoste sunglasses, but it was a crocodile with the mouth closed instead of open. That was what they did. They just closed the mouth. And then even wrote Lacoste on it. It was like, it's the laziest thing I've ever seen.
Well, technically, I mean, you can't catch them for like...
Well, you can. You're using the brand name.
True,
You
true,
can't,
true,
like,
you are.
why even change it at that point?
But at least the Lee Jeans works, right? Like, it sounds the
Yeah.
same, but it's an eye. Man, some of the knockoff stuff I've bought, like, it's ridiculous. It's fun, though. I think... I can kind of agree with your dad, but right now it's kind of one of those rounds. I really don't see this going the way of Rooster, because Order have been pretty solid, especially on these anti-ecos, even on Mirage, even though it was a very close series. One by one, they're getting picked apart. It would be crushing, though. Imagine if you're Rooster and you kind of wind up losing this half, considering the lead you had, how convincing you were looking. And we did talk about the money as well. It's still so aware, by the way. But yeah, we talked about the money earlier on. It just got whittled away in the past 4 or 5 rounds.
Yeah, a few close ones and then a few clutches going the way of the T side. Even that one round where they managed to like sneak it through by losing that 2 versus 3, it ends up hurting them in the long run. Now, obviously, I'm not saying you should have intentionally lost that round. Like, that's ridiculous. But at the same time, in hindsight, you go, okay, that actually did more harm than good, because it reset their economy far harder than it would have done. And now the CT side, well, they are going to be coming back. Glass Cannon AWP for Chelios. As you mentioned, like, the reason he is 7-7 right now is because most times he gets the opening pick, and then he dies by re-peeking. So I almost want somebody to just be behind him and just go, like, that'll do. That'll do. Like, come on. I'm imagining it like that'll do donkey, but I was... Just...
Whenever anyone says that'll do, it reminds me of Babe, the movie. That'll do, pig. That'll do.
Fair enough.
It's a sweet movie. I love that movie, honestly. It's one of those rare feel-good movies. And before the advent of, like, weird CGI. I don't like any of the newer movies where, like, it's like, oh, this is like the next generation of CGI. Look at The Lion King and look at how good it looks. I'm like, yeah, it's kind of weird. Anyway.
I do like Christopher Walken singing, though, as a big monkey. That made me very happy.
Anything with Christopher Walken is amazing.
That's true. Yeah, I guess it's the sort of like the free win for any movie. It's just like, oh, we have Christopher Walken. It's like, yeah, fair enough. Or I'm gonna watch it. Chelios, this time.
Is it a bad movie?
He doesn't even get one.
Movie. Yeah, and he was done there from that spot, especially when you have an AWP. There's no one nearby. They didn't Molotov him. They just kind of made him feel very uncomfortable. Good trades coming in, and Netic left alone. They're going to have to go for just some pistol buys again. Round's done. And Order, they've tied things up. It was looking a little worrying for the for Silona's men, but they have struck back. And more importantly, Tom, they have done it while, at least in the past few rounds, they've kept a lot of the players alive, meaning the money is looking pretty solid as well. And for the side of Rooster, now it's more like, can we get to 7 rounds? Can we get to 8 rounds?
Yeah, this is one of those things as well where we saw a 6-round streak after the pistol. And in the last game, I was much more impressed with Rooster, I guess you could say. Like, I feel like some of the rounds they were losing, they were fairly hard done by, which I guess you could say in some of the clutches they've lost here. But at the same time, there have been cleaner rounds. There have been better rounds for Order. So I'm feeling a little bit more confident in their ability on this map, whereas I think if you look back to Mirage, I think that they were much more deserved of the win when it came to Rooster there. 6-6, Order continue to stride forward, and unfortunately for Rooster again, financially they're not in the best of spots.
Yeah, indeed they're not, and something's changed. And I mean, taking nothing away. Also, it's great to see Gyra really like step it up, right? Considering Mirage was just a map, one of the worst maps I guess he would have played, especially in a must-win game. He's really coming to his own here over on the 11 kills already for him. I think it might even be top fragging for his team right now. Maybe alongside Solo and Ricky. Natic's gonna walk straight to his doom. One thing from Rooster I've noticed so far, which I'm not a big fan of, but then again, I'm like, they do win matches, they do win rounds and halves based on this basically FU style of Counter-Strike, in your face. We don't care, we're gonna peek and re-peek and wide swing and do what we want because we can, and we're doing it for the lulls or whatever. And you're gonna win a few rounds like that. But when you're trying to be gunning for the top 2, top 3 spot in Australian Counter-Strike, you're gonna be facing off against teams of a much higher caliber. And yes, I agree, Mirage was a very close affair, but if it comes down to it, let's say they face against Renegades, for example. Let's say they face against Avant, for example. You go for this repeat, you're going to get punished time and time again. In fact, why even go for that hypothesis? It's happening right now, right? Out of the past 5 rounds, order of 1, many of them have come off the fact that Danny G is sticking around in that weird position towards a pillar where he's been there almost every single round. Chelios repeating time and time again, and it's not working out. So stop doing it.
Oh. They've gifted a few over. It's going to be Ricky to start things off, but a very quick trade and a change of pace. I like this. I think Jara's going to go alone, but that flashbang is so perfect. In fact, it seemed like there was a missed shot as well. Coming out of Chelios, or maybe just legged Jara on the other side. Bit of an awkward position for them to be in now. But the problem is he's gained control of the B site, but to a lesser extent. He's still pushing, the bomb's still lurking, but his 2 teammates seemingly just waiting maybe for some sort of flank, but I feel like they're more likely to lose this round just based off Gyra going down and the bomb being caught. 5 bullets in the AK-47 of Gyra. He can't even reload. The moment he does, it's going to be dead giveaway. Danny's going to find 2, catching players on the lurk, and now Gyra, like you said, 5 HP, 5 bullets. Sorry, 8 HP, and now it's going to come down to Alistair to make something work. The nade is good. Chelios alive at 3 HP, but he has everything to do all on his own because Gyra's stuck in the corner, and Alistair has to make something work here. And Gyra, 5 bullets, and he survives! How does he escape that? Now Danny coming in to take him down. It will work out, Alistair. He knows Danny's there, crouched down beneath. 30 seconds, he's picked up the bomb, and he's going to leg it for the A-bomb side. And they can, of course, hear all of this, but they're still going to stick around. I guess they were expecting some sort of next-level bamboozle. Maybe thought that Alistair had somehow managed to fake his steps out, but instead, he is going to get onto the site. Danny G, he's running in. He's just going for this. His teammate is not that close behind. I think he realized at the last second that maybe he shouldn't be facing this, but instead, he might just be about to give Alistair that 1v1, which he so desperately desires. Now, bear in mind, Chelios is incredibly low on HP, so he's probably just going to take a bullet. In fact, it's a headshot anyway. Alistair, he's going to clutch it out. That is a mistake from Rooster, but what a clutch coming up from the AWPer. And it seems like he's got everything within his arsenal that gifts them that 8th round. That was just a kick in the nuts, if you ask me, for Rooster, considering this is a pretty good hold. And Danny G, man, this guy's so aware. He finds Valiant, and he's like, wait, hold on a sec. Why are they pushing in? Someone might be coming in with the flank. Finds it still low as well. 3rd kill. And then, yeah, I agree with you. A little bit of a mistake there. But I feel like even then, right, like Danny G, he reached there and he's like, oh crap, the teammate's not nearby and it's very low as well. I need to stay alive. He did a very good job just dancing around. And now the trademark aggression from the CTs. They find one, but not before they lose ASAP. It's a shoddy buy, to say the least, when you have a full set of FAMAS. Not going to be the happiest of bunch, but look at this. They're going to try and make a little bit more of an aggressive play. Gyra having a almost complete resurgence, 14 frags, double what he got in the last map, and with half the amount of rounds. Well, he has been one of the difference makers here. Obviously calling a lot of these rotations, and they've been very good at catching their opponents off guard. This time, though, there's 2 players ready and waiting. Danny, a slightly more passive position this time for him. Although it's still a a relatively aggressive spot. Like, this is a position where you expect players from Order to pretty much pre-fire it. Like, it's a headshot angle. It's one that normally works out. And, well, there you go. And the second one even going to come up as well for Gyro. I just don't like those positions, I'll be honest. They're the two most obvious places you can sit on the site. And while with 2 players now left facing off against the 4, we've seen mistakes made at times. And Alistair caught out when the smoke fades. That could be a bit of an opening for them. Gyro, though, again, is going to step up and, hey, the same headshot angle as before. Too easy for Ricky. He literally killed 2 people in exactly the same spot.
And more importantly, look at that. Look at the number of rounds they strung in a row, Tom. 7 in a row. It was 6-2 for Rooster. 6-2. And something just seemed to snap for Order. They just seem to have had enough. And also, again, helped out by the fact that some of these peaks coming out from Rooster, I mean, we have some praises about these players individually, but I'm not a big fan of how some of these fights were taken, right? Aggression is nice. Tempered aggression is also great, but aggression every single round, you're going to get counted at one point, and they did, and they still continue to do the same. And then later on, if you look at some of these peaks taking place, like Chelios gets his pick with the op, drop down, reposition. These are fundamentals. I mean, your opponent's 100% going to be looking your direction, and it just kind of feels like not a failure on the side of the individual skill level, but more about the decision making. And I guess it's very telling, right? You're a young team, like we keep talking about on the desk. They're a very cocky team as well, like very in your face. And that has its downside. And that's something that Order have been able to exploit in the last 7 rounds.
Oh, Alistair. This is something they do quite commonly. A retake setup with this man as the lone defender. 2 incendiaries. Now, normally you'd expect the kit, but instead they've gone heavy on the fire. I'm going to be setting this up. They could just use it to deny the plant. Maybe that's the plan. Maybe it's not a retake. It's just a denial. It hasn't quite landed in a place where they can stop the plant. It's a little bit too far forward, but it definitely does make things awkward. Alistair as well is actually going to find one over the top of the smoke. Now they attempt to go for that plant, but the incendiary has already been thrown elsewhere. I guess it stops them from falling back. That seems like the plan. Hold them into the site. Don't allow them to rotate around. It hasn't quite worked, but it does allow them some freebie kills because they can't go anywhere. The corner, it's not going to be checked properly, though. ASAP, it's going to clear out 2, but that might not be enough. It's left on to Danny G. Ironically, the most passive man in this round at the moment, and he's not going to be able to do anything. They don't need a kit. They've got plenty of time. That was a sick pistol round coming out of Order.
I feel like I like the idea you kind of like touched upon there, that it's kind of like to prevent the T's from falling back straight away, but you probably use a Molotov in that case. If that's what they have in mind, you're probably going to use that before the okay, that's ridiculous, Alice. That's just get out of there.
I thought he was on the boost spot, I'll be honest.
Yeah, that's what I thought as well. Oh, that was sick. But yeah, I mean, you're probably going to use that Molotov after you hear the bomb getting planted, right? They use it really early, but anyway, no harm, no foul. It is going to be 10 to 6. I guess it's because they had 2. True, maybe.
So maybe the first one's to slow them down so the rest of the players can rotate, and then the second one's to stop them falling back.
Could be. And I guess they were also expecting them to get the bomb down while the smoke was still deployed. Right? So, like, you know, the bomb just gets planted, but then the flames are keeping them at bay, and one pop flash, and you catch them out of position, maybe. Anyway, it's 10 to 6. Order, they win the pistol round. Who won the
pistol?
I'm thinking Rooster. 4 AK-47s, they have to have won the pistol, Tom, and look at the utility they have as well.
Sorry, you're wrong.
I feel just so disgusted with this.
Yep, it's dirty. It is their plan, as said. Like, this is something they planned for. The 2 players that like to save, and well, it does mean that they seem to lose a fair few pistol rounds, but I guess it doesn't matter. This could give them a springboard back into this one, as Order are in a bit of an awkward spot themselves. Ustillo, there is no way he gets more than 1 kill here. If he even gets 1, I think that they've made a mistake, and oh, there you go. That's why. That wood is closer to paper than anything else, and unfortunately, not the best at stopping bullets.
Yeah, it's not gonna be easy. Ricky, yeah, that smoke should be it. This is where they fall back. You hate to see it. I mean, of course, like I said earlier, don't hate the game. Sorry, don't hate the player, hate the game.
Don't hate the game, hate the
Hate the
players.
I love it though. It's kind of like, and bear in mind that did come down to, it was a very close round. They could have won that pistol, but even if they lost it, it's kind of like a contingency plan. They're like, it's all right, guys. We'll still have better weapons despite losing the round. And that is indeed the case here. 10-7, Rooster. They have won a round after 8 whole rounds. There were 8 rounds in a row for Order.
Yeah, and it's a shame that really the reason they get back into that one is because of a really cheesy strategy. Oh god. Oh, we are going to see some weaponry juggled. They're going to give it another go. The thing is, this could actually make Order end up in a much worse position because they're about to try the same thing twice, and we've spoken about this many times that that's not really the best of plans. Already similar results to the first as ADC alongside Danny G almost put this round to bed. There's only one man standing in their way. Actually, Ustillo has found a kill elsewhere. The only one on the A site is going to be Valiance, and I wouldn't like to be in his spot right now.
Unless he makes that work, he's stuck behind. If he got the second kill on Netic, that would have been massive, but there's done what he could, especially if that range AK was going to be coming out on top 8 times out of 10. Now, Ricky's sneaking in from behind. Still his position here. We know what he can do, Dom. He's going to find the first. It's Netic drop down. He knows there's a player nearby as well. The smoke's a dead giveaway. He's going to hold the line, and he's not going to make his escape. Not expecting 2 players up close. Ricky now coming in from behind. The bomb will be planted, but I think ASAP, he has an inkling. Ricky's going to be sneaking up from behind, but Ricky's going to win the duel nonetheless. Now it's a 1v1. Bomb, will it get planted, or will Danny head straight for the B bomb side? He's going to get the bomb down, but it's a 1v1. Flash going to pop. Danny taking the fight, but Ricky, what a shot! What a clutch!
That was sick.
That's sick. Oh.
He is very quickly becoming the MVP of this match. And in fact, I don't even think it's arguable at this point. Like, the first map, okay, I would put it as like a 50-50 between him and Ustillo. Like, they both had high impact plays. They both had rounds that basically brought the map home. So far in this map, sure, you're seeing Gerard like up there with the frags as well. But when it comes to impact plays, that's now a 1v2, a 1v1, multiple entries that have been brought in by Ricky. He is having a fantastic match. And this is what we want to see from him. Like, he's someone who spoke when he had the sort of issues in complexity about how he wasn't being utilized properly. Well, it seems like Order are just letting him run free as he is dominating the Roosters at the moment.
Danny lying in wait. But if he peeks around the corner, Valiance, he's going to be ready for him. He's going to be ready. Even if he got taken down, the trade was going to be immediate. There was another player nearby. Still a cheeky angle. This is looking a little grim for Rooster, if you ask me. The op on Chelios. That's a dead giveaway to his position, and I don't see Order continuing to face his A ramp area. But this is kind of a chokehold here. Not able to find any inroads into either of the 2 sites.
In the same spot. Same little off angle. It works for Gerardo. And now left onto IDK. 1 versus 4. 40 seconds. It's not looking good. And, well, the timing couldn't be worse. Alistair is going to peek out. Maybe an AK to be retrieved. In fact, instead, he gets a free AWP upgrade, which is even better. And after what has been round after round, force after force, Rooster don't really have a choice but to take the hit here. And actually, is Chelios or Evlar? Or did he buy a Deagle for Danny G? I think he bought a Deagle for Danny G.
Yeah, it's a Deagle.
But why? Is he gonna? I guess he's gonna buy a Scout next round.
I don't know. Don't ask me these questions, Tom. We just talk about the game. Oh, wait, what?
All right.
How does he win that duel? Like I was looking for the M4. Didn't Ricky have head armor?
I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe not. It's a bit of an awkward battle and for Jiraiya. Just trying to buy time. That's all he really needs to do as the B-site defender. That's probably why this is the man they've got on this site. Just try to hold them back, slow them down, allow for the rotations. Looking like the bomb might double back, but I think they've gathered so much ground. They're actually going to opt to try and force the issue here. Yustillo alongside Jiraiya should have this one locked down, although it's another Glock kill. The Deagle that was dropped seemingly achieving nothing. Yustillo on just 1 HP. They might actually have to give this one up. Oh, Valiant comes in just in time to deny the plant.
That was a very expensive round, though. But for Rooster, at least they got the bomb down. They would have been much more happier with that.
Yeah. Yeah, the kills are kind of... They're not meaningless because the money isn't great for Order, but the bomb would have secured them, if not extra money for this round, which they do still need. If you look, for example, at Chelios, he doesn't even have head armor here. And also extra utility. So that is still a worry. And for someone who, like, we want to be seeing getting an AWP, to not even have enough for armor is a bit of an issue.
Oh, nice opening there, but the trades are thick and fast. EV3 80k down to 31 HP. He's got the SG. Mind you, Analysis is doing a great job staying alive. The Molotov's a giveaway, though, and it's just rattling off shots. It's like, it's fine. Come for me. Come at me. I got Ricky as well. And ASAP, amongst all this confusion, sneaking his way towards his B bomb site, which has been left by Gyra. He's heading straight back towards B. Sorry, towards A, rather. And this is confusing now. Where do you go up to CT? ASAP looking the wrong way, though. That timing is unfortunate. And now the bomb, it was almost over towards B. They know where one player is. Alistair just rattling off shots. The defense is split. And now they got to make up their minds with 50 seconds remaining on the clock. Where do they go? And the A bomb site seems like it's the answer.
Yeah, the read, though, from the CT side is spot on. They're going to be hiding on this headshot angle. Might even line up. No! There's a T-game!
No, not like this.
Oh, I thought that he shot so fast for a second I didn't even see it. I was like, nah, well, wait, what?
Was that like a no-scope, which was so fast the game didn't capture it? Replay. Or maybe
that's unfortunate. That is pure timing, you can tell.
Oh, no.
Oh, it like clipped him. It was like he was moving a bit, so the bullet went left. That's so unlucky.
That's a nice shot from ASAP, though, and he just had enough. Danny G and ASAP teaming up with the Deagles to retrieve the guns as well. That's going to leave Alistair all by his lonesome on his A bomb site, but he's going to do the smart thing, not continue to face, hold a safe angle. But with that, Rooster, they're going to go for the 900 IQ play, heading straight back towards B bomb site, where Gyra is lying in wait from above.
The worry here as well, if you're an Order fan, is the money isn't good for their side. Sure, they have a 7-round lead, which probably ease your fear a little bit. But realistically, if they lose this round, they're going to be in quite a bit of financial trouble. Of course, there's still Deags and armor on the majority of players, but everything seems to be going wrong in this round. Unless Jiraiya can completely save them here. You can see the pressure starting to come in. The Incendiary might isolate the Jules a little bit. He's dropped the bomb, but that will be all. And I think Alistair should probably think about saving here. I appreciate the idea. He's actually going to retrieve a rifle and give this a go. He could drop 2 guns if he saves his AWP. And the nade over the top will do a little bit, but yeah, I would have liked to just see him save. He could have really bailed out the team here. Instead, even if he does, it's not going to be great.
Yeah, this is the call for the eco here. And for Rooster, there was ever a time for them to wake up. Oh, what a shot! Ricky just did a somersault with that. And these Deagles, man, individually, you can't knock these players. They are so very sharp. It's just some of the decision-making that's a little suspect. And I guess it comes with the lack of experience they have at like a high level of Counter-Strike, especially when it comes down to these must-win games. Again, for those of you tuning in, we are it's a lower bracket elimination matchup. Rooster versus Order. Loser goes home. It's unfortunate, but that's the way the bracket system is. Deagle's out on a couple of the players, USPs for most of them, and it's gonna be an A hit, and they should be around in the back for Rooster. I'd actually like to see or to just go for like a middle of the round stack, like, you know, with 50 seconds in, just stack A or B, doesn't really matter. Just try and hedge your bets on, just gamble it on just stacking one bomb site where you might have might be able to catch them off guard, might potentially win the round.
Definitely a boost. Is it? Oh, they were trying to boost over the wall on the A site. It seems like after seeing nothing for a while, they're going to do exactly what you said. They're rotating every single player into B.
I like that.
This is just going to be on timing. They've got the call right, but if they can get here before the majority of their opponents, Ricky's now spotted the information. 1 kill already goes their way, and while this is a very good round in the end for the side of Rooster, they are cleaning things up nicely. It's on to Alistair, and he won't do anything. So 14-9, sure, the call was there, but as said, like a few seconds earlier, that round gets spicy, but unfortunately just a little bit late.
Yeah, I like the idea, but again, Rooster not wasting too much time, not leaving it to like 30 seconds on the clock, making it a little bit quicker, helping them out. If the CTs had got themselves in a pretty comfortable position, I start to like worry a little bit for the side of Rooster. And also, they went for the contact play with the AKs and with the rifles against the 3 USBs and the Deeks, meaning that there was no utility for the CTs to kind of like play around or whatever. Nice flash there, completely blinding Ricky, and it's going to be a fast hit coming in here. Ricky sneaking around through the edge of the smoke. They might not expect this. This could be a genius play, Tom. This is brilliant from Ricky. He's got to find one. He knows there's another player around the corner. Doesn't get the kill, but that's okay. He's dealt the damage. But now, the hit on this B bomb site, sprayed through the smoke from Pistillo's, not able to find anything as ASAP drops down from the window, trades a back and forth, Gyro coming in from behind, and this is a round that they so desperately need, but 80k on 4 HP, what can he do, Tom?
They're having to just try and hope that the flank doesn't come in fast enough. They're both kind of trapped, and I like that from Netic. 80k as well have pulled it out together. I don't think he realized they're both in the same spot, trying to pre-fire the angle. Oh, what? Not a bullet hit. Not one bullet hit. Oh, no.
That's bullshit. He was at 4 HP for half a minute, and not a single bullet hit him. He's got some hell of a guardian angel, 80k. That's just insane. Oh my god. How?
You can even see like the muzzle flag off in his face. Like I don't understand. I'll see you later, Ricky.
Good night. Well, a little late in the map, but a resurgence from Rooster, and I'm getting some Mirage vibes here, Tom. It's not been as back and forth as Mirage, but it's been kind of like a streak of rounds. And so far, Order were the ones who were on top. They were stringing so many rounds together, but it looks like Rooster are going to string a few of their own. 11-14. This ain't that bad. It's very doable from this point onwards.
Yeah, especially on the T side of the map. I think once you get the momentum going and some of your individual players start performing a little bit better than we'd seen, this is a workable position to come back from. Now, we are going to see a tactical pause taken by Order. So there's something that they haven't really had to use too much throughout this map so far, but something that I think is definitely necessary now. Much better performance from them across the board, though. In fact, Gerard as well, I mentioned him in the last map. He is now more than tripled the amount of kills he got in the last. So he is having a much better performance.
Yeah, and it's good to see like the fact that I was able to bounce back so spectacularly. Also, highest ADR in the server as well. Mr. Gyra, and Mirage is a distant memory at this point. 65% headshot rate for Gyra as well. Sorry, 63%. Quite impressive considering how many kills he has to his name. Here we go. These early B takes from Rooster have been netting them some early kills, but this time he's ready. Ricky with the nade takes down ASAP to 52 points of health, and Danny as well, same HP, both of them taking a bit of early damage from the utility.
And they've still got more to be thrown. You can see Alistair just lining up a Molotov. It seems like they know he's here. It's actually going to catch a few of them and force them back. Danny G, though, and she catches what seemed to be a bit of a cheekier peek out from Valiance. Luckily, there is a very fast trade onto him, and he seems to be the playmaker for the squad. Like, if he disappears, a lot of the time the openers suffer a little bit more. He sometimes almost seems to be the sacrificial lamb for this side, just to try and make some extra space. Alistair, too quick for anything to be done by Chelios. He's definitely been the better of the two in this map. I don't think there's any argument there. 3 versus 4. Obviously not going to be the death of their economy if they lose this round, Roosters, but will be map, series, and elimination point.
Still up, aggressing out, doesn't work out. The timing goes the way of Netic, and ASAP, the patience of a god. But Ricky, he's even more patient. He's going to get the kill, and now he realizes, well, there's no one nearby. 27 seconds. They have to go towards A. They can't walk towards B right now. They have to make a run for it. And if they do that, it's going to be a lot of sound. So they have to commit to this A bomb set. And Jara is ready and waiting. His teammate Alistair doesn't need to face. You rattle off a couple of shots. They're going to be crossing on in. And Alistair, he doesn't miss those. And they still don't know. ADK has no idea where Jara is. And he's going to get assassinated from behind, gangland style. On the base of the skull. 15-11 Order are on map and match point. And they're 1 round away from knocking out Rooster from fall 2020.
Don't remember that in the dance.
What?
Gangnam style.
I said gangland. Jesus.
I know what you said. I'm just saying what it sounds like.
Even Jim probably hates you for that. Oh, God. All right.
Ooh! All the counter flashes have actually left Valiance completely blind as he goes to peek. ASAP as well wins a duel versus Ricky, but with just 1 HP. Now, sitting behind the sandbags and throwing out grenades is a very, very risky thing to do.
Please don't stick around. Oh.
Wait, he got a kill.
What?
He peeked out and managed to get a kill while fading away. That is dirty. Like, Danny's going to feel really hard done by there. They managed to equalize things back into a 4 versus 4. Of course, this is for the map. If Order can manage to take this, they've had a rocky road, that's for sure, especially throughout the day, losing the series earlier in the upper bracket, having to come back later in the day to try and fight this one through. Ustilo looking to try and end it here, but instead he falls. Gerard's been fantastic, but he goes down as well, leaving it down to just 2. Now Valiant's the survivor of the flames. He didn't become fried chicken this time, and he survives to get revenge as it's left all onto ADK. He had a great first map. He's been surviving in this one. 2 players left to find. He gets one from behind and a second as well. He keeps them in it just about as the double spray down comes in, and they'll reach their 12.
Oh, man. Just, I feel like there's a little bit of a mistake as well from Order, but obviously it's been very hard to communicate that because the player was, I think, was it Valiance was watching that angle, and Alistair just went out wide, meaning that Alistair, his back was turned. There was no way he was going to get traded immediately. Oh, man. Oh, there we go. So he sees Alistair first. Valiance should have been a little bit more to the left, but obviously, I guess a little bit of miscomms or whatnot, but he was very low anyway. 15-12, Tom. Are we going to see overtime here?
Well, we should at least be seeing 13. This is a round where there's basically nothing for the side of Order. A few extra pistols. Now, we've seen them make rounds like this work. I pray for the mental state of the Roosters that this one doesn't. ASAP. Well, this is what we like to see. Padding those stats a little bit. As I said, there's not really been too much of an underperformer on either side. It's not like we're going to be harping on anyone at the end of this map, but he's made this one relatively easy for them. And I think that's always important, because even these rounds, if you lose too many players, can definitely shake you going forward.
Can indeed, and right now, Rooster, they can smell it. They're like, all right, guys, we can bring this one back. Just need a couple more rounds. Literally 2 more rounds. And the side of Order, yeah, they should have money. Ricky can buy an op for himself, or even drop it for Alistair if needs be. And if I'm Ricky, I'm just dropping it for Alistair. You can trust that guy with the big green. Can you imagine like the pressure on these Rooster players, right? Like this, the only big event where they've had a very deep run was ANZ, the last season of the ANZ Championships, where they managed to beat Order and they reached the finals, where they got taken out by Renegades, where I do believe they even took a map of Renegades, if I'm not mistaken, there, and that was like the most high pressure game they've played so far. And now elimination in an RMR event, this is it. Like, welcome to the big leagues, boys. This is where it separates the amateurs from the professionals, from the boys from the men. And this is a time where you're supposed to dig in deep and just claw it back. They've done it on Mirage. Can they do it here is a question. But no, the quick boost works out for Valiance. He's going to get the kill on the ASAP. And ASAP's been a danger man so far. Nedic solo and held. Alice is going to strike. And this could be it, Tom. This could be the end for Rooster.
Yeah, do they have one final clock to keep them going in this match?
Damn you.
Alistair holding the angle. ADK has managed to gain some decent ground. Oh, no! Gerard's just caught him with the timing. Netic with only 20 HP. He'll get the first. It needs to be a miracle play. You need to have 9 lives to survive in this sort of situation. And unfortunately, there's 4 men on the other side. It will be order restored as they do manage to take themselves the series. After losing earlier to Chiefs, they bounce back. But damn, was it close.
It was close, and I feel I did say this in the beginning at the outset itself. I was going to be heartbroken for if either of these two teams drop out, but yeah. Rooster, man, like, it's kind of unfortunate, right? I feel like they could have beaten almost any other team, apart from obviously Renegades or Order, or okay, maybe Chiefs as well. Unfortunately, it is the way it is when it comes to double bracket system, and they will unfortunately have to say goodbye, but not before they impressed us. And to talk a little bit more about this matchup, of course, we have Mitch and, of course, Jim waiting for us on the sidelines, and they should be jumping in right about now. There we go. Mitch, you look a little sad to see Rooster go.
Oh, honestly, Blair, I'm really sad for these guys. They have had such a rough run. For your opening game, I think of all the underdog teams, like the ones not coming into the matchups being the favorites, Downfall, Rooster, Paradox, and Mako Sharks, I really think that, well, no, they definitely did get the shortest straw. They came up against Renegades, for God's sake. That is a very rough opening game. They drop down, they dismantle Ground Zero, and then they face Order. Number 1 and number 2, they've got to take down in the region in order to make it in any way forward. That's ridiculous for them. And I think they've got to be kicking themselves a little bit with the bracket they've got, but you just got to accept it sometimes. They put up a really good performance in this game. They definitely stuck it to Order. And look, they've managed to take maps and take series off them in the past. So it really wasn't out of the question for them to get it. But we talked about close losses and how demotivating they are, and I think they've got to really be just gutted. They lost in overtime on their map pick, and then they almost take it away from Order here, just separated by 2 rounds in the end. That really sucks.
And all these small little, I wouldn't say mistakes, but just unfortunate series of events, Jim. Like, you saw the TK, we saw a couple of TKs taking place, that clutch as well from Alistair. Again, taking nothing away from the individuals of Order, because we saw players like Ricky, like Ostillo, and especially Alistair just like stepping up and going above and beyond. And Gyra as well. He just, that performance in Mirage seemed like a distant memory. But at the end of the day, like if you're a young team like Rooster, what do you take away from this? Apart from the obvious disappointment, you still put up a showing. You still impress quite a number of people as well as your opponents, right?
Oh, no doubt. I think these guys have got to be relatively happy with the fact that they're mixing it with these guys quite regularly. I think that being said, though, they've had a lot of close matches with teams of similar caliber recently, and they will probably see perhaps lost opportunity here to progress a little bit further. I think they'll be disappointed with the fact that they had Order in the first map taken to OT on their own map pick. No one's ever happy losing their own map pick. Let's be real about that. The fact that they were able to just claw their way back into Vertigo, I don't know. It just felt in the end their Order really knuckled down, and there was no chance of that match being able to fly the coop whatsoever.
Well, I mean, looking at the stats as well, one thing which stands out is that man Gyro, right? At 27 kills. He had 7 kills on Mirage, and he almost got 4 times that number. Sorry?
He was saving his energy. That's
Saving his
what it
energy,
is,
and
you
of
know?
course it does show here. Everyone having a great time. Ricky was looking phenomenal. Alistair with some incredible shots. That 1v2 clutch as well in the end. And then on the other side for Rooster, again, no one really being very sloppy except Chelios. Now, here's the thing with Mr. Chelios. He is. I'm not gonna even to mention anything about his capability. It's just the fact that when it comes down to his performance overall in this tournament, I'm just gonna read this one out. Against Renegades, he got 20 kills, 10 kills on map 1, 10 kills on map number 2. Against Ground Zero, who they beat, it was 17 kills, 15 deaths, 19 kills, and 12 deaths. And then on Mirage, again, 20 kills, 23 deaths, and then in this map, just 10 kills to close it out. He hasn't had the impact, Tom, that we were expecting of a player like him. Like, I'm not saying he's not doing much. He had a lot of clutch rounds here and there, but it's the other
I think
players
Jim
on the
wants
team.
this one.
Yeah,
I'm
I was
just
going
going
to
to
tell
say
by
Jim,
Jim's face.
actually. Yeah, Jim, go on.
That's the face I regularly make, to be honest. But I think this one can be explained by the fact that both Nedic and Chelios, two big performers for them, as this series went on, it was going to get tougher for them because they live in New Zealand. They're 2 hours ahead of Australia. It's already midnight here. So it's going on.
excuses.
It's peak gaming hours. Come on, Jim.
Yeah, it's going on past
It's
2.
early.
Nedic's in school. He at least has to be awake at regular hours. Chelios isn't. Don't get me wrong. Not providing excuses for them, but in terms of, because they're used to playing at these sorts of hours too, let's be real. But as that series went on, that's really going to test you regardless. And we just saw them start to fall off. And I think, to be honest, Order did a really good job of just containing them because they know what to expect. They know to expect the silly pushes through smokes, just the, I guess, reckless abandon for their own lives within certain rounds. Order did a better job of containing that in Vertigo. And that's what really just locked Rooster out of some of those later rounds.
All right, we do have someone to talk to about this particular matchup. And of course, it is going to be the man with the beautiful hair. It is going to be Alistair, who is going to be joining us on for a very quick interview to talk about how this game played out. But more importantly, I also want to ask him a little bit about the earlier matchup. Hi, Alistair. Again, congratulations. That was a pretty convincing affair in the end on Vertigo, although Mirage was very, very close. I want to actually go back a little bit back in time, talking about a game against Chiefs, right? That was surprising. Nuke, what went wrong there? Because that T side, honestly, like we were all talking about on the desk, it looked flat from you guys.
Yeah, it was. Nuke's obviously one of those maps where it's a real make or break when you pick it, because you're always going to start T side. It's probably the least favored side of any map in the current map pool. So we sort of just came out and we were focused on their outside, and they just kept aggressing on us, and we sort of couldn't shut it down. By that point, Zeph had already got the ball rolling, and they were just playing really confident CS, and it was just like a really good individual performance from him to shut down our outside. Him and Apoc Dud pretty much just won them that half, I think.
Okay, Tom?
So in these sort of matches, obviously this was a very, very close affair. Like I think it easily could have gone either way, especially in the first map where in fact like a lot of the time like you had to win some big clutch rounds. Like when it does get into the sort of nitty gritty of things, like what are you communicating to each other? Like how are things actually working within the squad?
So we try to focus as much as we can with communication and keeping it clear. Sometimes in bigger games, our communication can drop off and get a little bit more hectic than we like it to. So sometimes, like, if somebody's dead, they'll keep it in check and be like, all right, calm down, like during the round. Because at the end of the day, it is going to come down to making sure we have clean and comms to make sure we know what we're doing, coming up with a plan for these clutches and, nitty gritty rounds.
I gotta ask, when it came to Vertigo, that pick really surprised me from you guys because you'd played it against Roosters twice before. Obviously, the first time you beat them, and then they came back and beat you last time. What changed that you between the last time you played them and now that you felt comfortable picking that against them?
Last time we versed them, I think it was just a couple of weeks ago, we actually had to use a stand-in Tux, our coach.
Oh, okay.
So that was a big factor, and we weren't really threatened by that at all because we knew how they play across all maps, sort of. So we just went with what we were confident with, and we picked Vertigo, and we came out on top in the end.
Makes sense.
And of course, now your eyes are firmly set on progressing further in this bracket. You're likely going to have to come up against either an inform Chiefs or potentially Renegades. What are you guys taking out of the previous encounter against Chiefs? Obviously, you're scrim partners, but did they play differently than what you'd expect? Was it just a case of you guys being a little bit flat, as you said, or were they playing something a little bit different than you used to?
I think they played very similar, pretty much exactly how we expected, to be honest. There was no real surprises or tricks up their sleeves that felt, but we were a little bit flat. I think it was just we didn't have the fire in us that we had against Paradox. I feel like if we played that exact same Counter-Strike, the exact same composure and communication, we would have walked over them the same we did with Paradox. But at the end of the day, they came out and played some like really good CS. You know, they weren't just giving us freebies and stuff. They played together well, and they took it from us.
All right. Well, it must be pretty late for you guys as well, so I'm not going to keep you for much longer, Alistair. Once again, thank you for joining us. Congratulations and good luck for your next game. I do believe that is on Saturday. That is against, of course, Downfall, the winner of Downfall and Mako Sharks. Good luck for that. And once again, congratulations and thank you for joining us.
Thanks, guys. Cheers.
All right. So we do have Alistair there, and yeah, I mean, he seems pretty not too chuffed about that loss against Chiefs. It seems very clear cut that they kind of screwed themselves over rather than Chiefs trying anything too crazy. But we do have the results for the day right now for you guys. For those of you just tuned in a little bit later in the day, we had a pretty long day of games here. Some 2-0s, some longer 2-0s than usual. We had Chiefs take down Order earlier on, which was kind of an upset despite losing the first map. Then Renegades making quick work of Downfall, who, despite losing, still impressed us quite a bit, Tom. And finally, Rooster getting taken up by Order. But that means we have the brackets ready as well. And Tom, I'd like you to take us through the brackets here.
This is going to be like getting fairly interesting because obviously like the first match that we're going to see is our Downfall versus Mako. I think that realistically you've got to favor Downfall in that matchup. I think Mako would have to pull something out of the bag to beat them. They've not particularly impressed me too much in their game, even versus Paradox was very, very close, whereas Downfall actually looked pretty good facing off against the Renegades today. Then in the next match, again, I think there's going to be a heavy favorite in Order. But I think after that, it gets incredibly spicy. Because obviously you've got the Chiefs facing Renegades. If Renegades win, they're waiting in the final. Either then you're going to have Chiefs facing off in a rematch versus Order, which again is going to be an incredible game. If not, and Renegades somehow fall down, you're then going to have the decider of the major. Which either way, those matches are going to be incredible. And then, of course, as said, if it's Chiefs and Order win, then we have the decider for the major anyway. So it really is sort of panning out somewhat how we expected, maybe just not quite in the manner. I think the beauty of this bracket is rather than having that sort of rematch between Renegades and Order early, if obviously one of them would lose and have gone up initially, it's either going to be the Chiefs upsetting them completely and basically ruining their chances, or we will have to wait until the very end, likely, to see that match, which, well, that's going to be exciting.
What I find really sad for Rooster looking at his bracket is how all the three teams have played against each other, played against so far in this tournament, have been invited teams. Renegades, Ground Zero, and then Order. And again, like even against Renegades, sure, they lost pretty convincingly, but still put up a good showing. They beat Ground Zero. And that game, easily, like we said, it could have gone either way. It could have easily been 2-1. It could have been 2-1 as well, favoring Rooster, depending on if you go to map number 3 or whatnot. But, gentlemen, I think that's the end of the day. Any closing thoughts? Mitch, what about you? Anything which you have to say? And you could probably talk over the schedule we have for tomorrow as well while talking about this.
Yeah, sure. Well, I think overall Order were a little bit underwhelming today. Well, they definitely were. I'm hoping that moving forward that they can put up a much better fight, because the reality is they're going to have to face down against Chiefs or Renegades. And if they lose that game, then Renegades are already through. Like, their only hope to make it at this point is to go all the way to the grand final, more than likely. And that's really tough for them. Downfall and Mako Shark, that's going to be their opponent. So first thing tomorrow morning, we'll be deciding who's taking on Order. Look, pretty rough schedule as well if you're them, actually just taking a look at how things are going, because you're going to have to play that game, the first best of 3, and then jump straight in a 10-minute break or so.
Is that the wrong way around?
Heads.
Because it says 5, then 8, then 11.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I think they get a break.
Right. That's better. That's much better then. Okay. So they get a little bit of a break, and then it's we go on to the Renegades game second. That makes more sense.
Yeah, but that's going to be a spicy affair indeed. Like Renegades, Chiefs, we thought it was going to be Order and Renegades, but still, like, the way Chiefs are playing right now, Jim, I'm excited for that matchup. Again, Mako Downfall, I think it's a big question mark if you ask me. Downfall, of course, impresses a lot despite losing their game earlier. But for Mako, it's more like they played great, but again, their opponents weren't that great either yesterday.
I definitely think it's an opportunity for them to creep up a little bit further in that prize pool bracket, in terms of owning themselves a little bit more. But you're right, I don't think either team was particularly convincing. I think Downfall were probably a little bit better position because I think also too their mentality allows them to just go through games, particularly like today. It was always going to be tough against an opposition like Renegades, who are pretty much, king of the hill right now. And their approach was quite good. It was quite grounded. And don't get me wrong, they were leveled when it came to a lot of those rounds, but they were learning. And I think tomorrow against Mako Shark, I think you'll likely find that Downfall should take that one away. Whether or not it's a messy affair, that's up to Mako and the style of CS. And again, I just will think it'll come down to the veto, whether it's that brawly style of CS on the more traditional maps like Mirage or Dust 2, or whether it's some of the customs we're seeing now. That will probably determine how that match is played.
My question is, are we ever going to see an overpass or a train coming out? Because it seems like we've never seen those two maps at all. But that's a question we're going to be finding out tomorrow. The answer, rather, we're going to be finding out tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you once again for tuning in. That is the end of day 3 of the Perfect World Oceanic League 2020. We've had to say goodbye to a few teams, but now setting ourselves up for some very, very closely contested games. And that's going to be coming straight for you guys. Tomorrow is going to be the penultimate day of the event. And of course, the finals are going to be on Sunday. Once again, Tom, Mitch, Jim, thanks for joining me. And what has been some pretty entertaining games so far. And thank you as well for tuning in and watching the games here. And yeah, that's about it. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have fun. GG. Well played.